Chapter 1 I came to the world of pirates with the simulation system. 001 I came to the world of pirates with the simulation system. Both of your parents have died, and you, who have just turned 18, walk into a casino in the town again at the set time with your last 100,000 belly. With the help of the card sequence that was deliberately memorized before, you successfully won 1 million Baileys. You left the casino extremely cautiously, but you were still stared at. Being prepared, you took out a knife and fought with the opponent in the alley. You were so thin that you were defeated and fell into a pool of blood. When the passers-by around you saw this, they were afraid of not being able to do it. No one wanted to cause trouble. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Looking at the illusory words in front of him, Yang Hao sighed secretly. He is a time traveler and has been in the pirate world for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, Yang Hao not only knew that this was the pirate world, but also knew that the current period was 1 year before Luffy went to sea. Of course, the most important thing is that Yang Hao also knows how to use his cheat. Yes, as a time traveler, Yang Hao also has cheat. His cheat, called simulation system, is capable of simulating the future and benefiting from it. But there is a price to pay for using this simulation system. And the price is money. Turning on the simulation system will consume 1 Bailey every second. It may not seem like much, but 1 hour is 3,600 belly, and 24 hours a day is 86,400 belly. You must know that Yang Hao's identity in time travel is just that of a West Blue civilian. His parents were killed by pirates in his early years, leaving only a bare home and hundreds of thousands of belly rise. That's all he has to start with. In other words, if Yang Hao conducts the simulation, it will not take 2 days. Just treat it like 2 days. But what benefits can be gained in 2 days? You know, the benefits in the simulator can only be experienced physically. And 2 days are not enough, whether it is to gain knowledge or exercise. In view of this, Yang Hao quickly set his goal to make money. As long as he earns enough money, he can improve his physical fitness to an astonishing level even by simply exercising. But how can a commoner make money? Work to earn a living? It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life. But when it comes to business, Yang Hao knows his own business. He is obviously not that material, and it is very likely that he will lose all his money by then. So Yang Hao thought about it and thought of doing something special. Of course, there are risks in doing side projects, but if you use a simulator, this risk can be greatly reduced, or even eliminated. Yang Hao quickly had an idea. That is to use the simulator to find some lottery shops. If he could simulate the future, he would naturally be able to remember the locations of some lieutenant general lottery tickets, thereby obtaining huge benefits at very little cost. Unfortunately, there is no lottery shop in the pirate world, so Yang Hao can only settle for the next best thing and focus on the casino. Although the casino does not have any lottery tickets, there are still many real-time gambling projects. If you can predict the future, it is absolutely impossible not to make money. In fact, this is indeed the case. Yang Hao simulated for the second time and used the experience gained from the first simulation to win millions of Baileys with a capital of 100,000. But unfortunately, when he left the casino, he was cheated. Only then did Yang Hao truly understand how money and silk can move people's hearts. Isn't it true that a commoner who owns millions of bellies and is still in a place where many people are looking for death is looking for death? It was from this time that Yang Hao encountered difficulties. You must know that he cannot bring those Baileys back to reality. He can only act in reality by obtaining practical and feasible methods in the simulation. So if he doesn't solve this problem, it will be useless even if he can win money. Ever since, in the subsequent simulation, Yang Hao began to try how to improve his strength and keep the money. He was dumbfounded. No matter if he carries a weapon or asks someone to protect him, it won't work. Even with weapons, it is still not enough to fight others. It would be even worse to ask someone to protect you, and be directly stabbed in the back. After several failed simulations, Yang Hao could only change his mind and start reducing the amount of Bailey he won. From 5 million to 3 million. Finally up to 1 million. After all, those guys killed him for money. If the amount does not reach the target, they will not take risks. Sure enough. As the number of Baileys in Yang Hao's hand decreased, the number of people who attacked and killed him became fewer and fewer. When it reached 1 million Baileys, there was only one person left. But Yang Hao is helpless and a scumbag. Even if he has a knife in his hand, he is still defeated by the opponent. What the hell? Yang Hao was angry. Although he has used it sparingly, the money he currently has fallen below the 100,000 Bailey mark. If he doesn't work for a while, when the money is spent, maybe he will really go to work. Good thing. Next, when Yang Hao gritted his teeth and started a new simulation, he finally got good results. You take the last Bailey and walk into a casino in the town again at the set time. With the help of the card sequence that was deliberately memorized before, you successfully won 800,000 Bailey. You left the casino extremely cautiously, being careful along the way, as if you were a thief. But then, what surprises you is that the expected ambush did not appear. Leave the casino and get home safely without any danger. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao suddenly became energetic. Nima, I finally survived for once. By now, Yang Hao has fully realized the dangers of the pirate world. The peace in the anime is completely an illusion. The real world of pirates is only 100 times crueler than people imagine. The weak eat the strong, the fittest survive. Yang Hao secretly reminded himself to be more cautious. He who owns a simulator must be careful. Chapter 2, with millions in hand, it's time to increase your strength. 002 I got several million, it's time to increase my strength. Yang Hao reminded himself that he must be patient. Because of this idea, although the simulation was considered a success this time, he did not take action and continued the simulation. You take the last Bailey and walk into a casino in the town twice at the set time. In the end, you won 800,000 Baileys and went home safely. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. After seeing the simulation results this time, Yang Hao nodded secretly. It seems that there is indeed no danger for less than 1 million Baileys. 1 million Baileys will still make people excited and take desperate risks. But hundreds of thousands of Baileys, not so much. Of course, even if he succeeded again, Yang Hao did not take formal action, but continued to simulate. He has decided to follow the Go formula, and of course he must implement it to the end. And he has just started, so he needs to be more careful and careful. 800,000 Baileys seems to be safe, but it's impossible to say for sure. What if something changes in a certain link, causing someone to target him again? And what happened next was exactly what happened. As if to confirm Yang Hao's thoughts, when the simulation reached the fourth time, something unexpected happened. You take the last Bailey and walk into a casino in the town at the set time. With the help of the card sequence that was deliberately memorized before, you successfully won 800,000 Bailey. You left the casino extremely cautiously, still cautious along the way, as if you were a thief. On the journey that was supposed to be safe and sound, a thief suddenly jumped out and persuaded you to lose money to save your life. You look ugly. With a roar, you take out your dagger and kill him. The little thief was killed by you, but you were also seriously injured and fainted before you got home. Someone found you who fainted and Bailey who fell to the ground. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Looking at the simulation results this time, Yang Hao's face darkened. Sure enough, 800,000 is still not safe. Next, he lowered the amount again. 700,000, 600,000, until 500,000. After simulating 7 or 8 times and confirming that there was no danger to the 500,000, Yang Hao finally took action. At the fixed time, he arrived at the casino again. Of course, I still bring daggers and such. Along the way, he followed the simulated behavior to perfection. After winning 500,000 Baileys, he turned around and left without any regrets. But this time, I don't know if I was walking too fast, but I bumped into someone. I'm sorry. The other party apologized immediately. Yang Hao nodded lightly, continued to leave without saying anything more. But Yang Hao secretly couldn't help but panic. What's going on? There was no collision in the simulation. Although this small episode should not affect the result, Yang Hao was still a little scared. After all, now, it is completely a real operation, and he has no chance to do it again. Fortunately. Along the way, Yang Hao returned to his residence without any danger. It seems like it's really just an insignificant episode. Call. Yang Hao held 500,000 Baileys in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. However, such an episode also made him realize. No matter how good the simulation is, accidents may still happen in actual operation. This is probably butterfly effect. Yang Hao suddenly thought of this term. A butterfly flapping its wings in South America may trigger a tornado in North America. With the simulation system, he seems to be able to experience this feeling more intuitively. Just like before, 800,000 Baileys was obviously very safe, but one time something happened. So this is also caused by the butterfly effect? Something might have happened somewhere that Yang Hao didn't know about, causing his simulation results to change. Thinking of this, Yang Hao felt a chill in his heart. Now it seems that he still can't trust the simulation results too much and must keep an eye on it. With this decision, Yang Hao immediately revised his next plan to make money. In the simulation, he still won 500,000 Baileys. But in reality, he only won 400,000 Baileys. No one would be tempted by 500,000 Bailey, let alone 400,000. It's absolutely foolproof. Of course, Yang Hao did not catch a casino gangster. There are 4 casinos in the town of West Blue Bowen where he is located. Yang Hao took turns winning money in 4 casinos. Go to this casino today and that casino tomorrow. With this rotation, it took 4 days to win 400,000 Baileys in a casino. This way, it should go unnoticed. Of course, every time he was dispatched, Yang Hao would simulate it several times before taking action. All in all, try to prevent accidents from happening as much as possible. Just like this, under Yang Hao's careful operation, 8 days later, Yang Hao's net worth has become more than 3 million Baileys. Looking at the money, Yang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first pot of gold was finally earned. Yang Hao will not go to the casino for the time being. Although no one has noticed him in the 4 casinos, the chance of being exposed again and again is still not small. Gangs are rampant in West Blue. If he is targeted by the gangs, his life will be difficult. So to be cautious, it was better for him to avoid the limelight. Even if you want to continue making money, you have to wait a few days before doing so. But now, with more than 3 million Baileys, he can consider improving his strength. Chapter 3, Does Training Effect Require Devil Fruit? 003 Exercise Effect, Do You Need Devil Fruit? Yang Hao's eyes fell on more than 3 million Baileys, with a look of contemplation on his face. More than 3 million. This amount of money can fully support him to open the simulator for more than a month. Whether it's acquiring knowledge or exercising, it should be effective within a month. Compared to acquiring knowledge, Yang Hao is now naturally more inclined to improve his strength. All because only by improving his strength can he gain a foothold in this world of strong men. At least, he doesn't have to be careful when going to the casino to win money. When he can safely obtain hundreds of millions of Baileys at a time, it's time to take off. As for improving strength, Yang Hao currently has 2 options. One is to buy more powerful weapons, such as pistols and firecrackers. Although I don't know the price, a pistol or blunderbuss costs hundreds of thousands of belly. If you have a pistol, you don't have to be afraid of ordinary people. But the pistol is not easy to handle. If you want to buy a pistol, you must contact people from the underground society. When the time comes, don't buy a gun, or you'll be in trouble if it gets robbed. Yang Hao thought about it and thought it would be better to exercise first. After all, a pistol is just a foreign object. Of course, the most important thing is that with his physical fitness, he looks like a scumbag at first glance. When he comes into contact with people in the underground society, others will regard him as a weakling, and it is very likely that he will be malicious. It's better to exercise first, at least to lose the otaku temperament. Thinking of this, Yang Hao came to the mirror. What was reflected in the mirror was a handsome guy who was 1.8 meters tall. She has short hair, black eyes, and a mole in the corner of her eye. It's just that his body is a little thin and his face is a little sallow. And this height is considered small in the pirate world. People over 2 meters tall are everywhere on the street. Well, exercise. Exercise. Yang Hao made a decision and went out immediately to buy a large amount of food ingredients and some fitness equipment. Now that you have decided to exercise, you naturally need to make preparations. After Yang Hao recorded his weight and other information, he started the simulator. Welcome to the simulation system. Please select the goal and time of this simulation. Set goals, and the only thing besides eating, drinking, sleeping is to exercise and keep fit. As for time, Yang Hao didn't set a month. After thinking about it, he just set it for 10 days. After all, if the exercise effect is not good, it will be wasted. If the exercise effect is good, of course you can continue. On the first day, you started exercising, push-ups, frog jumps, running. In the blink of an eye, the day has passed. When you wake up the next day, your whole body is sore, especially your thighs. You are so weak that you almost don't want to get up. In the end, you get up to eat and continue to exercise. On the third day, you exercised too much and couldn't move anymore. You stayed in bed all day. On the fourth day, you grit your teeth and persist. On the sixth day, you seem to be used to it and start exercising numbly. But boredom arises in your heart. The 8th day is still a day of exercise. On the 10th day, you can do 100 push-ups in a row. After the exercise, you collapse to the ground sweating profusely. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes: 1. Muscle strength, and eliminated malignant changes, physical strains, and boredom with exercise. For Yang Hao, only 1 minute passed. But in the simulation system, 10 days have passed. At this moment, a warm current poured into Yang Hao's body and spread. Yang Hao snorted comfortably, feeling like he was soaking in a hot spring. After a while, this feeling gradually dissipated. Look how much has changed. Yang Hao quickly walked over and weighed himself. His weight before was 120 pounds. This will be called one good guy. I actually gained 10 pounds and became 130 pounds. Yang Hao opened his clothes and took a look. His originally thin belly also showed signs of muscle. He raised his arm again and bent it, and an inconspicuous muscle suddenly protruded from his arm. Not bad, not bad. Yang Hao nodded. This effect is still very obvious. He was weaker than ordinary people before, but now he is comparable to ordinary people. Of course, it is impossible to say how effective it will be. Yang Hao judged that it would take at least a month for his physical fitness to be stronger than that of ordinary people. This is based on his hard work every day. If you do a moderate amount of fitness training, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach this level for several years. But being stronger than ordinary people is far from Yang Hao's goal. Although he is not in danger at the moment, no one knows when the danger will come. Maybe, if someone else is sitting at home, disaster will come from heaven. For the strong men in this world, it is not difficult to destroy a town with one punch. Even a certain island will be gone if you say no. Of course, in the current West Blue, the chance of such a thing happening is still very small. But the probability is small, which does not mean there is no possibility. Wasn't O'Hara Island suddenly wiped out? Yang Hao didn't want to die like an ant. So his idea is to become stronger as quickly as possible. But it has been almost 10 days since he came to this world, and the effect is still not good. Do you want to continue spending Pele on physical exercise? Yang Hao thought for a while and rejected the idea. As for buying a gun, Yang Hao still felt uncomfortable. A gun can't change anything. What he needs is the kind of power that even if he makes millions or even tens of millions of belly in the casino, he can definitely leave safely. A pistol can't do this. So, is there any other way? Yang Hao thought about it and realized it was true. That is devil fruit. Chapter 4: The Importance of Devil Fruit, Looking for the Black Market. 004: The Importance of Devil Fruit, Looking for the Black Market. That's right, it's a devil fruit. Yang Hao thought of the famous cheat in the pirate world. Devil fruit. There is no doubt that if there is a devil fruit, then Yang Hao can take off on the spot. Even the crappiest devil fruit should be enough for him to get millions without worrying about others coveting it. When the time comes, with a large number of Pele in hand, whether it is making weapons, exercising, or developing devil fruits, you will get twice the result with half the effort. It's just that devil fruits are undoubtedly more difficult to obtain than pistols. Not only is it countless times more expensive, but it is also a rare treasure. Where can I get devil fruits? Yang Hao started thinking again. He actually doesn't know much about West Blue's devil fruit. Gangster godfather Capone Becky may be the closest owner of devil fruit abilities. But here's the thing. Let's not talk about whether he can deal with Capone Becky. Even if you can deal with it, will you get the castle fruit after killing him? Not necessarily. Thinking of this, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the devil fruit can allow him to take off directly and even reach the sky in one step, the difficulty of obtaining it is undoubtedly a matter of picking chestnuts from the fire, which is countless times more difficult than getting a pistol. Of course, Yang Hao did not give up easily. After all, the devil fruit is his magic weapon that allows him to overtake in corners. As long as he gets one at random, he will be able to survive the weak period at the beginning, directly have the power to protect himself, and lay an amazing foundation, thus laying a strong foundation for reaching the top in the future. But where can I find devil fruits? Regarding this point, Yang Hao has some experience. In the original novel, it is often said that the devil fruit is worth 100 million belly on the black market. In other words, there are devil fruits on the black market. In this case, he can definitely look for it in the black market. If it's not available in Bowen Town, go to another town. Of course, this is entirely a matter of luck. Maybe there won't be a devil fruit in the black market once a year. But Yang Hao could only do this. Even if there is little hope, he is not willing to give up. But he didn't hang himself on devil fruit. Next, while looking for the black market, he also began to contact those guys from different religions in an attempt to buy guns. As for exercise, because the effect is not great, it can only be stopped temporarily. After all, the Bailey that Yang Hao currently has is very limited. He wants to use these Baileys to find devil fruits and buy guns. On the first day, you started to meet people from all walks of life in the town. Because you had the simulator to tell you the truth, you didn't beat around the bush and just said you wanted to buy a gun and wanted to participate in the black market, creating a persona of great wealth. Your personality quickly attracted the attention of a man nicknamed Zigu, but he had evil intentions and quickly deceived you into a den of thieves, which included several of his accomplices. After a fierce struggle, you covered your stomach and the blood was bleeding. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao shook his head, not surprised by the results of this simulation. It would be strange if something could be gained if it went so smoothly. He continued the simulation. But this time, before the simulation started, a decision to avoid the dog was added. Now that he knew that this thin dog had bad intentions, Yang Hao naturally couldn't have any contact with him again. On the first day, you once again used your wealthy persona to walk among people from all walks of life, and met a man named Ed. From this Ed's mouth, you finally found out that the place where you can buy and sell guns is the store number 36 on the 18th Street. The outside is a convenience store, but there is a hidden secret inside, but you paid a tip of 100,000 belly for it. The act of generous tipping laid the foundation for your disaster. When you went to the place where guns were bought and sold, Ed and his accomplices ambushed you. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao smiled bitterly. Still dead. Fortunately, this time, I found out where guns are bought and sold. For the new simulation, there is no need to inquire, just go directly. You went directly to the store number 36 on number 18 Street. When you wanted to buy a gun, you didn't tell the secret code and you were shot directly by the boss. You are dead. Yang Hao's face darkened. Damn, we need a secret code, but Ed didn't say it. However, Ed obviously had bad intentions, so he probably felt there was no need to say it. Helpless, Yang Hao could only go back to find that Ed. But this time, he took the dagger and struck it directly at the opponent's waist. After asking for the password, Yang Hao ended the simulation directly. It is worth mentioning that although the time can be set, it can also end early before the time is reached. This situation allowed Yang Hao to save a lot of Baileys, allowing him to try multiple times. Finally, after the 11th time, Yang Hao bought a second-hand fire gun. But this is only his secondary goal. Yang Hao's real goal is to find the black market. He thought for a while and set his sights on a convenience store that bought and sold guns. Since this convenience store can buy and sell guns, it probably has something to do with the black market, so it's absolutely no problem to start with him. The next situation proved that Yang Hao's thoughts were right. After buying guns several times, Yang Hao finally found out about the black market in Boan Town from the convenience store owner. Finding the black market means that Yang Hao is one step closer to the devil fruit. Chapter 5 Black Market Experience, Black Market Auction. 005 Black Market Experience, Black Market Auction. One day later. In Yang Hao's hand, there was an extra fire gun. After some simulation, he bought a fire gun from the convenience store owner. Although his biggest target right now is devil fruit. But the meal must be eaten one bite at a time. It is also good to take down the firecracker first to increase your self-protection power. In addition, if he wants to go to the black market, he will certainly need some means of self-defense. Afterwards, Yang Hao calculated the funds on hand. The previous 10 days of simulated exercise, plus the simulation of buying guns and searching for black markets, cost 1.3 million. Now he only has 2 million Baileys in his hand. I don't know if this little money can be harvested on the black market. But now, Yang Hao has no other choice. If you go back to exercise, the effect will still be insignificant and you will not be able to change the current situation. So now we can only hope that something will really come of it. Not to mention being able to get the devil fruit, at least you need to know some information or clues about the devil fruit. Yang Hao started the simulator again. Welcome to the simulation system, please select the goal and time of this simulation. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Yang Hao immediately set a goal, to find information and clues about devil fruits in the black market. If there is no black market in one black market, continue to look for other black markets. As for the time, let's set it at 5 days for the time being. On the first day, you followed the convenience store owner's prompts and came to the black market. The location of the black market turned out to be an underground warehouse, but the warehouse was empty. You thought you were deceived by the convenience store owner. When you go back and ask, you realize that the black market opens after 10 o'clock in the evening. Sure enough, at 10 o'clock in the evening, you came to the underground warehouse again and were intercepted by someone. With the recommendation and password of the convenience store owner, you successfully entered the black market. The black market is indeed a black market. When you enter it, you will have an eye-opening feeling. Weapons, slaves, jewelry, and gold, treasure maps, and even some ferocious beasts and sea beast meat are all there. Unfortunately, you didn't find the devil fruit, not even the information or clues. You are not in a hurry, but are trying to make connections in the black market to find other black markets. After one night, you gained nothing, and the next day, you appeared on time in the black market. There are still no devil fruits in today's black market. On the third day, through your efforts, you made friends with a woman named Tuya. She seemed to be very well informed. From her, you learned more about the black market and even knew about the existence of black market auctions. It turns out that the black market is open every day, but the auction is only once a month. At the auction, whether it is weapons, slaves, or other items, the quality will be improved to a higher level, and there will even be some weird treasures. You are extremely pleasantly surprised. Because you know that the probability of devil fruit appearing in this kind of auction will be much greater. Because you have received a lot of information, you plan to make friends with Tuya and offer to treat him to dinner. It turns out that this Tuya is also a vicious woman. After a few glasses of wine, she gave you a fairy dance. In the end, you lost both your money and your life. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. This time, the simulation ended early due to Yang Hao's death before the set 5 days. Yang Hao was not too disappointed. At least you already know about the existence of the auction. Next, you can find someone to confirm the time of the auction and what is in the auction. Of course, eggs cannot be put in one basket. Yang Hao will continue to explore other black markets and expand the scope of his search as much as possible. On the first day, you entered the black market and found Tuya again. Although the other party is a vicious woman, it does not prevent you from getting more information from her. Sure enough, the black market is not only available in Boan Town, but also in Boya Town, 50 kilometers away. You immediately started thinking about going to Boya Town again. From Tuya's words, you learned that the black market auction in Boan Town would not be held for 5 days, so you decided to take advantage of this time to go to Boya Town and say maybe the black market in Boya Town directly sells devil fruits. Leave the black market, make some preparations, and head to Babu Town. On the way, you encountered bandits robbing you. The newly purchased firecrackers helped you a lot. Unfortunately, the bandits were outnumbered and you still fell to the sword. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. This simulation still ended in death. However, Yang Hao's eyes lit up. He is not afraid of death, but is afraid of making no progress. You know, every minute and every second he turns on the simulation system costs money. If there is no progress at all, if real money is thrown at it, it will be over. Now, although the results are not good, we are finally getting new information. There is no doubt that if you continue to explore according to this information, you will definitely gain something. With this in mind, Yang Hao continued to simulate without getting tired of it. On the first day, you go to Boya Town. The road to Boya Town was not peaceful. In the mountains and fields, there are no gangs running rampant. But there are many bandits and wild beasts. After a simulated investigation, Yang Hao even knew that the bandits he encountered on his first trip to Boya Town were arranged by Tuya. What a vicious woman! If given the chance, Yang Hao would not let her go. But now, he mainly focused on exploration, so he completely avoided Tuya. But the journey to Boya town was still not smooth. Yang Hao was alone, which was really eye-catching. It's okay if he doesn't encounter bandits, but if he does, he won't end well. In addition, the wild animals in the mountains and fields are not good. Yang Hao was killed several times, even if he was protected by firecrackers. After simulating it 10 times, he finally arrived at Boya town. After arriving in Boya town, it was not all smooth sailing. Fortunately, with the experience in Boyan town, Yang Hao quickly found the black market in Boya town and got in. Pity. There are still no devil fruits for sale in the black market here, not even a clue. Yang Hao wrote down that the auction would be held in 7 days and returned to Boyan town. It is worth mentioning that there are only 2 black markets that Yang Hao can find at present. There are other places as well, but the closest ones are thousands of miles away. If he travels a long distance, Yang Hao may not have enough money and will just waste it on the road. Helpless, Yang Hao could only settle for the second best and guard the black markets in Boyan town and Boya town. After knowing the time of the 2 auctions, Yang Hao no longer had to waste time in the simulator. He could wait until the upcoming auctions and then use the simulation system to check the situation. This purpose is naturally to save money. But despite this, after a few days, the number of Baileys in Yang Hao's hands was still greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to 500,000. Yang Hao finally became a little anxious. If this continues, the money may be spent and no clues about the devil fruit can be found. Fortunately, when the remaining 200,000 was spent, Yang Hao finally discovered something. Chapter 6 Renren Fruit, EPUB Form 006 Renren Fruit, EPUB Form. On this day, as usual, you went to the black market to inquire for information. Now, after a few days of familiarity, you have become familiar with the black market. It is not difficult to find out information. But even so, you still didn't hold out much hope. You thought it would still be a fruitless day. But just when you were thinking like this, you suddenly heard an exciting message from Tuya's mouth. The black market auction in Boyan town is about to be held. What items will be auctioned there, and news is gradually spreading that there is a devil fruit among them. You were shocked and immediately continued to inquire about Tuya. Even in order to inquire more, you had to reveal your wealth in front of this vicious woman again. As you can imagine, you were killed by Tuya again, but before you died, you also got the information you wanted. In this auction, there are really devil fruits, but they are only of the animal type. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. When Bailey only had 200,000 left in his hand, Yang Hao finally discovered something. Devil fruit. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. In fact, he had long been prepared to get nothing even if he spent all his money. After all, as I said before, devil fruit is something that can only be encountered but cannot be obtained. Especially since he's still only in West Blue. The probability of devil fruit appearing in the world is definitely lower than that of the Grand Line. So now that he had actually found out the information about the devil fruit, Yang Hao couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although it is only the animal department. But Yang Hao decided to seize this devil fruit in an instant. At the moment, Yang Hao has no room to be picky. And as for the animal department, it's not as bad as imagined. In the early stage, the animal type fruit ability seems indeed inferior to Logia and Paramecia. But in fact, in the later stages, the world will be dominated by the animal system. Thinking of this, Yang Hao did not hesitate and used his last 200,000 Baileys to plan this auction. You participated in the black market auction in Boyan town. In the auction, you saw more good things, and even a lot of navigation tools. Of course, there are a lot of treasure maps, but I don't know if they are true or not. It's just that the devil fruit you want has never appeared. You are a little anxious, but on the surface you still remain calm. Devil fruit is such a precious thing, no matter how you think about it, it is the final treasure. Sure enough, an hour later, when the auction came to an end, an exquisite gold inlaid box was taken out. You were refreshed and had a premonition. The next moment, as the box was opened, a golden peach was revealed, but with long hair. Circles of spiral-shaped fruit are exposed in front of your eyes. You are endlessly surprised. The target has finally appeared. The next thing to do is to find a way to get it. It is foreseeable that this matter will definitely be difficult to handle. Next, you did not participate in the auction, but watched indifferently. The appearance of the devil fruit brought the entire auction to a climax. According to the auctioneer, this devil fruit is indeed an animal type. It is a human fruit in the form of an ape. This is something you have never heard of in the original work. Devil fruit, but it doesn't matter, as long as it is a devil fruit. The auctioneer quickly gave an astonishing starting price, 100 million Baileys, and each increase in price must not be less than 5 million. Even though animal devil fruits are currently not favored, this ape fruit still fetched an astonishing price of 150 million. You observe this process silently, and you find that after the person takes the photo of the devil fruit, he cannot approach the devil fruit immediately, but needs to pay enough money first before he can finally obtain the devil fruit from the auctioneer. The same is true for other auction items. It is probably paid in one hand and delivered in one hand. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao fell into deep thought. In this simulation, he obviously made a lot of progress. He really saw the devil fruit, and it was clear that it was an animal type. Renren fruit, ape form? Yang Hao had never heard of this fruit. But it doesn't matter. Again, as long as it's a devil fruit. But this time, Yang Hao also discovered many problems. It is really difficult to obtain this devil fruit. He has no funds and cannot participate in the auction. As for robbery, with his strength, it is obviously impossible to defeat the black market guarding force in Boan town. What to do? Yang Hao thought hard. Maybe, I can pretend to bid and get closer to the devil fruit. Yang Hao understands the rules of the simulation system. As long as he eats the devil fruit during the simulation, it will be considered a success. It doesn't matter what method you use to eat the devil fruit. So, maybe he can pretend to bid for the devil fruit and finally succeed in bidding to get closer to the devil fruit? Yang Hao thought about it and felt that there was still a chance for this idea. Ever since, he started the simulation again. You participated in the black market auction in Boan town and did not move during the whole process, but when the devil fruit appeared, you started bidding. In the face of people bidding 5 million to 5 million, you bid 160 million at one time. You originally thought you could win the auction directly, but you didn't expect a competitor to appear. But for you, this is all, it doesn't matter. After some bidding, you bought the devil fruit for 180 million. Everyone else looked at you as if they were taken advantage of, but you didn't care and followed the black market people away. When you get to the backstage of the black market, it's just as you thought. The other party requires you to give out 180 million belly before delivering the devil fruit. You said what you had planned for a long time and proposed to check the devil fruit first. But the black market party did not agree and insisted that you provide the funds first, and cold sweat gradually broke out on your forehead. In the end, you showed your flaws and died under a random stick. Chapter 7: The 5 Major Families of West Blue. 007 West Blue 5 Families. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Seeing the content of this simulation, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Even if he pretends to be successful in the bidding, he still has no chance to get close contact with the devil fruit. Or, he can just grab it during the bidding? As long as he has a chance to take a bite, it doesn't matter even if he is besieged later. Thinking of this, Yang Hao tried again. You participated in the black market auction in Boan town. When the devil fruit appeared, you immediately rushed forward with a blunderbuss in hand, trying to snatch it by force. There was a bang, and the hidden gunman shot you. You fell in a pool of blood and were cleared out. You are dead. Yang Hao had a dark look on his face. Well, he thought simply. The defensive power of the black market is still very powerful. Even if there is a loophole, it is not so easy to exploit. It seems that we can only try other methods. However, Yang Hao did not continue to try. All because, the Bailey in his hand has once again fallen below 100,000. Such a small amount of money obviously cannot support him to continue the simulation. Yang Hao knew that with his current ability, there was no chance of obtaining the devil fruit. But it definitely cannot be done in a few simulations. You must understand everything inside and out before you can combine countless clues to find the only opportunity. Understanding this, Yang Hao did not continue to explore, but continued to make money. It is worth mentioning. Despite having simulated it so many times, only 2 days had passed since Yang Hao obtained more than 3 million Baileys. Now if Yang Hao goes to the casino to win money, he will definitely be a little conspicuous. But now, Yang Hao doesn't care about that much anymore. If you miss the EPUB fruit this time, God knows when will you encounter the devil fruit next time? This is an opportunity to take off, and Yang Hao won't give it up no matter what. A little adventurous, just a little adventurous. Of course, the remaining money should be used to simulate and avoid risks. Thinking of this, Yang Hao no longer hesitated and headed towards the casino in the town. 2 days later, Yang Hao looked at the 3 million Baileys in front of him and let out a long breath. This time, he won another 3 million Bailey from 4 casinos in Boan town. Just as Yang Hao thought. Winning so much again, he really attracted the attention of the casino. Fortunately, this attention was only a little attention, and it did not cause the casino to send anyone to attack him. But next time, I can't tell. As for the nearby Boya town, there should also be a casino, but as far as Yang Hao knew, both towns belonged to the same gang. If he attracts attention in Boan town, he will most likely be recognized immediately when he causes trouble in Boya town. Therefore, before Yang Hao's strength improves, the way to win money in the casino is completely discontinued. In other words, if these 3 million Baileys cannot allow Yang Hao to obtain the devil fruit, then his development will be seriously hindered. Yang Hao shook his head to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. It's useless to think about this now. What I want to do now is to plot the devil fruit. After spending 3 million Bailey, if it still fails, it will not be too late to think about it again. Thinking of this, Yang Hao started the simulation again. The goal he set this time was to find a way to get close to the devil fruit. You participated in the black market auction in Boan town. This time, you did not participate in the devil fruit bidding. You just watched the whole process, keeping all the details in your heart, and thinking silently. After reading this, you are inspired. If you join the forces of the black market, wouldn't you be able to get access to devil fruits? With this idea, you quickly found the vicious woman Tuya again, and got some more information from her. It turns out that the black market in Boan town, and even the entire black market in West Blue, is a common industry belonging to the 5 major gang families. You are also extremely unfamiliar with these 5 major families. The only information you know is that one of the supernovas, Capone Becky, who has the castle fruit ability, is from one of the 5 major families of West Blue. After learning about the power of the black market, you suddenly thought, can you join the 5 major families and enter the black market to work? This seems to be a feasible approach. Simulation ends. Yang Hao looked at the result and his heart moved. It seems that robbery or something is currently impossible, so maybe he can save the country by joining the 5 major families, thereby entering the black market and gaining access to devil fruits? Of course, Yang Hao also understands that places like the black market have huge benefits and are unlikely to be entered by ordinary minions. But this is also a direction and worth a try. Yang Hao immediately changed his simulation goal and joined the 5 major gang families to enter the black market of Boan town as much as possible. once, twice, 3 times. After 3 simulations, Yang Hao frowned. In fact, his idea is feasible. The 5 major gangster families of West Blue may sound famous, but it is not difficult to join them. As long as you are in good health and you are a mature man, you will be welcomed by the other party. But as Yang Hao expected, it is easy to join, but it is difficult to enter the black market. Any position here is just a fat job. Without connections and means, you can't get into it at all. Of course, if you spend time grinding it out, you should have a high success rate. But the problem is, what Yang Hao lacks is time. For him, time is money, and he doesn't have that much time to step into a job in the gang and enter the black market. The most important thing is that the auction will be held in 3 days. In other words, even if Yang Hao had money to spend enough time in the simulation system, he would not be able to catch up with the time for the devil fruit to be auctioned. But no matter what, this is a direction. Yang Hao continued to try several times. But in the end, they were either rejected, or they acted too eagerly and aroused suspicion, and were eventually dropped, without exception. After the way to get into the black market failed, Yang Hao was forced to return to the starting point. He participated in the auction again and tried to find new ways. Don't tell me yet. After watching the entire auction again, Yang Hao really had a clue. His gaze was no longer focused on the black market forces, but on the person who took the photo of the devil fruit. That's right. Yang Hao suddenly realized that if he couldn't attack the black market forces, he might be able to attack this auctioneer. Chapter 8 Hughes Pirates 008 Hughes Pirates. You participated in the auction, and this time, you set your sights on the person who bid for the devil fruit. To be more precise, this is a group of people. There is something special about these people. Their clothes are a little different from the people here. Relatively speaking, they are more rough. You have a guess, maybe they are a group of pirates. Without your trouble, these pirates still spent 150 million to capture the devil fruit. The bidding ended, and the group of pirates followed the black market people to the backstage. With the thought in your heart, you left the black market and waited outside. You then realize that there are actually quite a few people waiting for you. After thinking about it for a while, you will understand. Those people spend money in the black market. If they are still in the black market, they will naturally be protected. But after leaving the black market, they will have their own destiny, so on the way out, many people want to stop and rob them. You are also one of them. It would be best if you could grab the devil fruit like this. Of course, there is still a question, that is, will the devil fruit be eaten immediately after being handed over? If so, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, you are a little more anxious. As expected, someone started to rob, and many people were robbed, even the group who bid for the devil fruit. It seems that many people have the same idea as you and want to rob the devil fruit. Bang, 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 strong gunshots erupted, and the remote street directly evolved into a fire scene. You did not take action immediately, but planned to wait for the opportunity. Soon, what makes your face darken is that group of people is very powerful. Only 5 people have killed more than a dozen people. Not only are there gunmen, there are even some who are showing off with swords. The person who robbed was quickly killed. You stood still and did not take action from beginning to end, because you have realized that even if you take action, it is meaningless. You are no match for that group of people. But what makes you relieved is that the group did not use the ability of the devil fruit. This shows that the devil fruit is very likely not eaten. After thinking for a while, you followed. Since the devil fruit has not been eaten, it is necessary for you to find out the origins of these people first. It's just a pity that your tracking skills are too poor and you were discovered within a short time. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao summarized his experience, reviewed the situation, and started the simulation system again. This time, you did not participate in the black market auction, but were already waiting on the road that the group of people outside must pass through. Soon, a fight broke out again, and the group left safely. With the last experience, you follow more carefully. This group of people seems to be heading towards the bay, getting closer and closer to your guess. You feel happy, and you are suddenly discovered again. You are dead. Yang Hao sighed secretly. Still hung up. It doesn't matter, come again. Yang Hao didn't believe it was so difficult to figure out the identities of these people. And next, it turns out. It is indeed difficult to figure out the identities of those people. They were so powerful that Yang Hao was half-tracked several times, only to be discovered and killed. Later, Yang Hao learned his lesson and simply waited in the direction of the bay, finally gaining something. He was right. That group of people are really pirates. This is a group of pirates called the Hughes Pirates. Captain Hughes, nicknamed One-Eyed, has a bounty of up to 40 million Baileys. After hearing this news, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel his heart sink again. The pirate with 40 million Bailey is the biggest pirate in the Four Seas area. Later, Yang Hao made some inquiries and fully understood how terrifying the Hughes Pirates were. The Hughes Pirates in West Blue are equivalent to the Krieg Pirates in the East Daxia Sea. This kind of pirate group is probably about to head to the Grand Line. Yang Hao was shocked by this. He didn't expect that the person who bought the devil fruit had such a big background. But when he thought about it, it wasn't surprising. In the Shikai area, how can a pirate group that can produce 150 million belly be simple? But now, Yang Hao naturally has no way out. Although infiltrating the Hughes Pirates was as difficult as infiltrating the 5 major families to plot devil fruit, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. 2 days before the black market auction started, you found the pirate ship of the Hughes Pirates. Just like when you joined the 5 major families, you went to join them openly. It's just a pity that the Hughes Pirates are not as casual as the 5 major families. Even a small minion needs certain skills. You are worthless and will be eliminated soon. But it's not like you gained nothing, at least you got to know more pirates from the Hughes Pirates. You showed your fearless spirit again and secretly contacted the people of the Hughes Pirates. With your ability and deliberate flattery, you quickly became familiar with the captain of the Hughes Pirates, Amaha. Through Amaha, you get more information about the Hughes Pirates. For example, the Hughes Pirates have not just 1 ship, but 8 ships. Their ship is not the main ship, and Captain Hughes is not on it either. Another example, they are currently at the stage of entering the Grand Line, so just like the Krieg Pirates in the East Daxia Sea, they are constantly searching for resources. And that devil fruit was obviously a major resource they discovered, so they spent all their money to buy it and dedicate it to Captain Hughes. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. The content of this simulation made Yang Hao nod secretly. There is a new breakthrough. He summarized the information bit by bit, and then changed the target. This squad leader Amaha may be able to help him join the Hughes Pirates and even get close to the devil fruit. With this idea in mind, Yang Hao continued to try. Sure enough. 3 times later, he finally used his money ability to bribe Amaha and join the Hughes Pirates. But if you want to be taken to a black market auction or get close to a devil fruit, that's still not possible. Yang Hao was not discouraged. Once, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. He was completely at odds with the Hughes Pirates. Finally, hard work pays off. At the 30th time, Yang Hao's simulation had made great progress. Chapter 9 finally got the devil fruit. 009 Devil Fruit finally got it. You joined the Hughes Pirates through Amaha's introduction. With your abilities and your preferences, you finally joined the team going to the black market auction. When you join this team for the first time, you are very excited, but on the surface you are calm, just like a trainee who is out to see the world. The next situation has not changed. The first vice-captain spent 150 million to obtain the devil fruit again. You looked at the devil fruit, and even though you tried hard to hide it, your eyes couldn't help but shine. Unfortunately, the devil fruit was put away by the deputy captain, and even Amaha was not qualified to touch it. With the devil fruit, you left the black market, and on the way, you were robbed again. The fight broke out, and you could already predict the final result. The plunderers would be suppressed and killed, and they would not be able to cause any trouble at all. Seeing that the outcome would not change, you suddenly gritted your teeth, took out the gun and attacked the deputy captain, but before you could start, there was a bang from the side. You fell to the ground instantly, resisting the pain and turning your head in surprise. What you saw was Amaha's indifferent face. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao failed again. But this time, there is undoubtedly great progress. All because it was his first time to join this team. But now it seems that the reason Captain Amaha brought him along was probably to take this opportunity to test him. In the other party's heart, he may have been wary of Yang Hao for a long time. So the moment Yang Hao made any movement, the opponent immediately killed him. Sure enough, no one is stupid. Understanding, Yang Hao smiled bitterly. Although Amaha is a greedy person, he is not stupid now. Yang Hao rushed to join the team like this, which was obviously suspicious of him. However, Yang Hao had no choice. Time was really running out. He had to find a way to join the team, and it was inevitable that he would be a little eager. That's why Amaha saw the clues. Of course, this doesn't matter, at least Yang Hao has successfully joined the team, and that's enough. And what he has to do next is how to get in touch with the devil fruit. In fact, what he did just now is also feasible. If you launch a sudden attack on the vice-captain successfully, there is a high chance that you will be able to obtain the devil fruit from him. Even if Amaha and others react later and attack him, it doesn't matter. It's a pity that Amaha killed him in time, otherwise, Yang Hao might have succeeded just now. But now that we know that the other party is suspicious, we can launch another attack while he is not paying attention. Thinking of this, Yang Hao didn't say anything and started the simulation again. You leave the black market with the devil fruit, and the robbers appear again. This time, not only did you focus on the deputy captain, you also secretly paid attention to Amaha. Sure enough, from the corner of your eye, you noticed that Amaha was also quietly staring at you. There is no other way, you can only take out a machete and rush towards the looters. Trying to find opportunities in the chaos. Sure enough, when the fight started, Amaha wouldn't care to keep an eye on you. But after entering the battle group, you would not be able to avoid being slashed. You pretend to be scared and retreat, and after retreating to the deputy captain, you quickly take out the firecracker and design it. Bang bang! The vice-captain fell down, but at the same time, you also fell to the ground. It turns out that while attacking the vice-captain, the robbers also opened fire on you. Amaha and others react and also perform last-ditch attacks on you. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced benign changes and no selection will be made. Looking at the content of this simulation, Yang Hao smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, this time he did not fall into the hands of Amaha, but was killed by the plunderers. Say nothing. Continue. Once, 5 times, 10 times. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hao simulated it a dozen times more. In the end, he found to his dismay that it was impossible to rely on force to gain access to devil fruits. Sometimes he was killed by the Amaha, sometimes he was killed by the marauders. Sometimes, he was killed by the deputy captain. All in all, during the fight, there was no way he could kill the vice-captain and obtain the devil fruit safely. After many fruitless attempts, Yang Hao understood that force would not work. Perhaps, it can only be outsmarted. After some thinking, Yang Hao turned on the simulation system again. Set goals and deceive Amaha, the vice captain, and others. You left the black market with the devil fruit and were robbed again. This time, you did not take action. Instead, you cooperated with Amaha and others to kill the looters. You continue to turn back towards the bay, but on the way, you suddenly say something in Amaha's ear. Amaha looked at you in surprise when he heard this, then found the deputy captain in front and made a report. After the report, the deputy captain found you with a stern expression. You are not surprised by this, because you just told a lie to Amaha. You said that you were also a devil fruit user, but it was Paramecia's upgraded fruit ability. The so-called upgrade ability is to upgrade something and improve its quality. But according to you, this upgrade ability requires lifespan, and you rarely use it. But now, you have decided to use this ability on the ape fruit, so that it improves its quality and becomes an ancient species or even a fantasy beast species. What kind of ancient species? Phantom beast species. Amaha and the vice captain know nothing about it, but they have an unknown feeling. You are secretly happy, because this is the effect you want. Your purpose, of course, is not to upgrade the fruit, but to gain access to the devil fruit. The above words are the excuses you have come up with after thinking hard. Of course, the vice captain cannot simply believe you, and you understand this, so before the other party raised any questions, he took the initiative and said, "I know you don't believe it, but I am operating in front of you. If you find out if something is wrong, you can shoot me to death." Hearing this, the vice captain thought about it and actually agreed, because he still had some understanding of the animal fruit ability. This ape fruit ability, as the name suggests, allows people to transform into apes. Generally speaking, the main effect of animal-type fruit abilities is to make people stronger physically. But the extent of this improvement is also limited, or in other words, it is linked to its type. Since it is an ape fruit, of course it cannot be too exaggerated. To put it simply, the physical quality will become stronger, but it is definitely impossible to be invulnerable. So your guarantee is quite reliable, so the vice captain adopted your method and handed over the devil fruit to you, but also put Amaha and others on guard, ready to kill you at any time. You are holding the small box containing the devil fruit, extremely excited, but still pretending to be calm on the surface. Finally, the box is opened, and the golden peach-shaped fruit with spiral patterns appears in front of you again. Suppressing your excitement, you pick it up, and then swallow it in one gulp under the astonished eyes of the vice captain and others. Down. You eat the ape fruit and instantly transform into a 3-meter-tall ape. The vice captain and others reacted, cursed angrily and opened fire. In an instant, a large number of bullets poured towards you. You were not afraid, but laughed loudly and started to kill the deputy captain and others. However, after being shot dozens of times, you still fell to the ground covered in blood. Just as the vice captain thought, transforming into an ape has indeed greatly increased your physical strength, but it is not invulnerable, especially when facing highly penetrating things like bullets. However, you are also very satisfied, because you have resisted several times. It took 10 bullets to fall to the ground without support, so you died with a smile on your face under the extremely puzzled eyes of the deputy captain and others. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes: 1 animal human fruit, ape form, eliminated malignant changes, 1 curse of the sea. At this moment, Yang Hao's eyes lit up. The devil fruit power is finally available. Chapter 10 Ape, Sun Gok 010 APE, Sun Gok. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes: 1 animal human fruit, ape form, eliminated malignant changes, 1 curse of the sea. Yang Hao's eyes brightened. The devil fruit power is finally available. For this devil fruit, I simulated it probably hundreds of times before and after, and finally achieved my goal. Call. Yang Hao took a long breath, and then his mind sank into his body. After eating the devil fruit, you will have a unique sense and be aware of the existence of abilities. At this moment, perhaps due to psychological effects, Yang Hao really felt like something was coming out of his body. If I could describe it in 2 words, it would be strength. Yang Hao shouted, and his whole appearance suddenly changed. His panel suddenly became rough and turned brown. Golden body hair sprouted from all over the body, densely packed. A golden retriever tail emerged from behind. His handsome face has become rough, and the most exaggerated thing is his body shape. Originally only 1.8 meters tall, he suddenly grew to 3 meters tall, and muscles appeared on his thin body. Yang Hao walked to the mirror, and a 3-meter golden-haired great ape was reflected in the mirror. At first glance, it looks like a diamond, silently interpreting strength and beauty. Ape fruit, ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Yang Hao couldn't help but grinned when he looked at his drastically changed appearance, and then started laughing. Now he is a genuine devil fruit user. What makes Yang Hao even more surprised is that he has not been cursed by the sea after becoming an ability user. All due to the sequelae of the devil fruit, the system assessed them as malignant changes and eliminated them directly. Isn't this so cool? Yang Hao's face was full of excitement. Although devil fruit is a good thing, it can even be called a cheat unique to the pirate world. But the shortcoming of it not being able to touch sea water is quite fatal. This world is spread all over the sea, and you might be drowned at some point. Although, I have never heard of anyone with strong devil fruit abilities being drowned. But without this shortcoming, it is always a good thing. To sum up, you get power for free without paying any price. It's so cool. Yang Hao's ferocious face was full of smiles. Next, he focused on the ape's abilities. He tried to move his current body, but felt that he had endless strength. The tables, chairs, and other furniture in the room, and even the beds, were all moved by Yang Hao in turn. Needless to say, tables and chairs, even heavy beds, were all lifted by him with one hand with great ease. His current strength is definitely several times stronger than before, possibly even 10 times stronger. Thinking of this, Yang Hao became interested, raised his fist as big as a clay pot, and smashed it towards the table. Bang! The seemingly solid table was actually blown apart by Yang Hao's punch. Sawdust flew everywhere, and Yang Hao was stunned. So strong! This is definitely a power beyond ordinary people, abbreviated as Superman. The experience of suddenly becoming a Superman caught Yang Hao off guard and gave him endless surprises. To be honest, Yang Hao actually disliked the fact that the ape fruit was an ordinary animal before, but now he doesn't think so at all. The reason why he dislikes it is entirely because he has seen too many ancient species and fantasy beast species. But in fact, an ordinary animal type is a crushing power for ordinary people. Yang Hao remembered the battle with the Hughes pirates and others in the simulation just now. That is to say, he is not familiar with this body and power. Otherwise, even if the opponent holds a gun, he will probably be able to blast the opponent. Immediately afterwards, Yang Hao couldn't help but cast his eyes on the bed. After possessing great power, he had the idea of destroying everything and venting his anger. Yang Hao thought so and did so. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. In less than a moment, the entire house was demolished by him. Looking at the messy scene, Yang Hao felt that if he went to do the job of demolishing houses, he would definitely stand out. But soon, Yang Hao laughed dumbly again. Again, it is impossible to work part-time. It is impossible to work part-time in this life. Now that he has the ape ability, what lies before him is a bright road. Thinking of the wonderful thing, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile even more. Next, Yang Hao's heart moved and suddenly changed again. The golden hair all over his body has become shorter, his face has returned to a more human look, and his body is also nearly 1 meter shorter. He is still 2 meters tall, but he looks more muscular and agile. Yang Hao came to the broken mirror, took a look at himself, touched his chin, and smiled again. Why do you feel like you have become Sun Gok? The animal type fruit ability has 3 forms: humanoid, anthropomorphic, and animaloid. What Yang Hao subconsciously transformed just now was naturally a completely animal form. But now, it has become a human-animal form that is half human and half beast. This form will obviously be faster. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Hao stepped forward and started running wildly. Whoosh! Like a strong wind passing by. In an instant, Yang Hao broke out at a speed that Lu Xiang and Sui Bingtian could not match. The strong wind blew against his face, and Yang Hao grinned again. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, he felt as if the sky was high enough for birds to fly and the sea was wide enough for fish to jump. The anxiety that had always enveloped Yang Hao's heart was greatly reduced. Next, it is undoubtedly his moment to take off. Chapter 11 confronted the Hughes pirates and were killed. 011 confronted the Hughes pirates and was killed. Soon, Yang Hao changed back to human form. Although extremely excited, Yang Hao was not completely carried away. He knew that even if he gained the ape ability, he would not be invincible, but he had just laid a solid foundation. Just like a skyscraper, no matter how good the foundation is, you cannot be careless when building the building. Yang Hao started the simulator again. At this time, he only had 500,000 belly left on hand. Fortunately, he no longer needs to simulate such a big project as snatching the devil fruit. Just use these Baileys to get familiar with the ape fruit abilities. In fact, even without spending any money, Yang Hao was confident that he would be completely familiar with the fruit's abilities within a few days. After all, he has long been familiar with the abilities of animal fruits, and all he has to do is to put some theories into practice. But now, Yang Hao obviously doesn't have to worry about money. It's naturally good to be able to save a little time. Thinking like this, Yang Hao turned on the simulation system again. Wait a minute, now that I have eaten the ape fruit, it should have disappeared. So, will there still be ape fruits in the black market auction, or will there be another devil fruit? Suddenly, Yang Hao's heart moved. After thinking about it, he was quite curious, so he simply entered the simulation again to take a look. If another devil fruit appears in the auction, maybe he will have another plot. After all, even if you can't eat it, you can still sell it. Selling one was enough for Yang Hao to simulate for a long time. By the way, the Hughes pirates and others have 150 million, or even more, in their hands. Do you want to rob them? Yang Hao licked his lips with a fierce look in his eyes. Originally, according to his idea, he planned to go to the casino and win tens of millions at once. But now, he suddenly thought of the wealthy Hughes pirates. These guys can spend 150 million to buy devil fruits, and there is definitely more money on board. Yang Hao suddenly realized that it was better to grab the devil fruit than to grab the Shuzi pirates and others. After all, they had to cash in after grabbing the devil fruit, but the CSE pirates and others did it in one step. Of course, these two things do not seem to conflict. Yang Hao could first check the auction to see if there are any devil fruits, and then go and rob the Hughes pirates and others. Thinking of this, the corners of Yang Hao's mouth curled up slightly, and he finally stopped hesitating and started the simulator again. You participated in the black market auction in Boan Town. At the auction, the final item was a famous treasure map. If it could be found, it would be worth no less than 100 million. You shook your head. Sure enough, there is no devil fruit anymore. As for the treasure map, you are not interested. The risk of going to sea is too high, so it is not within your consideration range for the time being. And in your opinion, the treasure map is the most nonsense thing. If there is a real treasure, why would others make a road map? Are they deliberately sharing their wealth with others? This is something that no fool would do unless there is a reason for it, and this is probably because 9 out of 10 treasure maps are fake. The reason for the goods. Of course. If the black market dared to use this treasure map as the finale, they must have verified its authenticity, but you still lack interest. On the contrary, what you care more about is the Hughes Pirates. What surprised you was that no one from the Hughes Pirates came to participate in the black market auction. You were a little confused at first, but after thinking about it, you understood. The current Hughes Pirates focus on recruiting troops and gathering resources. If there are devil fruits, that's fine, but they are not very interested in things like treasure maps. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any benign changes and will not be selected. Yang Hao shook his head and then continued to start the simulation. If the Hughes Pirates and others did not come to the auction, he could only go directly to the coast to find them. Yang Hao would not give up on such a big fish. You go to the coast, and at the small dock on the coast, you see the pirate ship of the Hughes Pirates. This is the auxiliary ship, but it is still quite large. There is a pirate flag of a skull and crossbones with a red cross on the right eye, fluttering in the wind. You take a deep breath and then approach the pirate ship. There are hundreds of people on the auxiliary boat, but this is not enough to deter you. Your arrival was quickly noticed by the pirates on the ship. A pirate scolded you and asked about your purpose. Without saying a word, you directly enter the human animal form and jump up from the rope ladder. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There is a monster! Soon the pirates' shouts resounded throughout the pirate ship, and a large number of pirates filed out, including the captain Amaha. You grin and start killing like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No one can withstand your fists and feet. With a swing of your fists and a sweep of your legs and feet, you will either die or be injured. Bang bang bang! After realizing that they couldn't deal with you at close range, Amaha and others quickly organized the gunmen to launch an attack. Instead of resisting, you avoided the bullets, and then continued to kill through the cover. Soon, Vice Captain Fair was also alerted. He was a fat man with black skin and 2 swords. He came from the crowd and soon became your main opponent. You are not surprised but happy. The fierce battle will obviously make you familiar with your abilities faster, and you have become a beast again. After a while, there was cold sweat on Vice Captain Fell's forehead. His sword skills are pretty good, but he is no match for you in the beast form. The main reason is that you are thick-skinned and thick-bodied, and a slash with a knife will do no harm at all. On the contrary, your fist, with one punch, can hit Vice Captain Da and make him vomit blood. But in the end, it was you who fell in a pool of blood, because when you and Fair were fighting, Amaha and others were not idle, using sneak attacks, shooting and other means. Being entangled by fire, you were inevitably shot. As time went by, blood flowed all over the floor, and your movements became sluggish and weak. In the end, Fair was chopped down while panting. You are dead. Chapter 12 10 million. 012 10 million. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced positive changes, part of which is combat experience and part of ability experience. The simulation ends. Yang Hao perked up. Somehow, he felt that he was getting stronger. That's because he is more familiar with the abilities and has gained some combat experience. These are all things related to the body, so they were all brought back. Yang Hao nodded secretly. In fact, he was not surprised by this situation. The strength of the Hughes Pirates is not weak. Even if the captain is not here and he is just the auxiliary ship, his combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. The opponent has both numbers and weapons. He is a rookie with abilities and is of the animal type. It is obviously difficult to defeat him in one fell swoop. So this time, he probably only killed dozens of people before being killed. This was the result of him deliberately dodging bullets, otherwise, he would have been killed faster. This simulation result also made Yang Hao understand that with his current ability, he would not be able to defeat the opponent for the time being. If you want to succeed, you have to improve your strength. In view of this, Yang Hao will no longer spend Bailey randomly, but use Bailey to familiarize himself with the ability of the ape fruit. Of course, he did not spend it all, but left 100,000 baileys, intending to use it as a simulation and principal in the casino. Since he couldn't eat the Hughes pirates, he still had to go to the casino again. But this time, Yang Hao doesn't have to be so low-key. If he wins more than 10 million, it probably won't be a problem. Of course, Yang Hao will still conduct some simulation before actually launching it. And next, just as Yang Hao thought, after he became familiar with the ability for a few days, he performed the casino simulation again, and he successfully took away 10 million belly in the casino. After simulating a few more times and confirming that there were no problems, Yang Hao officially took action in reality. There is not much to say about the situation inside the casino. With the simulation experience, Yang Hao easily won 10 million baileys, and then left with Bailey in his arms. But when he left, the black market also took action. Yang Hao had just left the casino when he was blocked by a group of guys in black suits in an alley. "Boy, stop!" The leader was a man wearing an eye patch. Yang Hao raised his eyebrows, with a half-smile on his face. He has experienced this scene 7 or 8 times in the simulation. He even knew that the guy in front of him was called Raymond, and he was a minor leader in the Capone family, one of the 5 major West Blue families. He is responsible for all 4 casinos in Boan Town. This time, the reason why Lei Meng was able to quickly lead a group of men to block Yang Hao was because Yang Hao had already been under their attention, so as soon as Yang Hao entered the casino, he was targeted by them. I originally thought that the opponent would just win a few 100,000 and then stop. In that case, Raymond might just send a younger brother to deal with Yang Hao. But now, Yang Hao has won tens of millions, so he naturally has to take action himself. Even now, Lei Meng's eyes when he looked at Yang Hao were filled with coldness. With a look, the dozen or so boys he brought dispersed and prepared to surround Yang Hao. Raymond had already planned to capture Yang Hao first and then interrogate him slowly. In their casino, there are many people who win money. But if you win 10 times out of 10 bets, it is definitely cheating. Although they still don't know how Yang Hao cheated, it is absolutely right to catch him. When Yang Hao saw this, he chuckled. "Well done." Without saying a word, he directly activated the ape fruit ability. Golden body hair sprouted out wildly, and the body size increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hao changed from a handsome, thin young man to a 3-meter-tall golden-haired great ape. What? The gangsters who were surrounding him couldn't help but be stunned. Raymond, who originally had a cold face, was also stunned. What's going on? How could such a good person suddenly turn into a monster? Yang Hao grinned, revealing a big, sharp white fang. In fact, he is in the simulation and has been tested. You only need to transform into a human animal form to easily break through the encirclement of these people and leave calmly. But that would leave an impression on Raymond that he was not strong enough, so that he could continue to send a large number of people to look for him. As for transforming into a beast form and killing head-on, there is no such trouble. Raymond will take action and report the matter to the senior leaders of the Capone family. Then the Capone family will know that Yang Hao is a devil fruit user and will no longer pursue the case. Of course, Yang Hao didn't simulate that long, it only lasted a few days. Yang Hao was not too sure whether the Capone family would pursue this matter later. But what is certain is that no one was sent to look for him for several days. In this case, it is enough. Because of this money, Yang Hao was able to further improve his strength in a short period of time. When the time comes, even if the Capone family really pursues the case, he will not be afraid. Therefore, among the many simulation options, Yang Hao chose this most brutal method. Frontal and tough. Boom! Yang Hao stepped forward fiercely and started to kill the nearest gangster. The powerful ground caused a crack to appear on the ground he stepped on. Bang! One punch without the slightest skill was enough to kill one person directly. Immediately afterwards, Yang Hao continued to rush over like a tank without stopping, knocking 2 more people away. At this time, Raymond and others finally reacted. "This is a monster. Hurry up and take out your weapons and shoot him together." The leader, Raymond, roared and did not forget to take out his gun from his arms. But as soon as he took out his gun, a shadow fell in front of him. A younger brother hit him directly, hitting Raymond until he almost fainted. Scattered gunfire soon rang out at the scene, but it was fleeting. When Raymond finally got up, no one could stand except for the ape monster transformed by Yang Hao. At this moment, the ape monster cast a ferocious look. Raymond felt a chill all over and dropped the pistol he was holding tightly. Then the monster grabbed the backpack that fell next to it and walked away without looking back. Chapter 13 3 months, Throwing Stones. 013 3 months, Throwing Stones. Crash. In Yang Hao's new residence, bundles of Bailey poured out of his backpack. 10 million. Looking at this huge amount of money, Yang Hao laughed. Possession in simulation and possession in reality are two completely different feelings. A strong sense of fulfillment arose in Yang Hao's heart. Next, it's time to really start practicing. Yang Hao murmured, with a smile on his handsome face. 10 million is enough for him to practice for 3 months directly. Judging from previous training experience, Yang Hao will definitely make great progress in 3 months. And that's just physical exercise. If we focus on developing the abilities of apes, the effect will only be better. Haha, let's do it then. Yang Hao didn't waste time and started the simulation system directly. Welcome to the simulation system. Please select the goal and time of this simulation. The goal this time is naturally to become thoroughly familiar with the ape's abilities and develop them. As for the time, let's set it at 3 months. On the first day, you are ready to devote yourself to familiarizing yourself with and developing the abilities of apes. As a time traveler, you have a clear goal. You did not develop abilities at the beginning, but became familiar with them as much as possible. Besides eating and sleeping, you are focused on the familiar ability, human form, animal form, constantly switching in you. The next day, everything is as usual. The third day. A month later, through extremely boring training, you have become thoroughly familiar with the ape fruit ability and can use both transformation forms with ease. At this time, you have somewhat realized the benefits of the animal fruit ability. If you obtain devil fruit abilities from other systems, you really won't be able to persist in practicing for a month, because the devil fruit abilities consume almost all your physical strength. With your original weak body, you simply cannot bear the heavy physical exertion. But the ability of the animal-type fruit is different. On the one hand, it will greatly increase the host's physical fitness. On the other hand, its consumption is also minimal. Under the circumstances, you will have no problem practicing 24 hours a day. It is precisely for this reason that it takes you 1 month to become completely familiar with the abilities of apes, and in the next 2 months, you plan to focus on development. On the first day of the second month, you begin to develop the ape fruit ability. Soon, you also discovered the shortcomings of the animal fruit ability. The animal fruit ability does have a huge advantage in terms of physical strength, but in terms of ability, it is somewhat unsatisfactory. Unlike Logia and Paramecia abilities, animal fruit abilities are much more monotonous, especially ordinary animal fruit abilities. So, after a few days of development attempts, you find that conventional development cannot develop anything at all. Decent moves. Some moves, even if they are developed, have little effect, and even feel like they are not worthy of their name. In this situation, you were not discouraged, but continued to invest. Anyway, in 2 months, you decided to hone some moves. The 15th day of the second month. You were practicing, and suddenly inspiration came to you. It seems that you really can't develop any short-range moves. After all, you are not a martial arts master, nor a 6th-level martial artist. Style Superman. And your inspiration is, since short range doesn't work, why not try the far range? Thinking like this, you notice a stone under your feet, pick it up immediately, and shake it subconsciously with a swoosh. Under your giant, under the influence of the force, the stones were violently thrown forward with a heart-stopping whistling heart. With a final bang, an obvious hole was punched out in the wall. Looking at the pothole, your inspiration suddenly took shape. Throwing rocks from the far end seems to be a good move. You think of the stone-throwing beast giant among the giants. The EPUB transformed seems to be able to imitate the other person. Although you don't have such long arms, your power is no less powerful, and may even be stronger. After you have this idea, you will start to practice throwing stones specifically. On the 25th day of the second month, the stones you throw are like bullets. 3 months, you feel terrible about yourself at this time. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes: 1. Familiarity with the use of ability experience, 2. Stone throwing experience, 3. Some muscle strength, eliminating malignant changes, and 1. Boredom with practice. Yang Hao perked up. At this moment, 2 streams of information spread in his mind. It was during these 3 months that I gained familiarity with the experience of using abilities, and the stone-throwing skills I practiced later. In addition, Yang Hao also felt warm, and his seemingly thin body became half stronger. A fierce aura began to spread from the inside out. Yang Hao was not too surprised by this. It seems that cultivating the fruit of cultivation ability will also invisibly enhance physical fitness. When he practiced, although he mainly used his abilities, after a lot of effort, he still had some movement effects. Ever since, after 3 months, his physical fitness has become a little bit better and he has gained some muscle strength. This was an unexpected surprise. But what pleased Yang Hao the most was his experience in using abilities and his throwing skills. This is the key part of Yang Hao's current strength. Thinking like this, Yang Hao began to transform with a smile on his face. In an instant, he transformed into a human animal form similar to Sun Gok. But the next second, his size increased and he transformed into a beast like King Kong. Sometimes human animal, sometimes animal-like. In just 10 seconds, Yang Hao switched 80 or 9 times. This situation may seem simple, but actually requires a lot of effort. At the beginning, Yang Hao couldn't switch so freely. After all, although transformation is supported by the ability, it also takes time for the ability to spread to every part. Yang Hao didn't pay attention to it before, but he didn't realize it until he actually practiced it. Only after he is familiar with the use can he be able to switch between forms freely. Otherwise, there will be a certain degree of stagnation. Although this stagnant time can be almost ignored, when a master makes a move, he will miss 1,000 miles by just a hair. Maybe if you don't transform in time, it will really bring disaster. But now, Yang Hao has naturally made up for this flaw perfectly. Next, Yang Hao maintained his human-animal form and began further experiments. Chapter 14I, The Vicious Ape. 014I, The Vicious Ape. Yang Hao maintained his human-animal form and began further experiments. The test method is also very simple, that is, running and jumping in the room. Whoosh whoosh. Ta ta ta. Soon, the room was filled with dense sounds of breaking through the air and sounds of running. After a while, Yang Hao stopped and nodded secretly. Compared to 3 months ago, the human-animal form was much faster at this time. This is not only because his physical fitness has become stronger. Mainly because he is already very familiar with the human-animal form. Once you become proficient in controlling your body, you will naturally move faster than before. Immediately afterwards, Yang Hao thought and turned into a beast again. King Kong suddenly appeared, revealing his fierceness. Yang Hao's ferocious face suddenly showed a fierce look. Then he suddenly raised his big foot and stepped on it boldly. Boom! The whole house was shaken. Under Yang Hao's big feet, several gravels were splashed out. Yang Hao moved his right foot away, and another footwell suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yang Hao's ferocious face. Not bad, not bad. The power of the beast form is very amazing. Not to mention being able to tear steel with your hands, but breaking rocks and cracking the ground is not a problem. However, Yang Hao had already understood this. He turned into a beast form, not specifically to test the power of the beast form. The main thing is to test your stone throwing skills. Thinking of this, Yang Hao squatted down and grabbed a stone from the cracked ground. Looking at the wall in front of him, Yang Hao waved his wrist without saying anything. Whoops! Boom! The stone hit the wall and fell apart in an instant, but a hole appeared on the spot with cracks around it. Seeing such power, Yang Hao smiled even more. The power of throwing stones is almost the same as the power of his direct attack. To some extent, the power of throwing stones is even greater. All because he can fire more than one stone, he can fire more stones, and even fire them with both hands in succession. Of course, although it is powerful, it is still useless if it cannot hit the opponent. So later on, Yang Hao set aside a period of time to practice his stone throwing accuracy. Now, when Yang Hao shoots rocks, he can hit at least 7 out of 10 shots, not only with perfect accuracy, but also with high accuracy even when hitting moving targets. Of course, this accuracy is limited to a small number of stones, but it is enough. After all, once the number of stones is large, accuracy is no longer needed. In general, he no longer needs firecrackers now, because he can easily simulate the effects of pistols, firecrackers, and even shotguns. With such methods, coupled with his powerful physique, it is obvious that Yang Hao has become much stronger now. Compared with 3 months ago, it is definitely an amazing improvement. Realizing this, Yang Hao felt that he should be able to attack the Hughes pirates again. Yang Hao did the math and found that there were still 2 to 3 million Baileys left, which should be enough. Thinking of this, Yang Hao did not hesitate and immediately turned on the simulation system again. This time, there is no time limit, just a goal, which is to capture the Hughes pirates and steal the money the other party has. After the test of strength is completed, your confidence in yourself has greatly increased. Without any delay, you go directly to the coast. When you came to the coast, you quickly found the pirate ship of the Hughes pirates. Looking at the pirate ship, your eyes showed excitement. Without any hesitation, you directly transformed into a human animal form, rushed onto the pirate ship, grabbed the rope ladder and jumped up quickly, but the moment you landed, you turned into a beast-like form again, like a cannonball, landing heavily on the deck of the pirate ship. The huge movement instantly attracted the attention of the Hughes pirates and others. Captain Amaha rushed up with his pirate men. Where did the vicious ape come from? You grinned, showing a ferocious white fang, and without any hesitation, threw out the stone in your hand. Whoosh, whoosh, a frightening sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a large number of stones in your hand were shot away like shotguns. In the blink of an eye, the Hughes pirates suffered a large number of casualties. Even the captain, Amaha, was concentrated by stones, holding a bleeding shoulder, and lost his combat effectiveness. After 3 months of hard training, your strength is no longer the same as before. In the past, you still had to dodge bullets and so on, but now you have the power to fight head-on. More pirates poured out of the cabin, and you didn't care. You took out handfuls of stones from the clothes in your arms and danced with your hands. The screams rose one after another, and dozens of people were defeated almost immediately after they met. Vice Captain Fell, the fat, dark-skinned man, wields his double sword again and is coming towards you. But what greeted him were powerful and terrifying stones that were as powerful as bullets. Stone? Vice Captain Fair was shocked and angry. He did not dare to neglect, and quickly waved his hands to block. As a result, the powerful and heavy stone hit the knife, and the terrible force made his jaw numb. Vice Captain Fell was shocked and tried to negotiate with you, but you didn't listen at all and just kept shooting pebbles one after another. Under your precise and intensive shooting, Fair was quickly hit, first in the leg, then in the shoulder, and finally in the head. With the help of powerful stone throwing, you can easily solve this troublesome guy Fair without getting close. Fair is the one who took the lead, and the remaining pirates are not afraid at all. After you killed a dozen more pirates, the pirates on the ship completely collapsed and began to flee. You ignored the escaping pirates. After waiting for a while, you began to inspect the pirate ships. After confirming that there are no survivors or hiding people, you enter the cabin's warehouse. In the warehouse, you got your wish and saw the savings of the Hughes pirates, a small pile of treasures, and boxes next to them. Inside the box are bundles of Baileys. You take inventory and are surprised to find that the treasure here is most likely worth 200 million Baileys. You know, this time, it's going to be released. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes. 1. Some actual combat experience. 3. Some muscle strength. Eliminate malignant changes. 1. Minor injuries. Soon, the content of this simulation turned into words again and entered Yang Hao's mind. The corners of his mouth curled up, and then he laughed again. Chapter 15 Destroy the Hughes Pirates. 015 Destroy the Hughes Pirates. Looking at the content of this simulation, Yang Hao couldn't help laughing. Although he had already speculated, Yang Hao was still very excited when he saw that he really crushed the Hughes pirates and others. This means that he has truly gained the power to protect himself, and can also seize astonishing wealth from the Hughes pirates. Sure enough, Devil Fruit has been of great help to me. With the ability of Devil Fruit, I am like getting on a train and racing towards the top at top speed. Yang Hao murmured excitedly. At this time, he had completely decided to destroy this group of Hughes pirates. As for destroying the auxiliary ship of the Hughes pirates, whether One-Eyed Hughes will come to take revenge is not within the scope of Yang Hao's consideration. This Hughes has never appeared in the original work, so he is probably just a supporting character. And currently, he is still in West Blue and has not gone out to the Grand Line. Even if he is strong, his strength is very limited. Say it again. As long as all the auxiliary ship's money is snatched away, with this money, Yang Hao's power will probably rise to the next level in a very short period of time. But at that time, Yang Hao's power was definitely at the top of West Blue. It would be better if that Hughes didn't come to take revenge. If he came, he would be robbed by the way. Of course, although the simulation was successful once, Yang Hao still cautiously continued the simulation a few more times. In fact, Yang Hao was still a little dissatisfied with this simulation. First, he was injured. Secondly, many members of the Hughes pirates escaped. It was okay for those people to escape, but they obviously took some property with them. Yang Hao may not kill them all, but he will not forgive them easily when it comes to money. Even if those guys take away millions, it is still a huge loss to him. Therefore, in order to achieve perfection, Yang Hao decided to simulate it a few more times. This money still needs to be spent. It just so happens that you can also accumulate more practical experience through simulation, and you will be more confident when the time comes. Now Yang Hao does have power, but he still remains cautious. Unless he has absolutely no choice but to do so, he will only take action when he is sure of victory. Just like that, Yang Hao started the simulation again. Once, twice, 3 times. After the 6th time, Yang Hao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stood up and headed towards the bay. On the coast, a pirate ship floats on the shore. Occasionally, when someone sees a pirate ship, they show fear. This pirate ship is the pirate ship of the Hughes pirates. Even if it's just the auxiliary ship, it's enough to make people awe. There were no other ships docked around the pirate ship, and even passers-by subconsciously avoided it. At this moment, in the cabin of the pirate ship, Fire, as the deputy captain, had just finished his call with the captain One-Eyed Hughes. During the call, Hughes wanted them to collect as many resources as possible. Thinking of this, Fire called Amaha as the captain. How about the black market auction in town, are there any good things? After hearing this, Amaha said, Vice Captain, I heard that there are many beauties at this auction, and there is also a treasure map that is said to be very authentic. It is from the Grand Line. We want. Are you going to participate? At the end of the story, Amaha looked very interested. But when Feyre heard this, he pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head, forget it. Although they had a lot of money on hand, they had to spend it wisely. They all like beautiful women, but at this critical moment, they must not spend money on women. As for the treasure map, the treasure map on the Grand Route is just right for them, but the problem is, if they spend money on the treasure map, how can they enter the Grand Route? You know, entering the Grand Line is not that simple, and I heard that it is very dangerous. Spending money on a treasure map that they don't know is true or false is obviously not conducive to their current situation. To take a step back, so what if the treasure map is real? It is estimated that if I report it to Captain Hughes, there is a high chance that he will not agree. Unless there is something at the auction that can enhance their power, such as devil fruit. But now, if not, Feyre would naturally not be interested. Let's continue to see if we can find the gangsters here and see if we can buy more arms. Feyre said this. Amaha felt a little discouraged, but she could only nod her head. Just as she was about to say something, there was a bang from outside. The entire pirate ship seemed to be shocked. Feyre frowned, what's going on? I'll go take a look. Amaha did not dare to neglect and quickly walked out of the cabin. Fire originally thought that Amaha would be able to handle it if he went outside. Unexpectedly, a series of screams followed immediately. Ah! Ah! Monster! Don't kill me! Hearing these screams, Fire Hipang's face suddenly became cold. By this time, if he didn't react, he was no longer a pirate. Without saying a word, Feyre picked up his two weapons and rushed out quickly. Which BD dares to provoke our Xiaoshai? When he got out of the cabin, Feyre roared. With the current status of the Hughes pirates in West Blue, it is not an exaggeration to call them the overlord of West Blue. Is there any blind guy who dares to come to their place to cause trouble? Pirates are unlikely. Could it be the 5 mafia families of West Blue? But the problem is, the gangsters are all on the land, so how can they provoke them if they are not in conflict with each other? Feyre's thoughts were racing, but when he came out of the cabin and glanced around, he was stunned. I saw my companions lying on the ground, even Amaha was no exception. On the deck, a 3-meter-tall King Kong stood there calmly and exuded a fierce aura. Those who are here to cause trouble are not pirates or gangsters. But a monster? Feyre was stunned. Chapter 16 Suppression 016 Suppression. There is no doubt that the King Kong who attacked the Hughes pirates was none other than Yang Hao. 7 or 8 simulations have made him familiar with the game, and he has completely mastered the way to perfectly attack the Hughes pirates. To put it bluntly, there are 2, firepower. Powerful firepower. Use powerful firepower to suppress all enemies in an instant. The stones Yang Hao brought were simply not too much. Moreover, he can also use local materials, and the weapons of the pirates Dai Luo can also be turned into his assistants. As a result, in just a minute or two, Yang Hao killed hundreds of people. Even the captain Amaha was beaten into pieces by Yang Hao. On the deck, blood flowed like a river. The King Kong transformed by Yang Hao stood there calmly, exuding a fierce aura. After this killing spree, Yang Hao had just warmed up. However, nearly half of the Hughes pirates had been killed or injured. At this time, in addition to the deputy captain Feyre, more pirates emerged. Hiss! What's going on? Monster! Monster! Where did the monster come from? When the pirates saw the bloody scene, their expressions changed greatly. Countless people took a breath and looked horrified. Yang Hao glanced at it, without saying a word, took out a fist-sized stone from his arms, crushed it suddenly, and then raised his right hand and waved it violently. Boo-hoo-hoo! A sharp sound broke through the air instantly. Before the 5 or 6 pirates could react, they followed in the footsteps of Amaha and others. Ah! The terrifying situation made the nearby pirates scream in fear. Feyre also felt a chill in his heart. Seeing this scene, he suddenly understood why most of Amaha and others were killed and injured in an instant. This seemingly strong King Kong monster did not fight at close range, but instead threw stones from a distance. But the rocks he threw were as powerful as shotguns with unlimited firepower. In the blink of an eye, another 30 or 40 people fell. Who are you? Why did you come to attack our Hughes pirates? Feyre asked in great shock and anger. Before he could finish his words, he swung his 2 swords and started to kill King Kong. He finally understood. This King Kong is not a ferocious beast or a monster, but a human being. This is a person with animal fruit ability. Otherwise, he would never throw stones. But the problem is, as far as he knows, the Hughes pirates have not provoked such a person. Where did the other party come from? Faced with Fire's question, Yang Hao did not answer. Then he moved his steps and deliberately avoided Fire. This is the result of several simulations he made. If he faced Fire directly and deliberately killed Feyre, the result would not change no matter how many times he did it. But in that case, he will be more or less injured. After all, when facing Feyre, it was difficult for him to defend himself against attacks from other pirates. Being shot coldly is inevitable. However, after Yang Hao simulated it several times, he still found a way to take down the Hughes pirates without any injuries. That is, kill the pirate gangsters first, and then go back and deal with Feyre. In this way, not only can the pirates be prevented from taking away the money, but you can also remain unscathed. And this is the perfect strategy that Yang Hao has figured out. Next, as expected, those pirate minions, with almost no one under Yang Hao's command, were cleared up very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the boat with 200 to 300 people was empty. At this time, something unexpected happened, that is, several pirates jumped into the water to escape first. When Yang Hao saw this, he didn't care. After all, the actual operation was still somewhat different from the simulation. Sometimes one of his thoughts or even one action may lead to different results. As long as the results are pretty much the same, that's fine. Although the pirates escaped, they obviously didn't have time to take away the money, so it was naturally harmless. After taking care of the pirate minions, Yang Hao turned around and looked at Fire. "Ahole, how dare you ignore me?" Behind him, Feyre, a fat man with dark skin, came towards him with a pair of swords and his face flushed. Yang Hao ignored him and killed most of the pirates, which made the vice-captain furious. As the vice-captain of the Hughes pirates, Feyre is usually arrogant. But now, he was ignored by Yang Hao. The intense humiliation made Feyre forget that Yang Hao had easily killed most of the pirates, and he became angry and killed them. It is worth mentioning that during Yang Hao's killing, Feyre wanted to rush over and split Yang Hao in half or stop him from killing countless times. But all failed. All because during this period, Yang Hao suddenly turned into a human animal form again, and his speed increased greatly. After avoiding Feyre, he turned into a beast again and started killing. The two forms, switching freely, allowed Yang Hao to finally achieve his goal of killing all pirate minions. Facing Feyre again, Yang Hao grinned, and after using his human animal form to distance himself, he suddenly transformed back into a diamond-like animal form. Seeing Yang Hao transform into King Kong again, Feyre felt a warning sign in his heart. Sure enough, a large number of stones suddenly shot towards him. Damn! Feyre cursed loudly and started to dance wildly with his two swords. Clang clang clang! The stone that shot in front of him was suddenly cut open. But the next second, Feyre's knee hurt, and he knelt down and screamed. Ah! Fire suddenly looked down and saw a hole in his pants at the knee, and blood splattered out. The severe pain immediately made Fire regain his composure, and what followed was a huge panic. He suddenly raised his head, and a contemptuous smile appeared on Yang Hao's face. As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy and you will be victorious in every battle. With such a powerful weapon as the simulation system, Yang Hao naturally did not waste it. During those several simulations, he didn't have time to get to know everyone in the Hughes Pirates. But Yang Hao still knew everything about the leader, Vice Captain Fair. For example, Yang Hao knew the opponent's sword skills, strength, and running speed little by little. And knowing this, it is naturally not difficult to defeat Fair. Although Fair's basic swordsmanship is close to the level of a swordsman, if he can't get close, he can only be blinded and become a target. But now, Yang Hao specifically targeted the opponent's weak points and attacked, directly inhibiting the opponent's actions. So Fair is equivalent to being reduced from a moving target to a fixed target. Seeing Fair's horrified expression, Yang Hao immediately smiled and crushed several more stones. Unlimited firepower. Yang Hao waved his hands wildly, turning into a hail of bullets, covering Fair. At the beginning, Fair could barely resist with his two swords. But the injured knee eventually affected him. Soon, Fair fell into a pool of blood, his face changed beyond recognition. In this way, the entire auxiliary ship of the Hughes Pirates was suppressed by Yang Hao. Chapter 17 200 million and was killed again. 017 200 million and was killed again. Pirate ship, inside the cabin. Yang Hao looked at the treasures piled up into a hill and couldn't help but sigh. This Hughes pirate group is really rich. Among these treasures, in addition to a large number of Baileys, there are also a lot of gold and jewelry. According to Yang Hao's estimation, the total value of this pile of treasure is definitely more than 200 million Bailey. This is just the treasure of an auxiliary ship. How rich is the entire Hughes Pirates? Several hundred million, or more than a billion. Such an amount made Yang Hao sigh. But thinking about the situation over the East Daxia Sea, Yang Hao is not surprised. The Krieg Pirates and the Dragon Pirates, who can be called the overlords of the East Daxia Sea, are both extremely rich. The former has a fleet with even more advanced weapons and equipment than Marine. Needless to say the latter. He directly spent huge sums of money to build an evil dragon empire. These two pirate groups are definitely worth hundreds of millions. And this is still in the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the most peaceful. The Hughes Pirates can become the overlord in the chaotic West Blue, and their net worth will only be more than that of the Krieg Pirates and the Dragon Pirates. After wanting to understand this, Yang Hao no longer struggled. Now that he has obtained this amount of funds, he must convert it into his own strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yang Hao became very excited. If we say, obtaining the devil fruit before, it only laid the foundation for him to take off. So now this capital of up to 200 million Baileys will definitely allow him to really take off. Yang Hao estimated that after completely converting this capital into strength, he would definitely be able to run rampant in West Blue. Even in the Grand Line, he is not considered a weakling. In this case, let's get started. Yang Hao didn't bother to move the treasure back. That would be too ostentatious and a waste of time, so it would be better to just use it up here. As for whether Hughes would come to his door, Yang Hao was naturally not worried. It's okay if the other party doesn't come to him. If he comes, he will undoubtedly be sending money to him. Welcome to the simulation system. Please select the goal and time of this simulation. The goal this time is of course to continue to become stronger. As for the time, let's start with 3 months. On the first day, you spent some time cleaning up the ship and throwing the bodies into the sea. Although you wasted a little time, looking at the clean ship and the large amount of food storage here, you felt that this was a good place. A place of training. After eating, you started to practice. This time, in addition to developing your abilities, you also started to exercise, because you know that even if you become an animal-type fruit ability user, it is necessary to continue to exercise. In the future, the vast majority of strong people have a strong body, even if they are not those with animal fruit abilities. This shows the importance of a strong body. Time flies, and a day has passed. You don't feel anything big, and you continue to practice. The third day, the fourth day, the seventh day. 7 days have passed, and you have not developed any new moves. Instead, you have had some effects on your physical training. Although this effect is not worth mentioning, you know that with the accumulation of time, you will definitely be able to perform brilliant moves. Flowers, and what you don't lack most right now is time. On the 8th day, practice continued, but on this day, an uninvited guest appeared. It turned out that the pirate ship that had not sailed for a long time attracted some snoops who didn't say anything. Thunder struck out, and directly killed the visitor. Although it is only at the minions level, it has also brought a shock. Everyone nearby knows that something seems to have happened to the auxiliary ship of the Hughes pirates. But with the lessons learned from the past, no one will bother you again in the next few days. Cultivation. However, the appearance of the spy seemed to be an omen. On the 10th day, 5 or 6 pirate ships surrounded the pirate ship you were on. It's the Hughes pirates. Hughes really came to our door. This is a one-eyed middle-aged man smoking a cigar. He looks very fierce. The weapon he uses is a mace. You have no fear and are about to fight, but Hughes doesn't follow common sense and directly orders an artillery attack. No, maybe this is the normal way of fighting between pirates. Don't say anything, just shoot a few shots first. 5 or 6 pirate ships launched a bombardment at the same time. The pirate ship you were on soon burst into flames, and was finally destroyed in the gunfire, and you were forced to fall into the sea. At this time, the benefit of eliminating malignant changes appears. As a person with abilities, you can still swim in the sea, but your situation is still not good. The Hughes pirates are still firing cannonballs at you, and at the same time, the nearby pirates are also firing bullets at you. You wanted to dive into the sea to escape, but you are not that good at water. Soon, you were covered with bruises under the powerful firepower of the opponent. In the end, you were seriously injured and captured alive by the Hughes pirates. You met Hughes, after being tortured. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation will produce benign changes, 1 muscle energy, eliminate malignant changes, and 1 boredom towards practice. When the simulation ended, the treasure in front of Yang Hao suddenly disappeared for about 900,000 belly. Yang Hao's body became a little stronger. But he was not happy. Unexpectedly, this simulation was forced to end so quickly. The most important thing is the revenge of the Hughes pirates. In fact, the revenge of the Hughes pirates did not exceed Yang Hao's expectations. After all, if Hughes can't contact Fei, he will definitely find a problem. In addition, the pirates who escaped will most likely report the situation here to Fei. Therefore, it is certain that the other party will retaliate against you. The difference is that it comes sooner or later. Yang Hao didn't care about this, but wanted to see if his current strength could fight against the real large force of the Hughes pirates. But it turned out that he was overthinking. Now he is no match for the main force of the Hughes pirates. In other words, in a naval battle, he is a younger brother in front of the opponent. He didn't even confront Hughes himself, but was destroyed by the opponent's firepower. Yang Hao shook his head. However, this time the simulation also made Yang Hao discover many problems. For example, swimming. Although he is not subject to the curse of the sea and does know a little bit about swimming, it is obviously not enough. It seems that I need to take some time to practice my swimming ability. In addition, since he is no match for the main force of the Hughes pirates, Yang Hao has temporarily given up the idea of fighting the opponent. Right now, the main thing is to increase the strength first. In this case, maybe he can try to avoid the Hughes pirates first. After thinking for a while, Yang Hao turned on the simulation system again. Chapter 18 Become stronger and face off against one-eyed Hughes. 018 Become stronger and face off against one-eyed Hughes. On the first day, after you cleaned the ship, you immediately untied the anchor. Without the anchor, the pirate ship was quickly taken away by the waves. This is exactly the way you thought of. Not only can you avoid the snooping Xiao Xiao in the town, but you can also avoid the Hughes pirates. If you just drift on the sea, the Hughes pirates can't find you, right? In fact, it turns out that your method is right. On the 10th day, when the Hughes pirates were supposed to come to the door, the Hughes pirates did not show up. You continue to practice on the 15th day, 1 month. It was only in the 2nd month that an accident occurred. A storm caused the pirate ship to rock wildly, and you realized the danger of going to sea. As you don't know how to sail, you can only pray that the storm will pass as soon as possible, but unfortunately it backfires. The waves become more and more violent, and finally capsized the pirate ship. You fell into the sea and started to float. A piece of wood won't drown you, but the lack of food will quickly make you dying. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes, 1 muscle energy, and 2 some experience in using abilities. Get rid of malignant changes and boredom towards practice. Yang Hao perked up. There seemed to be warmth spreading all over his body. 2 months of hard training is no joke. He became a little more familiar with the ape fruit ability. But the biggest change is physical fitness. After 2 months of hard training, he completely got rid of his weakness, and his muscles began to show all over his body. His current physical strength in human form is definitely stronger than that of ordinary people. Realizing this, Yang Hao nodded. There is no gain in ability, but the improvement of physical fitness will also make his ability stronger. It's just that the simulation time this time still made Yang Hao a little dissatisfied. Although it took much longer than the first time, it still couldn't allow Yang Hao to practice peacefully for too long. Even the first target time of 3 months was not reached. However, Yang Hao thought about it and felt that he was lucky to be able to maintain stability for 2 months. After all, the climate on the sea is unpredictable. Although the 4 seas is not as scary as the Grand Line, it should not be underestimated. He was really lucky to be able to float on the sea for 2 months without sinking. I don't know if I will have such luck next time. Realizing this, Yang Hao immediately changed his strategy. In the next simulation, he decided not to go to sea, but planned to return to his residence in the town with the money. Although there is still a possibility of being approached by the Hughes pirates, the chance is slim. Besides, if they really meet on land, maybe he can try to fight against the Hughes pirates again. The other party can't move the cannon into the town, right? Thinking of this, Yang Hao immediately started a new simulation. On the first day, you did not clean the ship, but packed the treasures and transported them to your residence in the town in batches. Use that money to buy a lot of food, and you start the boring and arduous practice again. The next day, the news that the auxiliary ship of the Hughes pirates was destroyed spread directly in the town. It turned out that someone discovered the bloodstains and corpses of the pirate ship. Everyone was in an uproar. This is the Hughes pirates. Who did this? Who has such strength? Such big news even shocked the gangsters in the town. The gangs sent a large number of people to inquire about information, trying to find some clues. In addition, some pirates also tried to find it. After all, the treasure on the pirate ship had disappeared, which meant that that person had a lot of property in his hands. The town soon became commotion. You learned the message, but ignored it and continued to immerse yourself in practice. You had expected this situation. This time, on the 8th day, people from the Hughes pirates appeared, probably because they got the message earlier than before. When the Hughes pirates arrived, they immediately searched Boan town aside, even the nearby Boya town was no exception. In this regard, the Capone family, which controls the two towns, has no complaints. On the contrary, it is very cooperative. Although the 5 major West Blue families are also top forces, the ones currently here are only branches of the Capone family, and they cannot afford to offend sci-fi thieves. After a search, the Hughes pirates actually came to the door. You can't help but be a little surprised when you see Hughes and others appearing outside. After some conversation, you know where the problem is. When you appeared on the coast, someone saw you and didn't think anything of it at the time. But later, something happened to the Hughes pirates, and someone quickly thought of you. Moreover, your purchase of a large amount of food was also suspicious. Based on these clues, Hughes found you. You suddenly realize it, but you don't say much. The other party comes to your door, so just go ahead and do it. A large number of bullets are coming towards you first, but they no longer pose much danger. Soon, Hughes takes action, and you face off against the West Blue Overlord. As the West Blue Overlord, Hughes is indeed not simple. Not only is his figure swift, but his strength is also amazing. He is only slightly inferior to the beast form. Coupled with the opponent's excellent weapon skills, after more than 10 rounds of fierce fighting, you will be at a disadvantage. Not long after, you were knocked to the ground. In your residence, Hughes and others found a large amount of familiar property. You are dead. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes: 1 muscle energy, 2 ability usage experience, and 3 combat experience. Get rid of malignant changes and boredom towards practice. When the simulation ended this time, Yang Hao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Unexpectedly, in this simulation, he died faster than before, which also resulted in his gains from cultivation being much less and almost negligible. However, the battle with Hughes also increased Yang Hao's combat experience. In addition, the content of this simulation also gave Yang Hao more clues on how to practice stably. Chapter 19: Becoming Stronger Again, New Direction of Development Capabilities. 019: Becoming Stronger Again, New Direction of Development Capabilities. On the first day, you cleaned up the ship and started practicing without stopping. On the third day, everything is as usual. On the 10th day, 5 or 6 pirate ships of the Hughes pirates surrounded you. You died in the sea. Simulation ends, good changes occur: 1 muscle strength, 2 combat experience. Another simulation ended, and Yang Hao became a little stronger again. The content of the simulation this time was similar to his first time, even exactly the same. However, this is exactly what Yang Hao thought of as a way to practice safely. This method is very simple: just make full use of the time when the Hughes pirates come to find you. Since it was not stable either at sea or back in town, he could simulate this period of time many times. To put it simply, it means simulating for 10 days, then stopping, and then simulating again for 10 days. Although it can only be simulated for 10 days at a time, in fact, it has no impact on him at all. On the contrary, simulating it once every 10 days seems to allow him to practice more accurately and become stronger. Even if there are any problems in his practice, he can make timely adjustments. In addition, it doesn't seem like a bad thing to face off against the Hughes pirates many times. At least he can absorb more naval battle experience from the other party. Even if you have no naval combat experience, it is still good to take the opportunity to practice your water skills. With this idea, Yang Hao naturally no longer struggled. Anyway, his goal is to practice steadily until he can completely transform 200 million belly into power. Since this method is feasible at the moment, he naturally doesn't think much about it anymore. In fact, Yang Hao's current situation is not considered safe. At least for now, it seems that in the short term, the Hughes pirates are very likely to come for revenge. Unless he runs out to sea. But going to sea rashly without navigation skills is also a very dangerous thing. Therefore, for Yang Hao, it is most important to convert 200 million Baileys into strength and obtain enough power to compete with Hughes or even crush the opponent. On the first day, you cleaned up the ship and started practicing. Day 10. Once. Twice. 10 times. 50 times. 100 times. In a short period of time, the treasure in front of Yang Hao decreased rapidly. 10 million, 30 million, 100 million. This scene is very strange. But what's even weirder is, Yang Hao's figure sitting cross-legged began to change once every 10 days. The thin body gradually became plump, and the muscles became more and more obvious. Of course, such changes are very small, and if you don't pay attention, you won't notice them at all. But as time goes by, and the changes add up, they become very obvious. The original Yang Hao had the figure of an ordinary adult man, neither fat nor thin, nor strong. But now, the muscle outline is gradually revealed, and finally it becomes particularly obvious. Although it is not the kind of explosive muscles, it is definitely a powerful shape. This change did not stop until 100 million Baileys disappeared. Call. Yang Hao opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He spent 100 million Bailey. Which means that he has spent more than 3 years in the simulation. More than 3 years of hard training have greatly improved his physical fitness. Yang Hao clenched his fist, and power surged through his body. At this time, even in human form, he felt that he already had power that was no weaker than that of the previous human animal form. In this way, if he transforms into a human animal form or a beast-like form again, his power will definitely be greater than before. In addition to the improvement of physical fitness, Yang Hao's water resistance has also become very good, and his combat experience has also been enriched. After all, after more than 3 years, he had almost fought hundreds of naval battles with the Hughes pirates. In this way, the water nature has been naturally developed, and a lot of combat experience has been accumulated. On the other hand, there hasn't been much progress in terms of devil fruit abilities. Although I am more familiar with it than before, I still haven't developed any powerful moves. Regarding this situation, Yang Hao was a little surprised, but also a little surprised. Surprisingly, after more than 3 years of development, there was not much gain. Not surprisingly, the animal fruit ability is a very monotonous ability. Unless he is a phantom beast, or he is a 6-style Superman. Otherwise, ordinary animal fruit abilities are really not easy to develop. Of course, his original stone-throwing skills have become even more perfect. It's still not as exaggerated as 100 hits, but 9 out of 10 shots will definitely hit. However, Yang Hao was still a little dissatisfied. Such power would not allow him to run rampant in West Blue, let alone gain a foothold in the Grand Line. Besides, even if West Blue is a novice area, no one knows whether a master will suddenly appear. Just like over there in the East Daxia Sea, Garp, Eagle Eye, Dragon. These are the top experts who stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world, but they appear in the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the weakest. Who can guarantee that such a big figure will not appear in the chaotic West Blue? Of course, talking about these now is a bit far away. But not to mention the future, right now, Yang Hao has a problem that he has not solved. That is, the revenge of the Hughes pirates. Originally, Yang Hao thought it was nothing. In his opinion, as long as he completely transformed the 200 million belly into power, he would definitely be able to cope with the Hughes pirates and even crush them. But the current progress is slower than Yang Hao imagined. You know, Yang Hao is now much stronger than before he spent 100 million belly. But even so, in the last simulation, he still died at the hands of the Hughes pirates. Although this time, he also caused the death and injury of most of the Hughes pirates, and even caused the leader Hughes to be seriously injured, but failure is failure. This situation also made Yang Hao understand. If he continues to train, he may be able to strengthen to the point where he can compete with the Hughes pirates and be evenly matched. but it will definitely not achieve the effect he wants to crush the opponent. So Yang Hao knew that the next training plan had to be changed. Physical training improves slowly, and if you want to gain overwhelming strength, you still have to rely on devil fruit abilities. Of course, the question of his ape fruit ability still exists. But Yang Hao has already thought of a solution. This method is Chopper. To be more precise, it was the blue ball invented by Chopper. Chapter 20 Yang Hao wants to develop blue wave ball. 020 Hao wants to develop blue wave ball. Thinking of Chopper's blue ball, a smile appeared on Yang Hao's handsome face. As a time traveler, it is of course impossible for him not to know about Chopper's blue ball. Especially when he also obtained the animal fruit ability. That's the famous 7-stage transformation. Compared with the 7-stage deformation of the blue wave ball, the ability developed by the marine 6th form combined with the animal fruit seems a bit unorthodox. This is because the moves developed by combining marine 6 styles with the ability of animal fruit are more inclined to marine 6 styles. The 7-stage transformation brought about by the blue wave ball is more like the animal fruit ability itself. Of course, Yang Hao is not belittling the combination of the marine 6th form and the ability of the animal type fruit. This combination is also very powerful. The most famous example is CP9's Rob Lucci. Don't look at his defeat at the hands of Luffy and even being crushed by Zoro in later generations, but this is just a disparity in personal strength. His defeat does not mean that the animal type fruit ability combined with the marine 6 styles is not strong. On the contrary, this combination is still very strong. If it can be mastered, it will not only be able to conquer the 4 seas, but also be able to gain a foothold in the Grand Route. Yang Hao has now become an animal type fruit ability user. If he can learn the 6 marine styles, he is not opposed to developing this combination. But the problem now is that he can't learn the 6th form of marine. Although the marine 6th form does not need to reach the New World, it can only be accessed by at least reaching the Grand Line. This is very difficult for him to achieve in West Blue. Of course, it would be extremely difficult for Yang Hao to obtain the magic medicine of the animal type called Blue Wave Ball. Because Chopper, who created it, is also on the Grand Line. What's even worse is that according to the current time period, even if Yang Hao finds Chopper, he may not be able to obtain the blue ball. All because at this stage, whether Chopper has created a blue wave ball is also an unknown answer. It may be created, it may not be, it may be a semi-finished product, or it may just be an idea. All in all, it's too unlikely. So, how does Yang Hao solve this problem? He already had thoughts about this. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. That's right, Yang Hao's idea is not to rely on Chopper, but to create the blue ball himself. In Yang Hao's view, it is not difficult to create a blue wave ball. After all, Chopper was originally a reindeer who knew nothing. He ate the renren fruit and gained human wisdom. After learning medical skills for several years, he created his own blue ball. Since Kyoba could do it, Yang Hao asked himself that he must also be able to do it. Of course, Yang Hao's confidence does not come from this, but from the simulation system. With the simulation system, he can acquire more medical knowledge than Chopper, and at the same time, he can find more people and do more research and experiments. In this way, even if he only has a rough understanding of Rambo Ball, he is still confident. Certainly. If you want to study Blue Wave Ball with peace of mind, there is still a problem to solve. That is the revenge of the Hughes pirates. If you want to do research, you need a stable environment just like practicing before. But cultivation can lead to reincarnation in 10 days, but research cannot. Because Yang Hao plans to summon all the doctors in Boan Town and even Boya Town, and even more talents to help. In that case, the reincarnation cannot last for 10 days, but needs to continue steadily. In this way, the revenge of the Hughes pirates will have to be dealt with. Thinking of this, Yang Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light. In that case, let's deal with it. Yang Hao murmured. Before he spent 100 million belly, he really didn't have the ability to deal with the revenge of the Hughes pirates. But now, he is actually capable of dealing with the other party. It is not impossible to kill Hughes. Yang Hao has never done this before, just because he was not serious. After all, the simulation of a reincarnation for 10 days has no impact on him. It doesn't matter whether he kills Hughes or not. But now, since we want to conduct research in a stable manner, it seems that it is impossible not to kill Hughes. Of course, in Yang Hao's view, this is also a good thing. All because after killing Hughes, it would be best if we could work the remaining pirates. You know, if he wants to gather talents to study together, he will definitely need a lot of help. And those pirates are undoubtedly ready-made manpower. Thinking of this, Yang Hao no longer hesitated and turned on the simulation system again. Welcome to the simulation system, please select the goal and time of this simulation. The time is uncertain. The goal is to kill Hughes, take over the Hughes pirates, recruit talents, and study the blue ball. On the first day, you cleaned up the ship and continued training. The Hughes pirates have not arrived yet, so you are not in a hurry. In these days, continuing to train and strengthen will also increase your chances of winning. On the 9th day, you start to prepare. On the 10th day, the Hughes pirates arrived as promised, and 5 or 6 pirate ships surrounded the auxiliary ship. Where are the people? But after a search, Hughes and others were stunned. There was no one on the pirate ship, and even you disappeared. While everyone's attention was on the auxiliary ship, you, who had been lurking in the water for a long time, quietly boarded the main ship of the Hughes pirates. This is exactly your plan. Through diving and blending into the pirate ship, your water skills will become extremely good. This is not difficult for you. After blending into the pirate group, you will be able to launch a sneak attack on Hughes. Avoid direct confrontation and fire bombardment. Your plan is feasible. After sneaking into the main ship, you quickly found an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Hughes. Hughes was caught off guard by you and was directly injured. However, it is not easy to take down Hughes. After a fierce battle, you were quickly surrounded by pirates. Bullets and swords are constantly attacking you. With the help of the pirates, Hughes quickly reverses the situation and finally pays the price of serious injuries and kills you. The simulation is over. This simulation will produce benign changes. 1. Some muscle strength. 2. Some combat experience. No malignant changes will be eliminated. There is no doubt that this simulation failed. Yang Hao was not surprised by this. He didn't expect to succeed in the first place. After all, if the Hughes pirates were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been stuck here before. However, this simulation was not fruitless. At least he really sneaked up on Hughes. This means that his plan is feasible. The reason for the failure was simply that the sneak attack was not in place and there was no way to kill Hughes at once. In this way, if other pirates attack him, he will inevitably fail. But Yang Hao didn't care about it anymore. As his strength becomes stronger and his sneak attack plan becomes more and more perfect, he will definitely succeed. If once doesn't work, do it twice. If twice doesn't work, 4 times. He could feel that this was not a hopeless strategy, but the kind of situation that could see constant changes and thus establish a victory. Sure enough. After simulating 10 more times, Yang Hao finally succeeded. Chapter 21 Become a Captain, 1.0 Blue Wave Ball Research is successful. 021 became the captain and successfully researched the blue wave ball. On the first day, you continue to practice and wait silently for the arrival of the Hughes pirates. On the 10th day, the Hughes pirates arrived and missed a beat, but you were already familiar with sneaking into the main ship of the Hughes pirates. This time, you did not rush into a sneak attack, but directly sneaked into the main ship of the Hughes pirates. Room. Hide under the bed, slow down your breathing, and hide yourself as if your whole body is in trance. Hughes didn't find you, so he got furious, and then sent a large number of people to Bowen Town and even Boya Town to look for clues. At the end of the day, with nothing gained, Hughes became very angry and returned to the room with a hot woman. Hiding under the bed, you soon heard an unpleasant sound and felt the bed shaking violently. Your face darkened, but you did not move, still hiding quietly. At midnight, the bed finally stabilized. Not long after, there were 2 snores, one large and one small. You waited for a while and then moved out from under the bed. In the darkness, you saw 2 figures, one large and one small, sleeping soundly on the bed. You knew this was a good opportunity for a sneak attack. In the darkness, you silently turned into a beast shape, and your fist as big as clay smashed into Hughes' other intact eye. With a bang, the bed was blown apart. Hughes's eyes were sunken and he lost his vision. Your blow directly hit Hughes severely. Hughes screamed and rushed towards you quickly. At the same time, the pirates on the boat were also alerted and rushed towards you. However, at this time, Hughes didn't have his weapon in his hand and couldn't see his eyes. You have all the advantages. The right time and place. So, when the pirates swarmed over, Hughes had died in your hands. Grabbing his body, you roared at the approaching pirates, "Your captain has been killed by me. If anyone still wants to die, come here and die." The pirates were shocked by your roar, looked at each other, and froze in place with pale faces. You took the opportunity to subdue the pirates. Of course, there are still some thorns that cannot be tamed, and they were all killed by you, Thunder Town. At this point, you have become the new captain of the Hughes Pirates. You breathed a sigh of relief after conquering the Hughes Pirates. You could finally start researching the blue ball. Without saying anything, you directly found the ship's doctors, and then sent people to the town to find doctors. The ship's doctors are confused about the blue wave ball you mentioned, but under your majesty, they still have to immerse themselves in research. Afterwards, doctors from the 2 towns, either invited or snatched, also boarded the ship. There are 30 or 40 doctors. With so many doctors together, I finally understand what you mean. You don't know how to make a blue wave ball, but the principle is still very clear, that is, it changes the deformation wavelength of the devil fruit's ability. You have not concealed this. You want these doctors to develop something that can change the wavelength of the devil fruit's ability to transform. Even if it is not a blue wave ball, it doesn't matter, as long as it is effective. According to your order, the doctors began to study day and night. You were very cooperative, giving people to others and giving money to people when they asked. With such cooperation, the research on Lanbokayu has really made a little progress. Pills are manufactured one by one. You keep taking them, observing the effects, and then making adjustments based on the effects. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months later, the blue wave ball still has not been developed. You feel that you can't go on like this anymore, so you might as well get a lot of medical books and start studying on your own. In addition, you also got some books on human body research. You studied hard and became a junior doctor in 3 months, thus joining the research team. Maybe it's because you have more research on the human body, or maybe it's because you know more about yourself. In short, after you joined, the research that was originally stagnant has slowly progressed again. 1 year, 2 years. 2 years later, there is an orange pill in your hand. It is the blue ball that you spent a lot of manpower and material resources and more than 2 years to develop. As before, you swallowed the blue wave ball again. This time, it was ineffective or slightly different from the previous one. After you swallowed the blue wave ball, your arms suddenly grew longer, and a pair of thick arms actually became longer. Get up, measure it a little, and you are pleasantly surprised to find that the lengthened arms are actually longer than your legs. When you come back to your senses, you are endlessly surprised, because you know that the blue wave ball has made great progress. Sure enough, after another 2 months, you successfully developed a pill with the same effect as Chopper's Rambo ball. You tried it, and sure enough, there were several more morphological changes, but the sequelae of the blue wave ball still existed. You didn't care, because you had achieved your goal. Next, you were ready to continue research to see if you could develop a more stable blue wave ball, but you encountered a bottleneck again. You knew that you could no longer continue the research in a short period of time, so you decisively chose to exit the simulation. The simulation is over. This simulation produces benign changes: 1. Muscle strength, 2. A large amount of medical human body knowledge, 3. Blue wave ball manufacturing method, eliminates malignant changes, 1. The disadvantages caused by forgetting to sleep and eat, 2. The boringness caused by training and research, 3. Experiments dark injuries caused by drugs. Muscle strength once again strengthened Yang Hao's body. But what concerned him most was the large amount of information pouring out of his mind. This is exactly a large amount of medical and human body knowledge, as well as the method of making blue wave balls. After integrating this information, Yang Hao was suddenly overjoyed. After he successfully killed Hughes, he actually developed the blue wave ball. Although it was only the first generation version, it was enough to surprise Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao was not too surprised by this situation. Although the Rambo ball can be called a miracle medicine, after all, it is just something that Chopper has studied for several years while studying medicine. But now, he has summoned so many doctors, and even he has learned his own knowledge to join them. It is not surprising that he can research the blue wave ball. Next. It's time to make a blue wave ball. Yang Hao murmured. Now that he has a method to make a blue wave ball, it is time for him to make a blue wave ball in reality. Chapter 22-022, Experimenting with the Blue Wave Ball, Suitable Yang Hao Changes? 022, Test the Blue Wave Ball, what is the suitable change for Yang Hao? Inside reality. Yang Hao first cleaned up Fire and others on the pirate ship. Then he took the remaining tens of millions of belly and began to purchase medicinal herbs and materials in the town. These are all things needed to make blue wave balls. One day later, Yang Hao had 10 more orange pills in his hand. It's the blue ball. With the manufacturing method, it is not difficult to make it. Looking at the 10 blue balls in front of him, Yang Hao couldn't help but his eyes lit up. It's one thing inside the simulation. In reality it's another thing. At this moment, with these blue balls, he truly has the capital to dominate West Blue. Without saying a word, Yang Hao picked up a blue ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Blue wave ball has sequelae, it is best to use it in a simulation system. But now, Yang Hao still wants to try the effect in reality. Crack! The blue ball was swallowed directly by Yang Hao. Yang Hao began to transform, and at the same time he chanted silently in his mind. Soon, a magical scene appeared. His size increased, and golden hair sprouted from his body. This is a beast transformation. But after turning into a 3-meter-tall King Kong, Yang Hao's arms continued to grow, and finally became thicker and longer. At first glance, it looks even more exaggerated than the thick thighs. Yang Hao glanced at himself reflected in the mirror and immediately smiled. It seems that the 7-stage deformation is not fixed, but can be done at will, or it can be formed through deliberate development. Chopper ate the version of the Rambo ball, which initially had 7 stages of transformation. They are: weight strengthening, jumping strengthening, fur strengthening, wrist strength strengthening, mind strengthening, foot strength strengthening, and antlers strengthening. These are the 7 transformations of Chopper. But obviously, Yang Hao couldn't do some of the transformations, such as the strengthening of antlers. He doesn't have antlers. So Yang Hao originally thought that he could only master 6 stages of changes. But later, he discovered in the simulation that this change was not fixed. To put it simply, it varies from person to person. The mutation ability provided by the blue wave ball can be said to be condensed everywhere in the body, allowing the structure to take the desired form. Ever since, Yang Hao also had his own transformation. The current gibbon-like form is his tailor-made form. This form seems to be the same as Chopper's enhanced wrist strength, but in fact, there are differences. Chopper's wrist strength enhancement is to strengthen the muscles, while Yang Hao's change is to strengthen the entire arm, regardless of strength, volume, and length. Yang Hao named this form, arm strengthening. His arm was strengthened for a reason. You know, his strongest ability at present is not in close combat, but in throwing rocks from afar. And after the arm is strengthened, it will increase the power of throwing stones. Thinking of this, Yang Hao took advantage of the blue wave ball to expire, and impromptuli picked up the stone, then suddenly pulled it with his long and thick arm, and finally threw it out with a bang. Bang bang bang! Several terrifying potholes suddenly appeared on the solid wall. Yang Hao took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he took a breath of cold air. Hiss, this power! Sure enough, his stone-throwing power became even stronger. Compared with before, it is more than twice as powerful. Although he has not personally tested it, Yang Hao feels that such power can destroy steel to a certain extent. When he thought of this, Yang Hao's ferocious face suddenly became filled with a smile. Blue wave ball is so powerful. If we say that the original ability of animal fruits is to develop abilities based on the form, then, with the blue wave ball, you can develop forms according to your abilities. For example, if he can throw stones, his arms will be strengthened. If his kicking skills are strong, use the kick to strengthen it. Okay, the next step is to get familiar with the use of the blue wave ball. The more Yang Hao thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and then he turned on the simulation system. As for the remaining Bailey, he does not plan to conduct any more research on the blue wave ball. What we need to do now is to get familiar with the blue wave ball. At least, he has to develop more forms that suit him. In addition, he also needs to master the monster strengthening and transformation of Lan Bokaiu as soon as possible. Although the sequelae of strengthening monsters are huge, at critical moments, it will undoubtedly be a life-saving weapon. Especially at sea. If he is not hostile and uses monsters to strengthen him, not only can he turn defeat into victory, but his safety will also be guaranteed. All because when the time comes, after defeating the enemy with the body of a monster, he will most likely blow up the ship and fall into the sea. If you fall into the sea, you can restore your original shape and suppress the loss of life force. No, I am not subject to the curse of the sea. The sea water may not be able to eliminate the monster's enhanced state by then. Moreover, if you fall into the sea, even if the monster's enhancement is really removed, you will still be in a weak state. In that case, you will also be in danger of drowning. Yang Hao suddenly realized this and frowned. The monster's enhanced transformation didn't seem to be as good as he thought. Falling into the sea to cancel the monster's strengthening is obviously not a good idea. As for anesthetics, even if there were anesthetics, who could approach him at that time, and who would dare to approach him? Of course, even so, it is still necessary to develop anesthetics. In addition, you must also master monster strengthening. It's all because monsters strengthen this transformation method, which is similar in nature to nuclear bombs. You can use it, but you can't live without it. As for how to deal with it later, we will talk about it at that time. After some calculations, Yang Hao still has a lot of things to be busy with. But he is not in a hurry. With the simulation system, he can solve it one by one. As for now, let's get familiar with the various deformations of the blue wave ball. Yang Hao turned on the simulation system again. On the first day, you continued to make blue wave balls. After 6 hours passed, you took the second blue wave ball. The next day, you still know about the blue wave ball, and then wait for the time to pass, continue to take the basketball, and get familiar with it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed, and you have taken 20 blue wave balls. And you have gained a certain understanding of the form that suits you. On the 6th day, before the effect of your medicine wore off, the Hughes pirates came knocking on the door. You had no choice but to fight. Hughes was still very powerful, and you were forced to swallow the second blue pill in a short time. The wave ball has entered a state of random transformation. This form is very cheating. You occasionally suppressed Hughes, and occasionally you were suppressed and beaten. In the end, you fell into a disadvantage. Forced, you swallowed the third blue wave ball. The deformation effect of the blue wave ball completely spread throughout the body. Just like Chopper, you turned into a monster more than 10 meters tall. The power of the monster was indeed terrifying. You killed Hughes directly and defeated a large number of pirates, but you lost reason. The mind is dominated by the desire to kill and destroy. After an hour, you will run out of life force and die. The simulation is over, benign changes are produced, 1 blue wave ball usage experience, 2 some combat experience, eliminate malignant changes, 1 remaining medicinal power in the body, 2 overdrawn vitality. Yang Hao perked up. This time, he gained a lot from the simulation. Chapter 23 Yang Hao's 5 Stages of Transformation. 023 Yang Hao's 5-stage transformation. Yang Hao perked up. This time, he gained a lot from the simulation. On the one hand, I became familiar with other transformations, and on the other hand, I also gained a lot of experience, including the experience of strengthening monsters. Sure enough, just as he thought, the strengthened monster was indeed very dangerous. If you use it on land, you can only use up your vitality and die of exhaustion. As for the sea, I haven't tried it yet, but the consequences are probably not much better. However, its power is indeed impressive. It is estimated that the strength is equivalent to 10 times that of his beast form, and he easily defeated Hughes. Talk about it. The revenge of the Hughes pirates can now be considered a good thing. Because Yang Hao is familiar with other transformations, the best way is of course not to do it behind closed doors, but to learn more about himself and adjust his form during the battle. Of course, it is only a simulation so far, and the effect is not very great. So we have to continue the simulation. Yang Hao didn't hesitate. Currently, he still has 20 million Bailey left. Although it's not much, it's definitely enough to familiarize yourself with the form. If that's the case, then spend it. After all, when Hughes is taken care of, a large sum of money will come in. Again, after gaining a certain amount of power, he no longer needs to worry about funds. On the first day, you continue to familiarize yourself with transformation. Although you can only take the blue wave ball once in 6 hours, you are still familiar with it faster through your previous experience. On the 6th day, the Hughes pirates attacked again. This time, you, who had been prepared for it, deliberately did not eat the blue ball, but waited for Hughes to come. Sure enough, the blue wave ball that can be controlled accurately showed Kamui. Within 3 minutes, you used the blue wave ball to defeat Hughes. However, Hughes did not die. Instead, he persisted until the effectiveness of the blue wave ball disappeared, and the opponent made a comeback. A large number of pirates surround you. In the end, you were forced to eat the third blue ball in a short period of time. You are dead. The simulation is over, benign changes are produced, 1 blue wave ball usage experience, 2 some combat experience, eliminate malignant changes, 1 remaining medicinal power in the body, 2 overdrawn vitality. Yang Hao shook his head. He's still not very good at using the blue wave ball. Otherwise, 3 minutes would be enough for him to kill Hughes. But Yang Hao was not discouraged. Generally speaking, it is because he is not familiar with the use of the blue wave ball and has not summarized the transformation that he needs and is suitable for. In that case, let's continue. Once. 3 times. 10 times. 20 times. After this simulation, Yang Hao stopped with bright eyes. He closed his eyes and silently absorbed the information pouring into his mind. At this point, he is completely familiar with the blue wave ball. To be more precise, he has developed a form that suits him. The first one is naturally the previous arm strengthening. With this arm enhancement, even Hughes can hardly stop the firepower he unleashes with his stone-throwing skills. Even someone of Fire's level could only be swept away by him. In addition, arm strengthening also has thinner branches, such as strengthening the palms and strengthening wrist strength, so that you can be more flexible when facing different situations. The second one is foot strengthening. This strengthening is the same as arm strengthening and has branches, such as thigh strengthening and foot strength strengthening. This foot strengthening is also very necessary for Yang Hao. After all, the first thing that strengthened feet brings is speed. This is also the ability to save lives. Although Yang Hao usually takes risks in simulations, no one can say whether he will encounter danger in reality. Although monster strengthening is a trump card, this trump card is too unstable. Therefore, some conventional means of escape are still necessary. And with the strengthened legs, Yang Hao would naturally be able to escape more quickly. The third one is fur strengthening. Needless to say, strengthen your defense. Yang Hao has already verified that in the fur strengthened form, he can truly block bullets. As for the cannonballs, they are not that interesting, but they also have great resistance. Besides, it's mind strengthening and monster strengthening. Needless to say, these two enhancements. The former is a method used by Yang Hao to enhance his brain power and assist his thinking. Yang Hao has a feeling that this brain enhancement may allow him to develop anesthetics faster and develop blue wave balls. The latter is naturally a life-saving trump card. In general, there are 5 new forms developed by Yang Hao. They are arm strengthening, foot strengthening, fur strengthening, mind strengthening, and monster strengthening. Although these 5 transformations are not many, they are enough for Yang Hao to use. After mastering these 5 transformations, Yang Hao can indeed crush the Hughes pirates. The next 3 or 4 simulations ended with him crushing the Hughes pirates. At this point, Yang Hao has finally solved the troubles of the Hughes pirates. Even if the other party really came to call, he wouldn't panic at all. However, there are still several days before the opponent attacks. Yang Hao still had a few million Baileys left. After thinking about it, he continued to simulate. This time, he defeated the Hughes pirates again, and then used the manpower of the Hughes pirates to recruit a large number of doctors again to continue research. But this time, Yang Hao did not study the version of the blue wave ball, but focused on the anesthetic. The current money is definitely not enough to continue researching the blue wave ball, but it should be no problem to develop a suppressive anesthetic. And next. Sure enough. Just as Yang Hao thought, anesthetics were quickly developed. Firstly, because there are so many doctors, brainstorming is really effective. Secondly, it is because Yang Hao's mind has been strengthened, which has also been put to many uses. With his mind strengthened, Yang Hao had a lot of inspiration. With the combination of the two, it is not difficult to develop anesthetics. After the research came out, Yang Hao also conducted some experiments and only stopped the simulation after confirming that the anesthetic was indeed effective. In the following time, he did not continue to use blue wave balls, but silently accumulated blue wave balls. Finally, in reality, the Hughes pirates came to kill him. Chapter 24 Fierce Ape, 3 minutes. 024 Vicious Ape, 3 minutes. Are you that ferocious ape? In reality, the Hughes pirates came to kill him. Led by a one-eyed middle-aged man, Yang Hao's residence was surrounded. There is no doubt that this one-eyed old man is none other than One-Eyed Hughes. Hughes looked at the handsome Yang Hao and couldn't help but frown on his fierce face. He learned that Fire had been killed and brought people over to find him angrily. It took 2 days to find the murderer. But I didn't expect that it turned out to be a young man who was less than 20 years old. Yang Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. A vicious ape. He had never heard of this title in the simulation. But he soon understood. The explanatory text of the simulation system is an abridged version, and some unimportant things will be filtered out. It is estimated that the other party's title has been filtered. After hearing this title, Yang Hao also understood. It seems that the few fish that slipped through the net said this to Hughes. A vicious ape? Yang Hao murmured secretly. He didn't expect that he would get a nickname so quickly. In his plan, he originally wanted to keep a low profile and follow the Goziiju in everything. But now, with his increased strength, he no longer needs to be so low-key. In fact, even if Yang Hao wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't. It was okay to kill Fire last time, but if he wants to kill Hughes again this time, he won't be able to keep a low profile no matter what. In this case, Yang Hao didn't bother to care. Besides, the nickname Vicious Ape seems quite appropriate, haha. Is that what you're talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hao really turned into a vicious ape. It is the beast form of the ape fruit's ability. Seeing Yang Hao's transformation, Xiu's expression suddenly changed, and a look of fear flashed in his one eye. As for the other pirates, they screamed in surprise, with fear hidden in their voices. The ferocious ape is really a ferocious ape. He is a legendary ability user. It should be right, this is the animal type fruit ability. Although the devil fruit ability is a legend, many people have heard of it. As the top pirate group in West Blue, Hughes and others still have some knowledge. The leader, Hughes, reacted and sneered, "No wonder Fire died in your hands. It turns out you are a devil fruit user. But don't think that you can do whatever you want with devil fruit powers. Ferocious ape, Lao Zi asks you why you attacked Fire and the others." At the end of the sentence, strong murderous intent bloomed in Hughes's one eye. Naturally, he came here to seek revenge on Yang Hao. But at the same time, he was also very confused as to why Yang Hao would attack Fire and others. He remembered that he and others had never provoked such a person. As for Fire, maybe he provoked the other party by collecting resources, but if he really provoked such an existence, Fire would also report to him. What the hell is going on? When Yang Hao heard this, he immediately grinned slightly. Why? How can there be so many reasons? The ending now is that they are dead and I am alive, that's enough, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Hughes and others' expressions immediately changed. As pirates, they have long had the awareness of the law of the jungle. In fact, they also follow this law. It is precisely because of plundering everywhere that the Hughes pirates have reached their current scale. It's just that in the past, they used the law of the jungle to prey on others, but now someone is preying on them. How can you tolerate this? Clang clang clang. In an instant, all the pirates showed their weapons, and a large number of guns and blunderbuss were also aimed at Yang Hao. Hugh's face was gloomy. He knew that he could no longer talk to Yang Hao. To be honest, he never thought about talking to Yang Hao. The other party killed his vice-captain. If he didn't take any action, he would never want to hang out in West Blue in the future. The reason why I ask this is just out of curiosity. But since Yang Hao didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask more questions. Isn't it the law of the jungle? Okay, let's see who is the weakling this time. Put. Hughes waved his hand. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out wildly. Hundreds of pirates fired pistols and blunderbuss at Yang Hao. In an instant, a spectacular hail of bullets formed, covering Yang Hao. Seeing Yang Hao still standing there stupidly, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Hughes's face. He is not ignorant about the abilities of animal fruits, and is even very interested. He knew that after eating this animal-type fruit, one's physical fitness would be greatly improved. But this improvement also has limits. It is related to their respective animal abilities. The opponent's ability is obviously that of a monkey. This kind of animal's defense is not that high. To put it simply, the opponent can't stop the bullet. In this way, surrounded by so many bullets, the opponent will be disabled even if he does not die. But just when Hughes was thinking this, Yang Hao's ferocious face also showed a smile. 3 minutes, he murmured. Hearing this, Hughes was stunned. 3 minutes? What 3 minutes? Yang Hao smiled slightly. 3 minutes, of course, refers to the effect of the blue wave ball, only 3 minutes. Likewise, this is also the time for him to defeat the Hughes pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hao bit into pieces the blue ball that had been hidden in his mouth for a long time. Fur strengthening, he shouted lowly, and a strange scene appeared. Yang Hao, who originally transformed into King Kong, became shorter, but the golden hair on his body grew again, instantly covering the earth's surface like the armor of later generations. At the same time, his faceplate also became tougher. At this moment, bullets shot out and landed on Yang Hao. Puff puff puff. There was a burst of sound, confirming that those bullets had indeed hit Yang Hao. But the ferocious smile on Chiu's face stopped. Those bullets did hit Yang Hao, but they did not enter. Instead, they bounced slightly and fell to the ground. Ding 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 ding. A large number of bullets danced on the ground. Hugh's pupil shrank. The pirates under him were stunned. What? The bullet bounced off. How is that possible? Yang Hao felt his body silently, and the smile at the corner of his mouth widened, completely turning into a smile. Those bullets, let alone penetrating his body, couldn't even cause a little pain. This is fur enhancement. Looking at the confused Chius and others, Yang Hao chuckled. Next is foot strengthening. Saying this, another change appeared on Yang Hao's body. Chapter 25 The Power of Transformation. 025 The Power of Transformation. Another change occurred in Yang Hao. The fur on his body suddenly returned to its original strength, and the whole person resembled a human animal shape. But his legs and feet have become extremely strong. It's not an exaggerated shape, but an unusually appropriate shape, showing a powerful streamlined shape. Boom! At this moment, Yang Hao bent his feet and exploded. The ground was trampled and Yang Hao flew out like a rocket. What? Flying over? The pirates suddenly screamed. Hughes suddenly turned around and saw Yang Hao rushing into the crowd of pirates like a cannonball. The coming fluctuations even overturned a dozen people. This is not over yet. Arm strengthening. As Yang Hao shouted, his arms suddenly became thicker and longer. Immediately afterwards, Yang Hao raised his arms and crashed into each other. Boom boom boom. A large number of pirates were knocked away, and the two long and thick arms were like two iron pillars, easily making people lose their fighting power and fall to the ground. Yang Hao charged wildly among the pirates, knocking down hundreds of them in an instant. Hughes didn't bring many people, so most of them were taken care of. Seeing such a situation, Xiaoshuan's face suddenly darkened and he roared towards Yang Hao. Boy, go to hell! The original loss of the first officer's crew had already caused heavy losses to Hughes. If he lost so many men now, he would probably have to recover for a long time before he could have the capital to enter the Grand Line. And all of this is thanks to Yang Hao in front of me. The huge anger caused Hughes's one eye to shine with a sinister light. He wielded a giant stick and waved it wildly to kill the general. When Yang Hao saw this, he was not surprised but happy. The blue wave ball is only effective for 3 minutes. It would be troublesome if Hughes avoided fighting. Taking the initiative to kill them now is exactly what he wants. Of course, this is normal, after all, Hughes doesn't know the existence of the blue wave ball. I don't know that Yang Hao's current forms can only last for 3 minutes. Yang Hao suddenly realized the importance of intelligence. If Hughes knew the information about Lan Bokaiu, he might be able to deal with it even if he is not as powerful as him. But now, his intelligence is not as good as his own, and his strength is not as good as his own. Yang Hao can't think of any reason for failure. Seeing the opponent coming, Yang Hao suddenly stabilized his figure and took out a stone with a smile. The strengthened form of his arms, the strongest attack method, is of course not waving his arms and running rampant, but the stone throwing that he first developed. Ape unlimited firepower. Yang Hao exerted a little force, and the stone in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. With a wave of his rounded arm, it instantly erupted like a terrifying shotgun. A strong sound of breaking through the air struck, and Houston was suddenly startled. Then his face changed wildly, and the giant stick in his hand suddenly turned and swung towards the rocks that were shot in front of him. Boom boom boom. The stone was immediately exploded, and Hugh's expression softened. But soon, his face turned ugly again. All because after the blow, Yang Hao did not stop his movements, but started moving his hands together. Boo-hoo-hoo. In an instant, there seemed to be a hail of bullets in front of Hughes. Moreover, the power of the shooting stones is far greater than that of ordinary bullets. Ah! Hughes was shocked. This firepower was as if hundreds of people were shooting at him. Not daring to neglect, Hughes shouted, and the giant stick in his hand danced completely into a circle. Bang bang bang, a large number of rocks were smashed. Yang Hao was not surprised when he saw this. As mentioned above, he has fought against Hughes dozens of times in the simulation. It would be no exaggeration to say that he knew everything about Hughes' methods. The opponent's giant stick skills are indeed very strong, but that's all. If it were a stone thrown by him in his beast form, the opponent would indeed be able to resist it. But after the arm is strengthened, throwing stones will not work. Next, as expected, after Yang Hao threw more than a dozen times, Hughes's face turned red. At this moment, in front of his giant stick, a large amount of gravel formed into dust and accumulated. Originally, Hughes was able to barely resist the huge stick, but as more and more rocks were thrown, Hughes's arms began to feel numb. Gradually, in his feeling, the stones that kept shooting towards him were like a mountain that kept increasing in weight, and finally crushed him. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The stone finally broke through Hugh's interception. Puff puff puff. The sound of a foreign object entering the flesh was instantly arousing. Hughes was shocked, and the giant stick he was waving in his hand stopped. He lowered his head in shock, only to see that his chest and abdomen were pierced with several terrifying holes, and he was bleeding profusely. A strong feeling of weakness came over instantly. Hughes slowly raised his head again, and the picture in front of him gradually closed. The last scene he saw was Yang Hao shaking his head. It's only been 2 minutes. It's really not a fight. When this voice reached his ears, Hughes completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. This pirate with a bounty of 40 million was killed just like that. The pirates around him were stunned when they saw this. Captain! The captain is dead. In their eyes, such a powerful captain was actually killed by this vicious ape. For a moment, these pirates were stunned in place. Yang Hao smiled and strode over. Roughly twisting off Hughes's head, he turned around and shouted to the pirates, "Your captain was killed by me, and I will be your captain from now on." After I have said this, who agrees and who disagrees? When the pirates heard this, they were suddenly shocked and looked at each other. The scene was silent. Yang Hao grinned, "If no one speaks, then I will treat it as your default." So far, he has completely conquered the Hughes pirates. Chapter 26 The Name of the Ferocious Ape. 026 The Name of the Vicious Ape. The pirates obviously had it planned. After all, now, both Vice Captain Fair and Captain Hughes have died in the hands of Yang Hao. Facing such a strong man, how could these pirates dare to say no? Yang Hao was not surprised by this situation. In the simulation, he conquered the Hughes pirates in this way. It's just that now that it has become a reality, a lot of details have to be dealt with. Thinking of this, Yang Hao returned to his human form and asked, "Who is the captain? Come over to me." In the crowd, 6 people immediately jumped up and quickly ran to Yang Hao. Yang Hao glanced at the 6 people and nodded. He already knew that the Hughes pirates had a total of 7 pirate ships, and each pirate ship had a captain. Originally there were 7, but after Amaha's death, there were only 6 captains left. Yang Hao immediately said to the 6 people, "You 6, deal with the scene immediately, and then take me back to the pirate ship." Soon, the scene was cleared, and Yang Hao, surrounded by pirates, headed for the coast. After Yang Hao and others left, what happened here spread quickly. What? The murderer who killed the auxiliary ship of the Hughes pirates was found, but Hughes is also dead. Am I mistaken? That's one-eyed Hughes, with a bounty of 40 million Baileys. How could I be mistaken? I was at the scene with my own eyes. It was a monster. No wonder it's called a murderous ape. It's so cruel. The message soon reached the local gang. As a gang manager, Raymond was immediately shocked. Is it really that ferocious ape? It is worth mentioning that the last time Yang Hao won 10 million yuan and beat people away, Raymond had already reported it. The Capone family also recorded this incident. It's just that no one was sent to support. After all, the losses on Raymond's side were not very big. If we send people across the ocean, we will suffer heavy losses. Of course, even so, Lei Meng was secretly paying attention to Yang Hao's messages. He inquired about it and found that Yang Hao was not famous at all. But Raymond is not in a hurry. In his opinion, such a person will never be too low-key. Sure enough. Just as he thought, in less than 2 or 3 days, another message came from Yang Hao. But this time, it was him who killed the auxiliary ship of the Hughes pirates. After hearing this news, Raymond couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he did not completely conflict with Yang Hao. Otherwise, with the manpower they have here, they really are no match for Yang Hao. What happened next also confirmed his thoughts. Even if Xiu Si came in person, he was actually destroyed by Yang Hao. The ferocious ape, where did this guy come out of, and he's so fierce? Raymond came back to his senses and started to feel scared. The strength of the Hughes pirates can already be compared with their Capone family. Now it fell into the hands of Yang Hao. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that if Yang Hao deals with the Capone family, he can win? No, we have to report the situation here to the family. Otherwise, we will be completely unprepared when that vicious ape comes knocking on our door. Raymond also has some abilities. Although Yang Hao has not continued to fight against them, the previous incident can be regarded as creating some tension. Being prepared for it can be considered a precautionary measure. Besides, now that the Hughes pirates have been defeated by Yang Hao, such a major event should also be reported. In addition to the Capone family, the rest of the gangs and even the pirates had their eyes and ears here, and they soon learned about Yang Hao and the Hughes pirates. In this way, Yang Hao's name of vicious ape quickly spread in West Blue. Yang Hao has no knowledge of these situations for the time being. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't care. Now his strength is enough to run rampant in West Blue. It is foreseeable that after receiving the wealth of the Hughes pirates, they will only become stronger. In this way, there is no need to be too low-key here at West Blue. Returning to the coast, Yang Hao soon saw the pirate ship of the Hughes pirates. The auxiliary boat has disappeared. It was probably driven away by someone after Yang Hao left. On the contrary, in the simulation, the 6 pirate ships that besieged Yang Hao were all staying on the coast safely. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. I'm going to get rich again, he murmured, unable to hide his smile. This time he came in a hurry, naturally for the money that Hughes left on the ship. Fire's auxiliary ship already has 200 million belly. The 6 ships of Hughes, including the main ship, must have more money, right? Thinking of this, Yang Hao smiled even more. Speaking of which, Hughes can be regarded as a timely help. Before his attack, Yang Hao had almost spent all his money. Now that he has his inheritance, he can give himself a good return of blood. With this money, there is no doubt that Yang Hao's power can go further. Next. Hughes did not disappoint Yang Hao. After some inventory, the result is that the money on the ship is 300 million belly. Another good news is that the money was actually more. But because Hughes purchased a lot of weapons and equipment before coming here, he spent 200 million. In other words, Hughes's total assets, excluding the auxiliary ship, are as high as 500 million. Knowing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel refreshed. The previous 200 million would have allowed him to dominate West Blue. The current 500 million will definitely allow him to further strengthen and gain the power to stand on the Great Route. Thinking of this, Yang Hao immediately issued 2 new orders. One is to contact local gangs and sell weapons and equipment on the ship. One is to contact the local marine. The pirates were a little confused about these 2 orders. Especially the last one. Contact the local gangs to sell weapons and equipment, and they can barely understand. But contact marine for what? Faced with everyone's confused expressions, Yang Hao did not explain, but just smiled. Of course he did this to cash out and make money. He doesn't have access to those weapons and equipment. Instead of using them to strengthen the pirates' strength, he might as well use them to simulate and strengthen himself several times. As for finding marine, of course it's to redeem the bounty. Don't forget, Hughes' head is still in his hands. Chapter 27 Crazy Simulation, No Progress? 027 Crazy Simulation, No Progress? Yang Hao smiled. In the simulated world, he increases his strength, but in reality, he concentrates on making money. The money he earned will allow him to open a simulated world. In this way, a good circle can be formed. His strength, let alone soaring like crazy, will definitely continue to rise steadily. It can be said that we are within reach of truly standing at the pinnacle of West Blue. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Hao felt that there was no problem, so he asked the 6 captains to lead the people. Sell those weapons and equipment to the gang and give Hughes' head to marine. Then the money he owns can reach more than 500 million belly. Of course, before that, Yang Hao still simulated it several times to see if it went well. If things don't go well, it's not impossible to put it on hold for a while. After all, he currently has 300 million baileys on hand, so he can simulate it for a while. After converting 300 million baileys into power, there will be absolutely no problem in contacting the local gangs and marine. But after some simulation, Yang Hao started laughing. It seems a little too cautious. The search for local gangsters and marine went surprisingly smoothly. After several simulations, no accidents occurred. As for the reason, Yang Hao naturally figured it out. The Hughes pirates are already at the level of West Blue Overlord. Now that Hughes, the Overlord of West Blue, has fallen into the hands of Yang Hao, how can the local gangs and marine dare to provoke him? Unless they are people from the headquarters of the 5 major gangs in West Blue, or Colonel Marine from the West Blue entrance branch of the Grand Line. The ones in Bowen Town and Boya Town obviously do not belong to this level. In this case, Yang Hao was relieved. After arranging for the 6 captains to take the people away, Yang Hao started simulating again in the cabin with peace of mind. Welcome to the simulation system, please select the goal and time of this simulation. The goal of this simulation is naturally to continue to study the version of the Rambo ball, which is the new Rambo ball that Caesar helped Chopper change. This new blue wave ball can maintain its effect for a longer period of time, but the weakness caused by the side effects will also be prolonged. In fact, Yang Hao's real goal is to develop the ultimate version of the blue wave ball without any side effects. However, this project is very huge, and Yang Hao plans to proceed step by step. Of course, Yang Hao also knew that the blue wave ball was only a foreign object after all, and it was best to rely on one's own development of animal-type fruit abilities. In this way, it will be easier to awaken. Even if he can't awaken, it would still be great to be developed like Chopper 2 years after the original work. You can display other forms without using the blue wave ball. And this is another goal of Yang Hao. In terms of research, he wants to develop a more effective blue wave ball. In terms of cultivation, he wants to get rid of his dependence on the blue wave ball as much as possible, so that he can change the wavelength of the devil fruit's ability and transform at will. There is no doubt that these two goals are not so easy to achieve. Fortunately, Yang Hao's net worth is getting richer and richer, and his hope is still high. Thinking of this, Yang Hao no longer hesitated and turned on the simulation system again. On the first day, you sent out all your men to find more doctors, and a team of doctors was formed that night. The next day, you handed over all the chores to your subordinates, even negotiating with the gang and Marine, and then led a team of doctors to start research. You took the initiative to show the effect of the blue wave ball and let the doctor they were amazed. On the third day, the research has completely started. With the blue wave ball as a sample, the research is progressing smoothly. Based on the effect of the blue wave ball, many doctors have put forward a lot of suggestions. You are in high spirits and start to adopt the suggestions and test them one by one. On the fourth day, the effects of the test gradually came out, and it was not clear whether it was good or bad for the time being. On the fifth day, the 10th day, and 3 months later, the research came to a standstill. You found that all the suggestions were ineffective. During this period, you often used brain enhancement to assist thinking, but unfortunately there was still no progress. Perceiving that there is not much progress in research, you begin to focus part of your energy on cultivation. 1 year, 2 years. The simulation is over. This simulation has produced benign changes. 1. Some muscle strength. 2. Experience in using abilities, eliminated malignant changes, and 1. The sequelae of too many drugs. Of the 300 million Baileys that Yang Hao currently owned, about 50 million were missing. This time the simulation is over. After 2 years of training, the effect is not small. Yang Hao can feel that his strength has become a little stronger. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough in the research, and Yang Hao did not develop his ability to the point of being able to transform at will. However, this situation did not surprise Yang Hao. There is obviously a pattern to things like strength improvement. To put it simply, when you are weak, it is easier to become stronger. For example, if an ordinary person gets a pistol, he will have considerable strength. But after reaching a certain level, it is not so easy to increase your strength further. Yang Hao has already felt that his strength has reached its bottleneck. In fact, he also has a clear understanding of how to quickly increase his strength now. In addition to developing abilities and studying blue wave balls, there are actually many methods that can allow him to continue to rapidly improve his strength. One is the Marine 6 style mentioned before. If he could master it, his power would definitely be even greater. The second way is the famous 3-color domineering spirit. This kind of power, even if you only master one of them, can make a qualitative change in Yang Hao's power. But whether it is Marine 6 styles or Haki, it is difficult to master them. All because this is something that can only be touched after entering the Grand Route. Especially for Haki, it takes almost until the second half of the Grand Line to easily learn how to practice. But Yang Hao, who is in West Blue, does not have these conditions. Of course, it seems that he can enter the Grand Route now, but that is not safe. There are too many awesome characters in the Grand Line. Yang Hao has no intention of entering when he has the power to truly stand. At least, you must have the strength to stand in the first half of the Great Route. So at present, he can only work hard on 3 aspects: physical fitness, ability, and blue wave ball research. But this time, Yang Hao was not too anxious. First of all, he currently has no clear strong enemy, so it is okay to develop slower. Secondly, he is not short of funds at the moment. When the huge sum of money is spent and there is no clear progress, it will not be too late to consider other things. With this idea in mind, Yang Hao calmly continued to simulate. Chapter 28 Local Gangs and Marine Branch. 028 Local Gang and Marine Branch. Once. Twice. 8 times. 18 times. Soon, Yang Hao conducted 18 more simulations. During these 18 simulations, Yang Hao still studied and practiced at the same time. Research has completely stalled, and as time goes by, there is not much progress. As for cultivation, although the progress is not great, it is indeed improving slowly. This situation does not satisfy Yang Hao. So in the next few times, he simply took his men out to sea and headed directly to the Grand Line, trying to find Chopper, the developer, and continue the research himself. Or get a way to practice the sixth form of marine and haki. However, without a good navigator, Yang Hao's journey to the Grand Route was not smooth. The boat capsized twice and was lost in the sea. The last time was even worse, being buried directly in the mouth of a Poseidon. Call. Yang Hao took a long breath. He made a fist. These 18 simulations lasted almost 10 years. Although there was not much progress, his physical fitness still increased a lot. As for the ape's ability, he is also a little more familiar with it. If we were to face Xiu Si again, I'm afraid there would be no need to clear out the troops first, and we could directly kill Xiu Si with the help of other fish. Thinking like this, Yang Hao did not continue the simulation. The main reason is that the 300 million Baileys on hand have been spent again. Now we can only wait until the weapons and equipment are sold and the bounty on Hugh's head is collected before we can continue the simulation. 679 Marine Branch, Bowen Township. Colonel Masdar of the Marine Division respectfully put down the phone bug in his hand. He is a tall and thick-looking middle-aged man, but he is very cautious in doing things. The Marine branch he leads has never had much of a presence in Bowen Town. No, it should be said that Marine does not have much presence in West Blue. This is a common phenomenon in West Blue. Because West Blue is the most chaotic in the world. It's not that Marine doesn't have the strength to control this sea area, but it's just that it can't be separated. You know, Marine has marine branches all over the world, and there are countless branches in the Grand Line. With so many garrison points, the troops will definitely be divided according to local conditions. In West Blue, gangs are rampant, pirates are rampant, and there are countless bounty hunters. If Marine wants to be managed well, it will undoubtedly cost a lot of manpower and material resources. But as a result, it is necessary to reduce the military strength in other places. In addition, Marine's main territory is currently in the Grand Line. Therefore, over time, Marine's governance of West Blue has been greatly weakened. If the Marine branch does not encounter a major threat, it will usually just wait and see what happens. This time too. The destruction of the Hughes pirates naturally attracted Masdar's attention, but he just silently collected information and reported it to Marine headquarters. As for the vicious ape, Masdar's opinion was that he would not release the reward list for the time being. After all, so far, the vicious ape has not done anything harmful to nature. What Mazda didn't expect was that after he reported to Marine headquarters just now, his subordinates would report to him the next moment. What? People from the Hughes pirates? Masdar was surprised to learn that people from the Hughes pirates came to visit, but after learning the purpose of their visit, his expression became strange again. Collect the bounty. The subordinate confirmed again, yes, that's what the people from the Hughes pirates said. They said they would let us take the bounty in exchange for Hughes's head. Saying this, his subordinates could not help but look strange. There are indeed people who will come to them with pirate heads to collect the bounty. But now that Yang Hao had killed the boss, he asked his subordinates to come over and inform him. Such a coquettish operation still made them look weird. Colonel Masdar, what should we do? The men asked again. Madas pondered for a few seconds and then said, get ready, I will personally deliver the money. Ah, do you really want to give the other party a bounty? His subordinates were a little confused. Madas glared at him and said, of course I have to give it. Otherwise, no one will recognize our bounty system in the future. No matter what, we must maintain this system. Only in this way will someone help us eliminate criminals in the future. Needless to say, those bounty hunters, even pirates, will kill each other because of the bounty. So that's it. I'm going right now. The men suddenly realized and took the order and left. And the other side. The gang manager Raymond also looked at the Hughes pirates and others in front of him in surprise. Your captain wants to sell weapons and equipment. Of course he knew everything about the new captain of the Hughes pirates. Not long ago, he even reported this matter to the Capone family headquarters. Regarding this situation, the response from the headquarters is to wait and see what happens and not to act rashly. Don't offend the other person unless necessary. So Raymond thought about it and agreed to go buy weapons and equipment. Ever since. Soon. Raymond and other gangsters, and Masdar and other Marines, arrived at the location of the Hughes pirates one after another. Hey? Why Marine? That's a member of the Capone family. Seeing the other party appear, Raymond, Mazda and others were stunned. What is going on? For a moment, both sides became somewhat tense. After all, as permanent forces, they belong to the two camps of evil and justice, and are destined to be incompatible. Although the gang is powerful, it does not mean that they are not afraid of Marine. As for Marine, he is naturally extremely wary of these gangsters. Just when the two groups were very nervous, a group of pirates came out surrounded by a handsome young man. Haha, Manager Raymond, Colonel Masdar, don't be so nervous, you are all my guests. The young man chuckled and stood calmly between the two groups. Abe. Raymond and Colonel Masdar quickly recognized the man's identity. It was in these few days that the ferocious Abe conquered the Hughes pirates and became famous. Although they saw that the other party was smiling, harmless, and a pretty boy, Raymond and Mazda did not dare to look down upon him. Especially Raymond, he knew how cruel the other party was. Let's see, Manager Raymond, you follow them to see the weapons and equipment on the ship first, and Colonel Masdar, I will hand over to you directly. Neither Raymond nor Mazda had any objections to Yang Hao's arrangements. After all, they came here for this purpose. However, from beginning to end, the tension between the two groups did not ease much. Yang Hao didn't pay much attention to this. Once he has simulated it, there will be no conflict at all. Secondly, even if there is a conflict, he has the ability to suppress it. In that case, what else is there to worry about? And what happened next went as smoothly as Yang Hao expected. The two groups left one after another, and Yang Hao had more than 200 million Baileys on hand. With this amount of funds, we can continue to simulate. But this time, we have to plan carefully. Thinking like this, Yang Hao returned to the room and picked up a blue wave ball. Chapter 29 Brain Strengthening, the Key to Transformation. 029 Mind Strengthening, the Key to Transformation. Mind Strengthening. Yang Hao took the blue wave ball and said silently in his heart. In an instant, when he was in the beast form, his ferocious head suddenly swelled up and turned out to be even bigger than his chest and abdomen, which looked extremely exaggerated. It looks like an alien, no, it should be an alien ape. But this look reminded Yang Hao of Vegapunk, the brain fruit user. In short, it's just weird. Yang Hao ignored it, but gathered his thoughts and began to think. The effect of the blue wave ball is still only 3 minutes. He couldn't afford to waste it. Otherwise, you will have to wait 6 hours. As Yang Hao started to think, words and ideas emerged one by one. Speaking of which, brain strengthening is a state that is difficult to describe. In this state, Yang Hao just felt that it would be much easier to think about things, and at the same time, he could recall some of his past memories very clearly. There is no doubt that this state should be very conducive to thinking. Yang Hao also often uses brain enhancement to conduct research and deductions in simulations. But now it seems that research has encountered a bottleneck, which cannot be easily overcome. As for cultivation, the same is true. If there is no good way, we can only improve steadily. Of course, steady improvement is not impossible. But now that hundreds of millions have been spent, Yang Hao is not satisfied with such a gain. Yang Hao decided not to rush into the simulation, but to spend some time, use his brain to strengthen, and thoroughly plan how to simulate. In this way, his money will be spent more cost-effectively. At this time, Yang Hao focused on research first. He did not think about how to develop a more effective blue wave ball, but thought about the reasons for the failure of the previous simulation studies. With the finished blue wave ball, it stands to reason that it is not difficult to enhance the effect. If the medicinal materials are older and the potency becomes stronger, it will probably be enough. But in the end, I still failed. What was the reason for my failure? Is our medical knowledge not sophisticated enough? Or is it something else? Don't tell me yet. 3 minutes later, Yang Hao really had some clues. His medical skills are not superb, that's for sure. West Blue is a small sea area, and the medical skills here are certainly not as good as those in the Grand Line. You know, Gariva, who taught Kobo medical skills, is said to have very superb medical skills. In this way, it is not surprising that the medical skills of Chopper she taught can crush the West Blue doctors like them. Some things cannot be compensated by quantity. In addition, Yang Hao also thought that the more powerful blue wave ball was not developed by Chopper, but was developed with the help of Caesar Courant. And Caesar Courant is a scientist. Does this mean that if you want to develop a more effective blue wave ball, you still need science and technology? Thinking of this, Yang Hao felt a little difficult. In this world, scientists are very rare. Especially top scientists are almost rare. In a small sea area like Saiyan, apart from the Vinsmoke family, Yang Hao could not think of any other scientists. But the problem is that if you want to get the science and technology of the Vinsmoke family, you have to go to the Grand Line and then transfer to North Blue. And the current Yang Hao may not be able to deal with the Vinsmoke family. After some thinking, Yang Hao understood that it would be difficult to make progress in research for the time being. After understanding this, Yang Hao stopped worrying and decided immediately to restart research after arriving at the Grand Line. In fact, the current blue wave ball effect is enough. Yang Hao can completely suppress ordinary enemies within 3 minutes. And there are almost no enemies in West Blue that he can't suppress even if he takes the blue wave ball for 3 minutes. Even if there is, he will most likely take the initiative to avoid it. So in general, there is no progress in the research on blue wave balls, which is not an urgent matter for Yang Hao. With this idea, Yang Hao then focused on cultivation. In fact, if Yang Hao could completely control the deformation fluctuations in his body and use 8 stages of deformation at will like Chopper did 2 years later in the original work, his power would be greatly improved. With this in mind, Yang Hao's next thoughts were mainly focused on how to become familiar with controlling the deformation fluctuations in his body. For this reason, he used his mind to strengthen and think carefully within a few days. Finally, I came to the conclusion that I still have to change my shape frequently. Only by frequently deforming can the body be familiar with this change, thus leaving muscle memory and completely mastering it. In view of this conclusion, Yang Hao thought of the human-animal form and animal form that he first mastered. Although these 2 forms can be mastered naturally, they are not very proficient from the beginning. Other deformations are probably similar. After thinking about this, Yang Hao no longer struggled. He used the last 200 million and a half Baileys to continue the simulation. The goal this time is to continue to familiarize yourself with the abilities, especially the transformation aspect. On the first day, you had a clear goal. After leaving the chores to your subordinates, you continued to practice, taking blue wave balls, and becoming familiar with multiple transformations. On this day, you once again realized the benefits of having subordinates, cooking, doing. You don't have to worry about hygiene and other chores at all, so you can concentrate more on your practice. The next day, after the effect of the medicine has passed, you time it again, eat the blue ball without stopping, and continue to familiarize yourself with the transformation. The third day. In the third month, the irritability of cultivation comes to you again. Your body, which is constantly taking medicine, seems to be suffering from hidden diseases, but you don't care. In the third year, you feel very familiar with the transformation, almost like you can control it. In the fifth year, you felt that practicing was extremely boring, but you still did not stop practicing. This year, you got inspiration and started taking blue wave balls crazily. In the seventh year, your body became seriously ill because of the medicine you took. In the eighth year, due to a serious illness, you practiced even more crazily, and even started to use blue wave balls to conduct strange experiments. In the 10th year, when you were in poor condition, you were targeted by the Capone family and died tragically in their hands. Simulation ends, producing benign changes: 1 strengthened heart form, 2 ability transformation experience, 3 muscle strength, eliminating malignant changes, 1 extreme irritability from cultivation, 2 body resistance, hidden disease. This time the simulation is over. Yang Hao was stunned on the spot. Huge energy and information surged crazily in his body. Chapter 30 Heart Strengthening, Various Strengthening. 030 Heart Strengthening, Various Strengthening. Huge amounts of energy and information are coming. Yang Hao's whole body was shaken up, and his eyes showed strong joy. The harvest this time is undoubtedly much greater than before. Although there is still no achievement in research, Yang Hao has made great progress in cultivation. Of course, there is no need to say much about physical fitness. The most important thing is that he really knows how to transform at will. Thinking of this, Yang Hao didn't say anything. He muttered silently in his heart and began to transform. In an instant, it turned into a diamond-like animal shape, but its hands continued to grow thicker. This is arm strengthening. The next second, his long and thick arms shrank, and even his height became shorter, but his hair grew wildly. This is fur enhancement. Then there is leg strengthening and brain strengthening. In addition to the strengthening of monsters, Yang Hao has been able to switch freely among the previous transformations. And each form can be used familiarly. The current Yang Hao can definitely compete with Chopper 2 years later in the original work in terms of the use of animal fruit abilities. Yang Hao was not too surprised by this. In terms of talent, he is not much weaker than Chopper. Even because of the time traveler's vision, he can think of many techniques and ideas that Chopper could not think of. In this way, it is strange that he spent such a long time practicing hard and could not keep up with Chopper's few years of practice. However, mastering the power of transformation freely is not Yang Hao's biggest gain from this simulation. His biggest gain is the strengthening of his heart. Thinking of this, Yang Hao took out a blue wave ball and ate it. He muttered silently and suddenly the shape changed again. Originally, he was in human animal form. But at this moment, wisps of steam suddenly emerged from his body surface. The light brown panel turned red obviously. People who are familiar with One Piece fans will probably immediately think of Luffy's second gear when they see this scene. That's right, it's second gear. Yang Hao looked down at the red and smoking beast body, and an excited smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. The heart strengthening effect is actually the same as Luffy's rubber second gear. In short, the power is doubled. This heart strengthening, speaking of it, was also the inspiration that Yang Hao obtained after strengthening his mind in the simulation. After getting familiar with the transformation, Yang Hao suddenly had an inspiration. The flexibility of this transformation power seemed to be beyond his expectation. Arms, fur, feet, horns, and even the brain can be strengthened. So can this strengthening effect also be applied to other positions? Ever since, Yang Hao quickly thought of Luffy's second gear. And Luffy's second gear, the key position, is the heart. The principle is to pump energy into the heart, promote blood circulation, and greatly enhance body functions. Because Luffy's body is made of rubber, his heart can withstand it. So, if he can also strengthen his heart, can he also use this to greatly increase his strength? I have to say, this idea is still very good. Moreover, Yang Hao also has the capital for trial and error. In the simulation, even if he goes wrong, it doesn't matter. With this idea in mind, Yang Hao naturally started experimenting, but to his surprise, he actually succeeded. Feeling the stronger power surging in his body, Yang Hao grinned. I also have my own second gear. There is no doubt that this kind of heart strengthening is another trump card. Moreover, this trump card is more stable than monster strengthening. Certainly. This heart enhancement has a similar effect to Luffy's second gear, so it will naturally have the same side effects. According to the medical knowledge Yang Hao possesses, if you use this heart-enhanced form too much, your lifespan will indeed be shortened. But despite its flaws, this is indeed a good trump card. Thinking like this, Yang Hao restrained his abilities. Not only did the vision disappear, but he even returned to his human form. Yang Hao had a smile on his face. Heart strengthening is far from being able to fully explain the wonder of random transformation. Maybe he could dig deeper. For example, strengthening the brain can increase intelligence, strengthening the heart can increase strength, but what about other internal organs? If the kidneys are strengthened, will it improve the ability of a man? If the lungs are strengthened, will it increase lung capacity, such as extending breathing underwater? What about the throat, teeth, ears, eyes, and so on? The more he thought about it, the brighter Yang Hao's eyes became. But if you want to continue digging deeper, you still need to use simulation. Because the facial features are fine, but the internal organs, even if they are not the heart, are still very fragile. If something really went wrong in reality, Yang Hao wouldn't be able to deal with it. Also, it's worth mentioning. If you want to try other transformations, you still need to use the effectiveness of the blue wave ball. Just like heart enhancement, Yang Hao cannot activate it directly at present. Instead, he needs to swallow a blue wave ball before he can activate it. As for other deformed states, it naturally requires the medicinal power of the blue wave ball to stimulate them. Of course, the biggest problem now is that I have no money again. Looking at the empty warehouse, Yang Hao laughed dumbly. You know, it was less than 3 days before he destroyed the Hughes pirates. If the pirate men outside knew that he had spent almost all of the more than 500 million belly, they would probably be scared to death. I, cheat, seem to be a gold-eating beast. Yang Hao smiled bitterly. Good thing. Now that his strength is at the pinnacle of West Blue, it is not difficult to make money. Besides, now he has gathered a group of pirate subordinates. To a certain extent, Yang Hao can be regarded as a pirate. Is it difficult for pirates to make money? Of course it's not difficult. Just go grab it. It's just a question of who to rob. With Yang Hao's current position as a celebrity, it is certainly impossible to grab someone casually. There is no point in grabbing millions of Baileys. If you want to grab them, just tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Yang Hao's mind turned around and he soon had a target. The Capone family. Although this time the harvest was huge, Yang Hao did not forget the ending of this simulation. He was killed by the Capone family, one of the 5 major West Blue gang families. Obviously, it was because his strength had declined severely that the Capone family took action against him. In this case, don't blame him for attacking several casinos owned by the Capone family in Boan Town and Boya Town. In fact, even without this reason, Yang Hao would still keep an eye on these casinos. Because the income from these casinos is quite a lot, if it can be included in the pocket, it will bring him a considerable amount of funds. I didn't have time before, and I still had some food left on hand. But now that the situation is exhausted, Yang Hao will naturally not be polite. Chapter 31 Attacking the Capone Family. 031 Attack the Capone Family. Yang Hao decided to attack the Capone family in Boan Town and Boya Town. Of course, before that, he still used the remaining millions of Baileys to simulate it several times. Although with his current strength, it is almost impossible for an accident to suppress the local gangs, but to be cautious, Yang Hao still simulates first and then acts. After several simulations, and after confirming that it was as smooth as selling arms before, Yang Hao set off with his men without saying a word. Boan Formation Gang Station. Raymond, the gang manager, nodded while listening to the report from his men, with a smile on his face wearing an eye patch. They also made a profit because Yang Hao wanted to sell the weapons and equipment they bought from Yang Hao a few days ago. Of course, what makes Raymond happiest is Yang Hao's attitude. Since the other party has done business with them, that is to say, the previous incident at the casino should not be taken to heart. In this case, Yang Hao will probably leave with the pirates soon, right? What makes Lei Monkey strange is that since Yang Hao is leaving with the pirates, wouldn't it be better to leave more weapons and equipment? Why exchange money? If you need money, why don't you just grab it? Pirates are different from gangsters. They are gangsters and they still need a certain industry. But pirates can plunder everywhere. I really don't understand. Raymond shook his head, but no matter what, this was a good thing for him. Just as Raymond was thinking this, suddenly a younger brother ran over in a panic. Lei, Raymond manages. What's wrong? Raymond asked doubtfully. The boy was sweating profusely and said, Yes, it's the Hughes pirates, they are coming to us. Raymond stood up suddenly. The Hughes pirates, what are they doing here? Is that vicious ape here too? The younger brother nodded with a pale face. Raymond was even more strange. Why did the other party come to visit me again? Let's go take a look and call the brothers. Raymond gave an order and strode out immediately. Young men in suits quickly gathered around. Raymond led his men outside, and sure enough, he saw a large group of people walking towards them. They were all thick-looking, ferocious pirates, but the leader was a young man less than 20 years old, with a handsome face, not very tall, and looked harmless. Hey, Captain Fierce Ape, what's going on? A smile appeared on Raymond's face. Although he was a little wary, it wasn't much. After all, the two of them had just completed a deal not long ago, and it was impossible for the other party to cause trouble so soon. However, Yang Hao's words suddenly made Lei Meng's expression change drastically. Haha, it's nothing. I took over the pirate group and haven't brought my brothers to work yet. I plan to take them out to start work today. I wonder if Raymond's management can cooperate. Hearing this, Raymond was stunned. Cooperate? How to cooperate? Yang Hao grinned, it's very simple, just lend us some money to spend. After hearing this, Lei Meng could not understand what Yang Hao meant. His younger brothers also understood, and their faces changed wildly. Yang Hao is here to rob, and he is targeting them. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Yang Hao still had a smile on his face. In the simulation, he already knew the power of Raymond and others clearly. It is no exaggeration to say that he can suppress them with one hand. Of course, what Yang Hao cares about most is the money of Lei Meng and others. According to the results of his simulation, although Raymond and others spent a sum of money to purchase their weapons and equipment a few days ago, they still have tens of millions on hand. In addition, if several casinos operate well, they can earn millions of belly every day. This money is much less than what Yang Hao had before, but it is worth it for Yang Hao. What do you mean? If we come here to cause trouble, we may not be able to continue talking. Raymond's face gradually became gloomy, and then he took out a hand axe from his waist. If we can't talk anymore, then let's stop talking. Yang Hao curled his lips, his figure suddenly soared, golden hair surged all over his body, and he grew the physical signs of an ape. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a beast. Then he turned around and ordered his subordinates, you stay away. This time I brought my subordinates here, naturally not to ask them to help fight. None of Raymond and the others can fight, and he alone is more than enough. Only after he defeated Raymond and others did his subordinates need to help him transport his belongings. Do it. When Raymond heard this, he no longer hesitated and shouted immediately. In an instant, these people all took out their pistols and started firing. Bang bang bang. Raymond fired a gunshot, and like a signal, a large number of gunshots suddenly rose up. A hail of bullets formed instantly. Yang Hao chuckled lightly and rolled away. Fur strengthening. In the blink of an eye, the golden hair on his body surged again. As Yang Hao rolled, a huge fur ball appeared on the scene. Not only that, the fur ball started to roll, and faced a hail of bullets, approaching Raymond and the others. What? He's coming here. Raymond and others were shocked. The huge fur ball rolled over and made them all flip up. Taking advantage of everyone's confusion, the fur shrank, and a strong figure leaped out, bumping into each other. Foot strengthening. Even if Yang Hao's power is concentrated on his legs and feet at this time, the charge launched at this speed is unstoppable. He was unparalleled in the crowd and ran rampant. Boom boom boom. After a collision, it fell far away again. Strengthen your arms. Boo-hoo-hoo. As Yang Hao waved his thick arms, this time it was Lei Meng and others who were enveloped in a hail of bullets. Ah! Don't kill me! Monster! Monster! Screaming and wailing, Raymond and others were directly defeated. If we say that the previous Yang Hao was still a little slow and unskilled in his transformation, so now he is completely fluent. Various forms, easy to convert and use. He didn't even need to strengthen his heart. He could easily defeat hundreds of Raymond with just a few routine changes. At this point, Boan Town fell into Yang Hao's control. Next, Yang Hao did not stop and continued to kill the nearby Boya Town. The news here quickly spread to the Marine Branch and the Capone family headquarters. Chapter 32-50 million reward, Vicious Ape Yang Hao. 032-50 million reward, Murderous Ape Yang Hao. What? The vicious ape attacked the gangsters in the town. Just as Yang Hao and his men continued to kill Boya Town, the Marine Branch of Boan Town also learned of the elimination of the gang in Boan Town for the first time. Upon hearing this news, the branch Colonel Masdar's face changed wildly. To be honest, when he saw Lei Meng and others at Yang Hao's place before, Mazda had some reservations. After some further inquiring, he found out that Yang Hao had sold a large number of weapons and equipment to Raymond and others. This situation makes Masdar a little worried. If Yang Hao joins forces with the gangs, there will be trouble. They had no sense of existence in the first place and were probably completely in name only. But what he never expected was that within a few days, Yang Hao would actually take action against Raymond and others. But this is a good thing. Mazda came back to his senses and became energetic. In West Blue, gangs are already powerful. So even here in Boan Town, their Marine Branch was overwhelmed by the gangs. But now it's better, the gang was wiped out by pirates. If it's a pirate, he shouldn't stay too long, right? When the time comes, if Yang Hao leaves with the pirates, Raymond and others will be wiped out, leaving the town empty of evil forces, which may be his contribution. Thinking of this, Mazda smiled on his face. Colonel Masdar, do you want to put a reward on that vicious ape? At this moment, his adjutant made a suggestion. Hearing this, Mazda's heart suddenly moved. Previously, he only reported Yang Hao's situation to the Marine headquarters and did not confirm the reward. But now it seems that it is necessary to offer a reward. Because in addition to killing Hughes, Yang Hao also eliminated the local gang. With such danger, if there is no reward, it will inevitably cause greater harm by then. Thinking of this, Masdar made a decision and immediately reported to the Bounty Department of Marine Headquarters. Other side. Without stopping, Yang Hao led his men to Boya Town. Here, like Bowen Town, a group of gangsters are stationed. Among them, there is even a gang manager like Raymond. But such a force naturally cannot stop Yang Hao's multi-stage transformation power. In less than 2 days, Yang Hao wiped out all the gangs in the 2 towns. And his pirate men also successfully took over the gang industries in 2 towns. Mainly casinos. In addition, there are some scattered protection fees. These industries bring Yang Hao more than 1 million yuan in income every day. Of course, what Yang Hao is most concerned about right now is the money collected from the gangs in the 2 towns. A full 100 million. Although it's not much, it should be enough for Yang Hao to continue developing new transformations of the internal organs. Yang Hao did not hesitate. After gathering the money, he continued to simulate. On the first day, you continue to practice. The main direction of practice is to develop more internal organ deformations. To this end, you start to try to concentrate the power of transformation on the internal organs, or the 5 senses. The next day, something went wrong with your practice, and 1 kidney was directly damaged. There are 2 kidneys in the human body, so even though you were injured, you were still alive. On the 3rd day, you did not give up and continued to take the blue wave ball. With the help of the power of the blue wave ball, you tried to strengthen your internal organs and obtain new transformations. On the 4th day, you made another mistake in your practice. This time you were seriously injured, and to make matters worse, Marine released a bounty of 50 million for you, and your nickname was the Fierce Ape. You felt the crisis because of this. On the 5th day, you originally thought you would be rounded up by Marine, and you were mentally prepared, but unexpectedly you met an acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Capone Becky, one of the original One Piece supernovas. It turns out that you killed 2. The Capone family has already known about the situation of recruiting gangsters. The Capone family can no longer ignore your existence, so they sent Capone Becky. You who were seriously injured were no match for Capone Becky. Under the terrifying firepower, you fell to the ground. You are dead. The simulation is over, benign changes are obtained, 1 deformation experience is obtained, and malignant changes are eliminated. When the simulation ended, Yang Hao's handsome face revealed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that. In the first simulation after killing 2 gangsters, there was a big surprise. Not only was he officially offered a bounty by Marine, he even encountered Capone Becky, the future pirate supernova. However, Yang Hao thought about it and felt relieved. Having conquered the Hughes pirates, he has become Marine's focus. Now that Raymond and others have been killed, Marine can no longer remain indifferent. As for the Capone family, it's not surprising that they sent people to look for trouble. After all, the Capone family is one of the 5 major gangs in West Blue. How could it be possible to turn a blind eye when 2 town forces were wiped out suddenly? If anyone could act arrogantly in front of them, the opponent's top gangster would lose all face. Of course, Yang Hao felt that the real reason for the Capone family to deal with him was profit. In addition to the money owned by Raymond and others, the industry here also brings in a lot of money every day. Then there is the black market. After being destroyed by Yang Hao, the black market here will definitely not be able to open. As far as Yang Hao knows, the income from the black market is sometimes higher than that of casinos and other industries combined. Originally, Yang Hao also wanted to continue to hold a black market, but unfortunately he did not have the supply of goods from the gang headquarters, so he could not hold it at all. Moreover, his action of killing Raymond and others also made those black market customers a little worried. In fact, casinos have also been affected to a certain extent. Therefore, these industries will only be more profitable in the hands of gangsters than in the hands of Yang Hao. In this case, it is not surprising that the Capone family sent people to deal with him. What surprised Yang Hao was just that. The person sent by the Capone family turned out to be Capone Becky. The most surprising thing is that he died at the hands of Capone Becky in the simulation. But this was also because he made mistakes in his training and was seriously injured one after another, which greatly reduced his combat power. Now that he knew Capone Becky would come, Yang Hao was naturally prepared. Next time, he won't fight in this state. Thinking of this, Yang Hao suddenly felt fighting spirit. I wonder if with my current strength, at my peak, I can beat Capone Becky. With a murmur, Yang Hao had a hint of expectation in his eyes. Before this, he had always encountered sidekick-level characters. These characters, in the original work, didn't even have a chance to appear. And now, I finally see a supporting character who has a name and surname in the original work, and even appears in a few scenes. The emergence of Capone Becky undoubtedly proves Yang Hao's growth. This greatly encouraged him. Without further ado, after sorting out his thoughts, Yang Hao started a new simulation. Chapter 33 Capone Becky, The Gap Between Firepower and Defense. 033 Capone Becky, The Gap Between Firepower and Defense. On the first day, because of the appearance of Capone Becky, you no longer practice transformation, but continue to familiarize yourself with the existing transformation and exercise at the same time, intending to face the opponent in the best condition. Time flies, and it's the 5th day. On this day, Capone and Becky arrived as promised. Without saying a word, you transformed and launched an attack on the opponent. Because of your previous experience, you directly launched the strongest attack method, throwing stones. As a result, in terms of firepower, you are still weaker. Capone Becky did not come alone, but brought many subordinates. Those subordinates were hidden in his body, and the firepower they unleashed, even if you use heart enhancement, is still not as good as the other party. Throwing stones failed, you changed your strategy and attempted a close attack. You still know the castle fruit relatively well. This fruit ability is good at long range and defense, but is relatively weak at short range. Unfortunately, the heart strengthening time is only 3 minutes. You have wasted a minute just now. When you want to launch a close attack, you will have to spend a lot of effort to avoid gunfire and approach Capone Becky. The heart strengthening time is over and you have entered a weak state. Capone Becky seizes the opportunity and annihilates you in the terrifying fire. End of simulation. Benign changes: 1 some muscle strength, 2 practical experience, eliminate malignant changes. When the simulation ended this time, Yang Hao suddenly frowned. Because he knew that Capone Becky was coming, he did not risk practicing transformation during this simulation, but maintained his peak condition as much as possible. But what I never expected was that even so, he would not be able to defeat Capone Becky. Not enough firepower. Thinking of Capone Becky's body that could hide people, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like I can't compete with this gangster godfather in terms of firepower. Although Yang Hao's stone throwing had a record of defeating hundreds of people head-on, it was obviously not enough against Capone Becky. Just because he was able to defeat hundreds of people doesn't mean that he can really stand up to the firepower launched by hundreds of people. And those people in Capone Becky's body probably have cannons or something. From this point of view, his strongest attack method was suppressed by the opponent. Later, Yang Hao changed his strategy, which seemed to be correct. In terms of close combat, Capone Becky, as a castle fruit user, is indeed a bit weak. It's a pity that he is not as good as the opponent in throwing stones, and has lost the opportunity. Later, he wasted the time to strengthen his heart, causing Capone Becky to seize the opportunity and take him away in a wave. But now that he has experience, Yang Hao should be able to do better next time. Thinking of this, Yang Hao muttered silently and started a new simulation. On the first day, you started to exercise, and you consciously wanted to strengthen your close quarters skills, but in this regard, you had no good way. After all, your hand-to-hand combat skills were always very poor, and you only relied on strong strength to perform. At this time you noticed the giant stick weapon left by Hughes, and your heart moved. Your powerful power, coupled with the giant stick made of steel, seems to be able to be used better. The next day, you start to officially practice giant sticks, and you look for people who have mastered stick weapon skills among your pirates, and start to supplement them. On the third day, after your sleepless study, you are no longer a stranger to the giant stick. By the fourth day, you can already dance the giant stick awkwardly, and use the giant stick to practice with pirate men. On the fifth day, holding a giant stick, you waited until Capone Becky arrived. Without a word, there was another battle. This time, you did not use throwing stones, but tried your best to engage in close combat with the opponent. Close combat does have some effects, but not much. Capone Becky's terrifying firepower still threatens you. In desperation, you activated the heart enhancement again, avoiding the fire as much as possible, and approached Capone Becky. In the end, you really succeeded in hitting Capone Becky with the giant stick, but only twice. The opponent was safe and sound, but you were enveloped in firepower. After all, your strong body could not withstand the bombardment of artillery fire. You will be dead before the heart strengthening time is over. The simulation is over. There are benign changes, 1 some stick skills, 2 some practical experience, no malignant changes. After another simulation ended, Yang Hao's brows frowned. Still lost, he murmured, looking a little ugly. At this time, Yang Hao finally realized that he was no match for Capone Becky. If he lost to Capone Becky in the first simulation, it could also be said that it was due to a mistake in his training that his combat power was greatly reduced. So now, Yang Hao really has no reason to refute. In the next 2 simulations, he lost. It can be seen that the current him is indeed no match for Capone Becky. As for the reason why he is not as good as Capone Becky, Yang Hao also figured it out. First, it's firepower. Secondly, it is defense. There is no need to say more about firepower. Although Yang Hao's firepower is strong, it is still far behind Capone Becky. As long as the opponent has a few cannons hidden in his body, the firepower will surely defeat him. Of course, with Yang Hao's current strength, he might also be able to try throwing cannonballs by hand. But in terms of quantity, it is still difficult for him to match Capone Becky. In a short period of time, his remote methods will definitely be inferior to his opponents. As for defense, after the third simulation, Yang Hao suddenly discovered that Capone Becky's current defense was not something he could break through. Even if it wasn't a giant stick but his stone-throwing method, it probably wouldn't be able to hurt the opponent. As for the reason, it is also very simple. It's because of the opponent's castle fruit ability. Don't forget. In the original book, the castle boss transformed by Capone Becky resisted the attacks of the 4 emperors. Although it was somewhat reluctant to resist Big Mom's attack, its defensive power was still a Madara. In this case, the current Yang Hao may really be unable to break through Capone Becky's defense. The attack can't match it, and the defense can't be broken. How can we fight this? Thinking of this, Yang Hao was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that he was still full of fighting spirit and confident. Now it seems that even if Capone Becky is just a supporting role, he should not be underestimated. It's right to think about it. In the world of pirates, as the era of great pirates begins, countless people go out to sea every year, just like crucian carp crossing the river. How can someone who can stand out among countless people and obtain the title of Pirate Supernova be so easy to deal with? From this point of view, perhaps he can only compete with Capone Becky if he develops more transformations. No, even if I master more transformations, I'm afraid it won't change the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, Yang Hao shook his head again. The deformation of internal organs and facial features that he planned to study next did not seem to improve his strength much. It is foreseeable that even if those parts are strengthened, the most they can do is allow Yang Hao to gain more abilities. It is really impossible to say that there is any immediate improvement in strength. If this is the case, what should we do? Yang Hao fell into deep thought. Chapter 34-034, the monster is strengthened to fight the big boss of the castle. 034, the monsters are strengthened to fight against the big boss of the castle. Yang Hao pondered for a while and found that there was really no way to deal with Capone Becky. Unless he makes a major breakthrough in strength within a short period of time. But Yang Hao cannot guarantee this. After all, the other transformations he will delve into next will not increase his strength much. So what to do? Yang Hao thought about it for a long time, but still had no idea. He even used brain enhancement. In this case, it seems that we can only leave here. Yang Hao sighed secretly. In fact, there is a very simple way to escape the threat of Capone Becky. That's getting out of here. Like before, when Yang Hao couldn't deal with the Hughes pirates, he chose to leave. Although in the simulation, he also encountered danger after going to sea, he did get rid of the opponent because of this. This method should also work if used here by Capone Becky. The sea is so big that it is not easy for Capone Becky to find him. And as long as he gets rid of Capone Becky this time, then next time, maybe Yang Hao's strength will really increase to the point where he can compete with the opponent or even defeat him. Of course, navigation is still a big problem. Without good navigators, there is still a lot of chance of encountering a shipwreck if you head out to sea hastily. However, compared to last time, Yang Hao's water quality was much stronger. This time, even if he fell into the water in a shipwreck, his chance of survival would be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Yang Hao finally felt certain. But with such an idea, Yang Hao did not act immediately. There are still a few days until Capone Becky arrives, so he doesn't need to be too anxious. In addition, the situation between him and Capone Becky was only simulated 3 times. Yang Hao couldn't make a complete conclusion as to whether he really couldn't deal with the other party. To be honest, Yang Hao would not want to leave just now if he could. After all, the industry here can bring in more than 1 million Baileys every day. After accumulating for a period of time, Yang Hao can still simulate a lot of time. Being able to make money stably and become stronger, even if the speed is a little slower, is actually acceptable to Yang Hao. But now that Capone Becky is a threat, he can't leave. But before leaving, it doesn't matter if he spends more Baileys to simulate a few more times. In fact, Yang Hao still has a trump card that is useless. That is, monster strengthening. Heart enhancement is useless to Capone Becky, but what about monster enhancement? Thinking of this, Yang Hao became a little more interested. Then give it a try. On the first day, you continue to exercise and wait for the arrival of Capone Becky. On the 5th day, Capone Becky appeared again. You were too lazy to talk nonsense and directly ate 3 blue wave balls. The strong medicinal power spread in your body, making your ape ability completely out of control. With a bang, your figure skyrocketed, and all your ability indexes soared with it, but the crazy surge in power also went to your head. When you lost your mind, you completely entered the monster strengthening state, turning into a monster with a height of 15 rises King Kong. Capone Becky was greatly surprised. And the terrifying firepower was about to be poured on your huge body. The powerful artillery fire that fell on you in the past only knocked you to a halt for a moment. Soon, you lost your mind and rushed towards Capone Becky despite the artillery fire. With just one punch, Capone Becky's face changed drastically and he vomited blood. He couldn't help but look down on you anymore, and directly activated his ultimate move, transforming into a huge 80-meter castle. In front of such a giant thing, you, who transformed into a giant King Kong, became thinner. You lost your mind and were not afraid at all. You held 2 fists as big as water tanks and continued to attack. Your fists hit the huge castle, making the castle roar, but you were still a long way from defeating the castle. Distance. Capone Becky did not neglect too much. After transforming into a huge castle, he let the men and horses in his body turn on all the firepower. More than a dozen cannons and countless machine guns and muskets erupted into an unprecedented astonishing firepower. Even your King Kong body soon began to be damaged, and then injured. Before you could break through the strong castle, the terrifying artillery fire had already severely injured you and knocked you to the ground. The last scene you saw was the castle pouring down. The simulation ends with benign changes, some muscle strength, and no malignant changes. Did you lose again? Yang Hao looked at the simulation results and shook his head. In fact, he was not too surprised by this result. Still the same sentence. Capone Becky's castle body, even the ant can withstand it, how can it be so easy to break through? After he entered the monster's enhanced form, although his strength increased greatly, it was still difficult to break through the opponent's castle body. Of course, this is also because Yang Hao lost consciousness after entering the monster enhancement. If his consciousness is still there, he might really be able to deal with Capone Becky. After all, if he is still conscious, he will not just stand around and get beaten after being strengthened by monsters, and he can also use techniques such as throwing rocks and giant sticks to make better use of his terrifying power. Instead of rushing over stupidly and throwing random punches. In that case, even if he can't compete with Capone Becky, it probably won't be easy for him to defeat him. The result at that time is very likely that he will escape unscathed. After all, in comparison, Yang Hao still has some advantages in speed. But it doesn't make sense to say this now. This simulation has completely confirmed that the current Yang Hao is indeed no match for Capone Becky. Unless he reaches the level where he can control the strengthening of monsters. However, in Yang Hao's view, even if he could control the monsters to strengthen, it would still be too much. After all, in the beginning, even if you can control the monsters to strengthen, the effect will not last long. Most likely, it will still be 3 minutes. If Capone Becky cannot be dealt with in those 3 minutes, then his ending will not change. From this point of view, he really couldn't survive without going to sea this time. However, thinking of this, Yang Hao still did not set off immediately, but chose to continue spending Bailey and conduct simulations. Now that he knew that no matter what, he would not be able to defeat Capone Becky for the time being, he no longer struggled with this matter. So for the next simulation, he returned to his original goal. That is, delving into other internal organs or the deformation of the facial features. These transformations may not greatly increase Yang Hao's power, but they should also greatly enrich his abilities and methods. He will go to sea next, and maybe these abilities and methods will come in handy. With this idea, Yang Hao muttered silently and entered a new simulation. Chapter 35 The ferocious ape goes out to fight, but not a blade of grass grows. 035 The ferocious ape goes out to fight, and not even a blade of grass grows. What? The vicious ape has left. West Blue Bowen Town Marine Branch, this morning, Marine Colonel Masdar received another unexpected message. That is, the ferocious ape who conquered the Hughes pirates and killed the local gang has left the town and entered the sea with those pirates. This news really surprised Masdar. You know, after killing Raymond and others 2 days ago, the ferocious ape had a strong tendency to occupy their property and inherit the business. But now, he left directly? Maybe he saw the reward list we released for him and got scared. Marine's men speculated. When Mazda heard this, his heart moved. It is indeed possible. After all, becoming a bounty prisoner, on the one hand, is recognized for one's strength, but on the other hand, it also brings corresponding crises. The existence of bounty criminals will not only be pursued by Marines, but also coveted by bounty hunters. Even fellow pirates will be interested in his head count. So, was that vicious ape really scared away by the reward list? Mazda vaguely felt that it was impossible, but for a while he couldn't think of other possibilities. But no matter what, this is also a good thing for them. Mazda asked himself that he couldn't deal with that ferocious ape. Now that the other party has left, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Other side. On the sea not far from Bowen Town. Just as Mazda received the message, several pirate ships of the Hughes pirates had indeed set sail. On the bow of the leading pirate ship, a young man with a handsome face sat cross-legged, and the sea breeze blew his hair upside down. It was none other than Yang Hao. At this time, Yang Hao held a reward list in his hand, with his photo and information on it. Vicious Ape Yang Hao. Bounty, 50 million Baileys. Ability Ape Fruit. Deeds, killed the one-eyed Hughes with a bounty of 40 million. Looking at this reward list, Yang Hao shook his head and laughed. He certainly didn't leave because of the bounty on his head. However, Mazda's guess that he was escaping was not wrong. After confirming that he could not deal with Capone Becky for the time being, Yang Hao ordered his men to quickly sort out their belongings, then boarded 6 pirate ships and set sail directly. Of course, he had simulated it several times before, and only after confirming that he would not encounter Capone Becky during this voyage, he officially took the people away. The sea breeze blew in his face, and Yang Hao was in a pretty good mood at this time. Although this time, Mazda guessed it, and he did escape with his men. But even if he escaped, he didn't feel humiliated. After all, he had calculated everything, and it had only been less than 2 months since he arrived in the pirate world. In 2 months, Yang Hao was already very satisfied with his current strength. Even if he had to choose to retreat now, he would not be discouraged. Because he knows that it won't take long before he can compete with Capone Becky, or even crush him. To put it simply, it is. The future is promising. Yang Hao grinned and threw away the reward list in his hand. Next, he returned to the cabin. Entering the warehouse, what appeared in front of Yang Hao was a pile of treasures. This is Yang Hao's current total net worth, which is about 80 to 90 million. After going to sea, Yang Hao will naturally not be idle, and it is time to continue to study and develop other transformations. Of course, at the same time, Yang Hao will also simulate the next trip. Although he is no longer worried about being shipwrecked, it will still be very troublesome if it happens. Let's not talk about other things. What if the money is not spent all and falls into the sea? So according to Yang Hao's idea, if possible, it is better to save these pirate ships as much as possible. In this way, not only can it carry property, but it can also go to other places for plunder. Speaking of which, it may not be a bad thing for Yang Hao to leave Bowen Town and enter the sea. In Bowen Town, although there is a stable income, it is not too much. But after going to sea, things are different. The wealth on the sea is immeasurable. If Yang Hao meets another Hughes pirates, he will probably gain another fortune. Of course, even if he didn't meet such a fat sheep and plundered them along the way, his income would definitely not be lower than if he stayed in Bowen Town. Thinking of this, Yang Hao immediately decided on his next course of action. That is, the vicious ape goes out to fight, and not even a blade of grass grows. On the first day, you took your men to sail on the sea, and then gave them an order to plunder every land they came to. Of course, this operation was left to your men, and you just concentrated on practicing. On this day, you ate blue wave balls again to test the deformation of internal organs, especially the lungs, which will be more helpful to you when you encounter a shipwreck. The next day, there were no problems with your practice. Similarly, you did not encounter any land that could be docked. You continued to practice, and the pirate ship continued to sail. Time flies. On the third day, you wait until the statute of limitations has passed and eat another blue wave ball. This time, the transformation finally breaks through. Your lungs seem to have been strengthened, and the breathing that originally made a faint sound becomes grander, and with a little force, it becomes like a roaring wind. You are refreshed, and you carefully appreciate the state at this time. On the fifth day, the pirate ship finally arrived at a land. Without saying a word, you immediately asked your men to go up and plunder. While you were taking advantage of the effect of the blue wave ball, you continued to exercise desperately. Soon, the pirates you came back with the harvest, and this time you went out to rob, and you actually got 3 million worth of property. You were very satisfied, rewarded the pirate men a little, and continued sailing. On the 15th day, with your efforts, the deformation of the enhanced lungs has completely stabilized, but you discovered another problem, that is, entering the lung-enhanced state requires the assistance of the blue wave ball, but the blue wave, the potency of the ball is only 3 minutes. This aging problem is beginning to appear. For heart strengthening, 3 minutes may be useful, but lung strengthening, if it is only 3 minutes, it will not mean much to you. Therefore, you understand, in order for lung strengthening to be useful, you need to practice it to the point where it can be activated like other transformations without relying on the blue wave ball. Understanding this, you slightly adjusted the direction of your training. A month has passed, and you have plundered 5 villages, 2 merchant ships, and captured a pirate group. The value of the property gained is as high as 2,000 belly. You are very satisfied, because such a harvest is almost it can catch up with your simulated consumption, but what makes you more satisfied is the transformation training. After changing the direction of training, you have really strengthened your lungs and practiced to the point where you can transform independently without the need for a blue wave ball. The only pity is that the heart strengthening has not reached this level. In view of this, you decide to strengthen the heart to the point of independent transformation first, and then study other transformations. There is no doubt that this is definitely a big project. But you have enough patience. Time continues to pass, and the constant plundering has completely established your reputation as a ferocious ape. The entire West Blue has begun to spread the legend of you. You are extremely ferocious. You have robbed everything you have passed, and your reputation has spread. Here are marines and bounty hunters who are specifically hunting you, and even fellow pirates are eyeing you. In this regard, you are not surprised but happy. Are these people who are attacking you sending money? While you are cultivating, you will enjoy it at the same time. Chapter 36 The lungs are strengthened, comparable to that of a fishman. 036 The lungs are strengthened, comparable to that of a fishman. At 2 months, your practice went awry again, and the enemy began to take advantage of the opportunity. After the fierce battle, you died. The simulation ends, benign changes are obtained. 1. Autonomic lung strengthening. 2. Massive muscle strength, malignant changes are eliminated, and the body remains damaged. The current Yang Hao is still in the stage of just leaving Boan Town and going to sea. However, in the simulation, another 2 months passed. Yang Hao's property plummeted by 50 million. But the harvest is not small. There is no need to say much about muscle strength. In almost every simulation, Yang Hao will exercise whenever he has time. Although this simulation only lasted for 2 months, the muscle strength accumulated over time was not too little. Of course, the most critical thing is the deformation aspect. Now Yang Hao, in addition to strengthening his brain and heart, has mastered a new organ deformation. Strengthen your lungs. As we all know, the lungs are the main respiratory organs. Yang Hao's purpose of strengthening the lungs is also to enhance breathing. You know, although he has practiced his water skills very well, he is still a little weak in holding his breath. Yang Hao has tried it before, and he can currently hold his breath in the water for half an hour. This kind of time is already a long time. But if you want to reach the point of crossing the sea, it is obviously not enough. Therefore, if the lung function is further strengthened, the holding time will obviously be greatly increased. It won't take long as there are 2 hours, or even 1 hour, Yang Hao's ability to survive in the sea will be greatly improved. This is the purpose of Yang Hao's development of lung enhancement. However, the medicinal effect of the blue wave ball obviously inhibited this effect, or in other words, there was a conflict between the two parties. The lung strengthening that Yang Hao needs will take a long time. If it could only last 3 minutes, it was meaningless to him. This is how Yang Hao continued to develop lung strengthening exercises. And now, he obviously succeeded. Being able to enter the lung strengthening state independently without relying on the blue wave ball, his ability to survive at sea will naturally soar. By the way, can you fight Capone Becky on the ocean? Suddenly, Yang Hao thought of another way to deal with Capone Becky. That is to fight him on the sea. You must know that Yang Hao is not subject to the curse of the sea. If he fights with ability users on the sea, he will have a huge advantage. Especially now, after he has completely mastered lung strengthening, it is no exaggeration to say that the sea is his main battlefield. If he were to fight Capone Becky on the sea, he might be able to compete with him without the need for monster reinforcements. But Yang Hao thought about it and gave up the idea. Forget it, even if we can lure Capone Becky to fight at sea, it's not very safe. The most important thing is, even if we can defeat him, how much benefit can I get? Yang Hao suddenly realized a very critical issue, that is, defeating Capone Becky would not bring much benefit to him. In order to defeat Capone Becky, in addition to verifying his own strength, he also wanted to preserve Bowen Town's industry. But now after some simulation, Yang Hao found that the rewards of going overseas are no less than those of staying in Bowen Town, and there are many more opportunities to get rich. In this way, the industries in Bowen Town are naturally dispensable to him. In this case, of course there is no need for him to talk to Capone Becky anymore. Even in the simulation, it will still cost Bailey. Unless there is enough interest in Capone Becky. But this time the other party came to deal with him, and Yang Hao didn't think Capone Becky had much treasure on him. Since the benefits and contributions are not equal, there is no need for him to hold on to Capone Becky. In addition, Yang Hao doesn't have many Baileys on hand anymore. It cost him 50 million to completely develop a lung enhancement device, and this was under relatively smooth conditions. One can imagine how many Baileys are needed to develop the deformation of other organs. In this situation, it would indeed be a waste to spend Pele on Capone Becky. Thinking of this, Yang Hao completely gave up the idea of continuing to fight with Capone Becky. When his thoughts returned to reality, Yang Hao suddenly transformed with a thought. He has grown taller, his body is covered with golden hair, and his tail has grown out from behind, but his face has not changed, and he looks like Sun Gok. Exactly the human animal form. After entering the human animal form, Yang Hao chanted silently again. Lung strengthening. At this moment, Yang Hao's appearance did not change, but two waves of warmth suddenly appeared in his body. The location of the warm current is exactly in the lungs. There are not many Baileys left in hand, so Yang Hao plans to test the exact effect of lung strengthening in reality. The phenomenon of lung strengthening is obviously relatively restrained and hardly appears at all. However, Yang Hao still had changes at this time. First it was the sound of his breathing, which gradually became more obvious, and finally it became like the wind. Yang Hao felt it silently, but he didn't feel much. I just feel that my breathing is much smoother, and I can take a deep breath for a long time. This feeling is still a bit awkward. However, Yang Hao's face covered with golden hair showed a smile. This is undoubtedly proof that the lungs are strengthened. Of course, if you want to thoroughly verify it, the best way is to hold your breath and enter the sea. Thinking of this, Yang Hao didn't hesitate at all. After taking a deep breath, he jumped from the boat. Boom! Yang Hao's figure crashed into the sea, and when the turbid waves spread, he had already sunk into the sea. The cold sea water covered Yang Hao's whole body. He didn't feel the slightest discomfort. The previous practice had already made him have an affinity for the sea. Entering the sea is not much different from being on land. Especially after his lungs were strengthened, he no longer felt the slightest discomfort. Uproar! Yang Hao opened his hands and began to swim in the sea. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he continued to practice swimming. Of course, before this, Yang Hao had already memorized the time of entering the water and began to test his breath-holding limit. Uproar! As Yang Hao swam, the sea surface rippled violently, and even made rumbling sounds from time to time. The huge movement even made the pirates on the ship think they had encountered a sea monster. It wasn't until they saw Yang Hao's ape-like appearance that they breathed a sigh of relief. But the pirates were still shocked by this scene. "Isn't this new captain a devil fruit user? How can you swim freely in the sea?" This situation simply broke their common sense. Countless people were surprised and confused. However, Yang Hao had no idea of explaining this. These pirate men are just his tools. There is no need to explain at all. In this way, under the surprised gazes of the pirates, Yang Hao stayed in the sea for 3 hours before returning to the ship with a smile on his face. All the pirates could feel the new captain's joy. No wonder. Because of this situation, it means that after Yang Hao's lungs are strengthened, he can stay in the sea for 3 hours. For such a long time, he was comparable to a fish man. Chapter 37 The Ambition of the Gangster Godfather, West Blue Chaos. 037 The Ambition of the Gangster Godfather, West Blue Chaos. 3 days after Yang Hao left, a medium-sized sailing ship crossed the sea and arrived at Boan town. Marine Colonel Masdar here quickly received the message. A Capone family member. Then Masdar understood. The Capone family's local gang has been wiped out, and now of course they have to send people to get it back. It's a pity that Yang Hao, the instigator, has already left early. What? Already left? Boan Town Gang's original residence. A group of men in suits arrived here. The leader is a man in a suit, holding a cigar in his mouth. He is short in stature but has a rough face and cold eyes. It's none other than Capone Becky. After arriving here, Capone Becky quickly found out the news that Yang Hao had left, and his face darkened. "Boss Becky, what should I do? Do you want to pursue me?" One of his men came to Capone Becky and asked. Capone Becky did not speak, but the next second he made an unexpected move. Bang! He suddenly took out a firecracker and hit the subordinate directly. There was a look of astonishment under his hands, and he fell down clutching his chest. The faces of the surrounding men also changed drastically in an instant. Looking at his men lying in a pool of blood, Capone Becky scolded him with a gloomy face, "Idiot! How can we catch up after they've all gone to sea?" When the surrounding men heard this, they all remained silent. Capone Becky looked towards the coast and frowned. In fact, it is not impossible to pursue, but the problem is that the time spent here is too uncertain. It's very likely that even after a long pursuit, the vicious ape won't be able to be caught. He came here this time on the order of the current boss of the Capone family. But Capone Becky is not such an obedient person. In fact, he has long wanted to replace the current boss of the Capone family. But that old guy didn't know what news he had heard recently, and he was not given a chance to get close at all. So this time, Capone Becky planned to remove the head of the vicious ape to get close to the current boss. But now, Yang Hao has escaped, and his plan has failed. In this case, naturally we can only think of other ways. As for foolishly running to the sea to chase him, Capone Becky would not do such a thankless thing. That's all. Capone Becky didn't stay long in Boan town. After leaving a group of men to restore the gang industry, he left again. Marine Colonel Masdar breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew something about Capone Becky. Very ruthless and ruthless, he is currently the most dazzling rising star of the Capone family. It is said that he is also a devil fruit user. Masdar is naturally wary of such an existence. Now that the other party left without causing trouble, he couldn't help but relax. However, in the following days, Masdar soon discovered that the situation was not as stable as he imagined. It's true that Capone Becky didn't cause trouble here in Boan town, but he did stir up trouble in the Capone family. Half a month later, the boss of the Capone family died at the hands of Capone Becky. As one of the 5 major gangster families in West Blue, if something like this happens, the extent of its spread is absolutely astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that they are all in turmoil because of this incident. The internal fighting and power struggle of the Capone family, as well as the covetousness and turf struggle of other gang families, have led to countless fights of various sizes in these days. And those bounty hunters, pirates, and marines either actively or passively join in. The turmoil spread further, and West Blue, which was already in chaos, suddenly turned into a mess. West Blue, completely in chaos. Yang Hao didn't know much about the chaos in West Blue. But soon, he also got feedback and intelligence from the robbery. Turned out to be. At the beginning, Yang Hao plundered several places, and everything went smoothly without encountering his peers or anyone else. But gradually, most of the lands they went to were visited by pirates. Some were gang fights, leaving a lot of traces. This situation also caused Yang Hao's gains to shrink instantly. It has only been less than a month, but the belongings in Yang Hao's warehouse can no longer keep up with his simulation progress. Wrong. It should be said that Yang Hao's wealth could not keep up with the progress of his simulation from the beginning. After all, many times, even 100 million belly is not enough for Yang Hao to spend an hour. But before that, the income from robbery was still acceptable to Yang Hao. Although its value is not enough for Yang Hao to simulate unscrupulously, it is still much more valuable than operating industries in Boan Town. But in recent times, even Boan Town can't compare with it, so Yang Hao naturally has to pay attention to it. After all, wealth is the key to his becoming stronger. Now that his wealth has shrunk, what will happen? After some inquiring, Yang Hao naturally understood the ins and outs of the matter. That Capone Becky guy actually killed the current boss of the Capone family. Yang Hao looked surprised. The current situation is actually very simple. Capone Becky killed the current boss of the Capone family, but still couldn't successfully take over. This method was so rebellious that most people in the Capone family still did not support him. Therefore, the Capone family at this time inevitably fell into civil strife. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other four major gang families began to invade the Capone family's territory. As a result, the fight continued. These fights naturally attracted marine. Some bounty hunters and pirates seemed to think there was something to gain and joined in. This situation, as far as Yang Hao knew, was not mentioned in the original work. But soon, Yang Hao came back to his senses. This situation is not mentioned in the original work, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After going to sea, Capone Becky was known as the godfather of the gang. Does that mean that he eventually ruled the Capone family and even unified the West Blue gang? Thinking like this, Yang Hao couldn't help but nodded. I have to say that this situation is still very possible. After all, Capone and Becky later formed a group and went overseas. And based on his strength, no one in West Blue should be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he could not have escaped. The greater possibility is that after ruling the Capone family and even unifying the entire West Blue gang, they formed the amazingly powerful Flame Tank Pirates and stepped into a larger world with the nickname Gang Godfather. A small West Blue obviously cannot satisfy Capone Becky's ambition. So he brought an astonishing force to the Great Sea route. Thinking of this, Yang Hao's heart moved. Suddenly he had an idea. Chapter 38 Yang Hao's Multi-Stage Transformation and Sonic Attack with Enhanced Lungs. 038 Yang Hao's Multi-Stage Transformation and Sonic Attack with Enhanced Lungs. In view of the current situation in West Blue, Yang Hao suddenly had an idea. That is, can I also take advantage of the chaos and make a fortune? In fact, sooner or later, Yang Hao will take advantage of the 5 major gangs in West Blue. After all, these 5 major gang families are obviously the richest people in West Blue. If Yang Hao doesn't have this strength, forget it. But as he obtained the ape fruit ability, his power increased rapidly. Now, he obviously has the ability to plunder the 5 major gang families. Of course, you can't be too arrogant, you still have to make a plan. But now, Yang Hao suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity. The chaos in West Blue caused by the Capone family's internal strife will make West Blue more dangerous, but isn't this a good opportunity? In that case, let's try it. With this idea, Yang Hao immediately asked his men to sail the pirate ship to Kyogu Town. In West Blue, Kyogu Town is equivalent to Rog Town in the East Daxia Sea. It is an important pass for West Blue to enter the great shipping route. Such a geographical location means prosperity. So not only West Blue's largest marine branch, but also the headquarters of West Blue's 5 major gang families are all in Kyogu Town. Yang Hao decided to take the opportunity to make a fortune, and the best place was of course to go to Kyogu Town. Not only is there a lot of money there, but it's also bordering the Grand Line. If anything goes wrong, just escape to the Grand Line. Speaking of which, Yang Hao's current strength is actually enough to enter the Grand Route. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, he was not considered a weakling. It is not difficult to gain a foothold with such power. As for the navigation issue, Yang Hao is not too worried. After these days of sailing, he found that sailing was not as dangerous as he imagined. When he simulated before, the reason why he died in a shipwreck at sea was entirely because he was alone and encountered bad weather. But now, with a group of pirates, there are many navigators among these pirates. Although they are not as good as Nami, they are more than enough to cope with ordinary navigation situations. So these days, they are all at peace at sea. Of course, the most important thing is that Yang Hao's water properties have improved and he has completely mastered lung strengthening. In this way, even if there is a shipwreck that these navigators cannot handle and the ship capsizes, Yang Hao's survival rate will be very high. In general, the only question now is whether Yang Hao can take advantage of the 5 major gangs of West Blue with his current strength. Regarding this point, Yang Hao is quite confident. As for the reason, it is naturally because he has become stronger again during this period. After thoroughly mastering lung strengthening, he simulated it many times one after another. These simulations are also very rewarding. In terms of heart strengthening, Yang Hao still has not reached the point of deforming at will, but in the deformation of other organs, Yang Hao has made great breakthroughs. To put it simply, he has developed many new transformations. Among them are eye strengthening, nose strengthening, ear strengthening, and gastrointestinal strengthening. These enhancements, like the heart enhancement, still cannot reach the point of random deformation, but require the help of the power of the blue wave ball. But even so, Yang Hao's methods have become more diverse. Among them, eye strengthening can greatly increase Yang Hao's vision. The strengthened nose will allow him to acquire a keen sense of smell like a dog. Ear strengthening means increasing hearing. The final gastrointestinal enhancement is to enhance digestion ability, allowing Yang Hao to become a big stomach eater. So far, Yang Hao's transformation has gone through more than a dozen stages. These transformations not only enhanced his strength, but also greatly enriched his methods. Let the relatively monotonous animal fruit abilities become diversified. It is no exaggeration to say that this ape fruit ability was simply exploited by Yang Hao. Originally, when it came to animal fruit abilities, Chopper was probably the first person to develop them. Studying the 7-stage deformation of the blue wave ball. Such a situation is simply unprecedented, and it is also unprecedented in the original work. But now this name has obviously been replaced by Yang Hao. And with the continuous development, Yang Hao has a hunch that it is far from the limit of the ape fruit's ability. Yang Hao was looking forward to where the limit of the ape fruit would be. Hee. Thinking of the wonderful thing, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile. Next, since he had no money to simulate, Yang Hao simply started practicing in reality. Yang Hao did not use the newly added transformations and heart enhancements rashly. After all, these transformations require the use of blue wave balls. After eating, there will be a 6-hour CD. It's okay in simulation, but in reality, you need to use it with caution. After all, if Yang Hao encounters any strong enemy within these 6 hours, he will be in trouble. So in reality, what Yang Hao practices are transformations that can be used at will. Arm strengthening. Strengthening of the feet. For reinforcement. Mind strengthening. When using brain enhancement, Yang Hao mainly uses it for thinking, such as problems in cultivation, judgment of the current situation, etc. This time, Yang Hao, whose head was as big as a bucket, suddenly had inspiration. By the way, can strengthened lungs be used to derive attack methods? Seizing this inspiration, Yang Hao thought carefully. After a while, Yang Hao restrained his mind enhancement and entered the lung enhancement deformation. At this time, his appearance looked the same, and he still looked like a king. But there are two warm currents in the body, condensing in the lungs. Silently feeling the changes in his body, Yang Hao came to the guardrail and looked at the calmer sea. Suddenly, he took a deep breath. An amazing scene appeared. Yang Hao's chest swelled visibly to the naked eye. Viewed from the side, it has grown in size. This is the expansion caused by gas entering the chest and abdomen. But this level is very shocking. After the expansion reached the limit, Yang Hao suddenly relaxed again. But at the same time, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Roar! Yang Hao roared towards the empty sea. An incredible situation ensued. The air in front of Yang Hao suddenly became simulated and distorted, and a huge roar turned into translucent sound waves and began to sweep away. Boom boom boom! The sea in front of me suddenly fluctuated, and the relatively calm sea surface seemed to be boiling, with countless seawater breaking and jumping. The surrounding pirates were also frightened, and the pirates on the same ship who were close to him even subconsciously covered their ears and screamed. Some people had blood seeping into their ears, as if they had been severely injured. When Yang Hao saw this, he immediately became energetic. This is sound wave. He roared and actually formed a sonic attack. The inspiration he had just now was indeed right. After the lung function is powerful to a certain extent, corresponding attack methods can be derived. Just like the current sonic attack. Of course, this is also because Yang Hao, who has the ability of an ape, roars as loudly as a tiger's roar. As a result, with the increase in lung strengthening, a qualitative change has occurred, forming a sonic attack with damaging effects. Realizing this, Yang Hao suddenly discovered that the deformation of organs may not only increase the diversity of methods, but also improve the strength, but he has not discovered it yet. After thinking about this, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel excited. The ape fruit ability is getting more and more fun. Chapter 39, Strong Body, Strengthened Intestines and Stomach. 039 Strength of Body, Strengthening of Intestines and Stomach. On this day, the weather was sunny and the sea was peaceful. On the calm sea, 6 pirate ships gradually appeared. On the leader's pirate ship, a young man with his upper body covered naked was standing on the ground with one hand and his feet in the air, rising and falling slowly. The muscular and well-proportioned body hangs upside down, silently interpreting power and beauty. Under him, sweat had accumulated into an astonishing puddle. The surrounding pirates all looked at this side with awe. This young man with a handsome face is none other than Yang Hao. 10 days have passed since he finished spending Bailey. During these 10 days, he could not simulate, so he had to practice in reality. Because he is already very familiar with his abilities, these days, Yang Hao is focusing on training instead. Regarding exercise, Yang Hao has never fallen behind from the beginning. Later, even if it was about cultivating abilities, I would still find time to practice. So Lin Lin finally figured out that his current physique was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even an ordinary person's ability to eat ordinary animal fruits and gain increased physical strength is probably not as good as him. Now Yang Hao's figure is not as thin as when he first started traveling. Instead, his muscles are well proportioned and tied together, making him look like a sculpture. Yang Hao has tried it. In human form, even if he can lift 1,000 kilograms of things with one hand, it is effortless. Of course, compared to simulation, practicing in reality is not too painful. But Yang Hao is well aware of the dangers of this world, so he would be too aggrieved if he did nothing when he was free and just lay there. If something unexpected happened because of this, he would be too aggrieved. So Yang Hao gritted his teeth and persisted in these 10 days. Even if his muscle strength increases a little, it will give him a little more confidence when facing danger. Thinking like this, Yang Hao gritted his teeth, changed his hand, and did another 100 push-ups with one hand. Call. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and then his body became limp. The small puddles formed by the sweat directly soaked his body. He didn't care. Instead, he turned his head and said downward, "Let's eat." Even without transformation, Yang Hao was still full of energy. The sound spread, and the pirates below suddenly started to work in a hurry. Even the pirates on several other pirate ships were not idle, and they all moved to the main ship to bring food. A large amount of food quickly gathered on the deck. Yang Hao transformed into a human animal form. After eating a blue wave ball, he rushed towards the food, opened his hands, and crazily stuffed the food into his mouth. At this moment, he seemed to be transformed into a super meat grinder, crushing and devouring the food quickly and quickly. The pirates around him were so used to it that they were even a little numb. At first, Yang Hao ate a lot, but later on, it became more and more astonishing. Now what he can eat alone is as good as what 100 people can eat. Noticing the surprised expressions of the surrounding pirates, it was Yang Hao who was eating like crazy, with a smile in his eyes. The reason why he became able to eat is actually very simple. It's just that the back body is stronger and has ape abilities. This also allows him to consume more physical strength, requiring him to replenish more energy. It is worth mentioning. Originally, Yang Hao didn't pay much attention to eating or anything. But after mastering the gastrointestinal enhancement, he once had a whim and tried to use the gastrointestinal enhancement to eat. From then on, Yang Hao made a surprising discovery. In addition to replenishing energy, food also has the effect of strengthening the body. Of course, this effect is minimal unless you can eat a lot of food. Originally, Yang Hao's food intake was only very ordinary. Even after gaining the ability of the ape fruit, it was not too much. But after using gastrointestinal strengthening, it is different. A large amount of food is digested by the body very quickly, and the feeling of strengthening the body becomes obvious. This speed is even faster than high-intensity exercise. Ever since, while Yang Hao was exercising, he also did not forget to use gastrointestinal strengthening to strengthen his body. Unfortunately, the transformation of gastrointestinal strengthening can currently only be achieved through the blue wave ball. In other words, even if Yang Hao is hungry at some point, he cannot use gastrointestinal enhancement and can only wait until 6 hours for the effects of the medicine to pass. But even so, in the past 10 days, Yang Hao's body has become stronger again. 3 minutes later, the food on the floor was cleared, and Yang Hao burped. The amazing thing is that even after eating so much, his stomach didn't change at all. And this is the magic of gastrointestinal strengthening. The food was quickly digested by him without any accumulation or waste. It was directly transformed into body nutrition, achieving the effect of strengthening the body. After eating, his body had also been strengthened slightly. At this time, Yang Hao didn't even feel tired. He simply jumped up again, returned to the bow of the ship, and continued to exercise. Now I don't have any money on hand, so this is all I can do. But Yang Hao has secretly decided. After you get money, you must normalize gastrointestinal strengthening as soon as possible. In this way, with 3 meals a day and exercise, his physical improvement is absolutely amazing. As the body becomes stronger, it will naturally increase the ape's ability. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that physical exercise does little to improve strength, Yang Hao would actually be willing to put more resources into improving his physical fitness. After all, in the later stages, the importance of physical fitness will become more and more prominent. It's all because physical fitness is related to domineering. Generally speaking, the stronger the person, the more domineering he will be. And this is also the reason why the animal-type fruit ability will be so popular in the later period. The current Yang Hao is already an animal-type fruit ability user. If he has a solid physique, he will have a huge advantage in the new world where he competes for dominance. In view of this, if you have not mastered gastrointestinal strengthening, forget it. But now that he has mastered gastrointestinal strengthening, Yang Hao feels that he can no longer exercise casually like before. Before entering the Grand Line, he can completely improve his physique to an astonishing level, laying a solid foundation for practicing domineering in the future. Of course, whether this idea can be implemented still depends on the next harvest in Kaihogu Town. Kaihogu Town. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yang Hao murmured and continued to practice. That's all. 2 more days passed. Yang Hao, who was practicing, suddenly heard the report from his subordinates. Captain, Kaihogu Town has arrived. Oh? Yang Hao heard the words and followed the sound. Looking far into the distance, I saw the outline of an island on the sea level. As the distance got closer, a very prosperous town in the distance came into view. Yang Hao suddenly had a smile on his lips. However, he did not take his men to the island immediately. Instead, he used the hundreds of thousands of Baileys he deliberately left behind to start the simulation again. After all, he doesn't know what the situation is in Kaihogu Town now. He would be in trouble if Capone Becky teamed up with the other 4 gangsters to ambush him up there. Although such a chance was very small, Yang Hao did not ignore it. Overall, it's better to be careful. Chapter 40 Gathering in Kaihogu Town, Capone Becky fights 5-0-40 gathers in Kaihogu Town, Capone Becky fights against 5. You brought your men to Kaihogu Town. You immediately asked your men to collect intelligence, including yourself. After all, you know nothing about the situation in Kaihogu Town and can't make a plan at all. Time flies and 1 day passes. You return to the pirate ship and start gathering information. Sure enough, as you found out, the headquarters of the 5 major gang families are all in Kaihogu Town. There are indeed constant fights, big and small, but the gang headquarters has not been uprooted. As for the ownership of the Capone family, it is still not determined. In addition, you also collected information about Colonel Marine of the Marine branch of Kaihogu Town. As the pass through which West Blue enters the Grand Route, Kaihogu Town is of obvious importance, so Colonel Marine here is not weak in strength. But what may surprise you is that this Colonel Marine named Yellen, in addition to being weak in strength, in addition to the common people, there was a secret nickname for a money-grubbing man. Many pirate subordinates found out that if they wanted to enter the Grand Line through Kaihogu Town, they only needed to give money to Yellen. In addition to the above, you also inquired about the situation of other forces in Kaihogu Town. Of course, the authenticity of this information needs to be further confirmed, so in the following time, you will lead your subordinates to continue to confirm the information. The simulation is over. This simulation has not produced any positive changes, so no selection will be made. After spending hundreds of thousands of Baileys, Yang Hao had a preliminary understanding of the situation in Kaihogu Town. The headquarters of the 5 major mafia families are indeed here. And it is indeed in turmoil right now, with constant fighting, large and small. What surprises Yang Hao is that until now, Capone Becky has not conquered the Capone family. With his strength, it should be easy to push horizontally, right? Capone Becky, who possesses the castle fruit, is a complete war machine. The military strength hidden in his body, if not released actively, will hardly be damaged with the protection of his castle. After the victory, Capone Becky can absorb more prisoners and quickly increase his troops. As the war progresses, Capone Becky's military strength and firepower will only become stronger and stronger. With such ability, it shouldn't be difficult to clean up a gang, or even unify the West Blue gang. But soon, Yang Hao understood. It is not that simple to conquer the Capone family and even unify the West Blue underworld. The biggest problem here is not power, but distance. That's right, it's the distance. You must know that whether it is the Capone family or other gangs, their forces are also distributed in various areas of West Blue. These areas are divided by oceans. If you want to suppress these areas, you need to cross the sea. In this way, no matter how powerful Capone Becky is, his suppression speed will naturally not be much faster. Unless he reaches the level of Whitebeard, who can respond to hundreds of responses and control an island with one word. But obviously, no. Therefore, the current situation of the gang is still uncertain. Wanting to understand this, Yang Hao nodded secretly. He wants to make a fortune in this gang war. And the best time is, of course, in the chaos. Otherwise, if he causes trouble again when everything is settled, Capone Becky may be targeting him again. Of course, the current Yang Hao is stronger than before and has more transformations. Even if he cannot defeat Capone Becky, he is confident that he can escape easily. But being targeted by the opponent is ultimately a problem. Being able to make money easily, Yang Hao certainly didn't want to get into trouble. After filtering the gang situation in his mind, Yang Hao thought about the information he had found about Colonel Marine in Kaihogu town. Yellen. Yang Hao murmured. Regardless of the opponent's strength, since the opponent is a money grubber, it's easy. When the time comes, if you want to enter the Grand Line, just stuff your money. If he could really make a fortune from the 5 major gangs, Yang Hao would naturally not mind spending part of it to send Colonel Yellen away. But the problem is that Yang Hao's money is not so easy to get. To a certain extent, Yang Hao is also a money grubber. If the other party is not strong enough, he is not willing to pay this amount of money. When the time comes, just call out. Of course, the strength of Colonel Marine, who can guard the passes of the Great Shipping Route, should not be much different. Even if it's not as good as Smoker from East Sea Log Town, it shouldn't be much weaker. We can only wait for Yang Hao to continue to inquire and confirm these. Next, Yang Hao calculated the last money on hand and found that there were still more than 2 million belly, so he continued to simulate. He felt that the information obtained from a simulation was not reliable. We have to continue to inquire. And it's not the big picture, but more details. For example, is Capone Becky currently in Autumn Valley? For example, how powerful is Colonel Yellen? This is information that needs to be carefully confirmed, so that Yang Hao can set up the most appropriate money-making plan based on this information. That's all. Once, twice, 3 times. Soon, Yang Hao conducted 3 more simulations. In the second simulation, Yang Hao obtained more information. For example, Capone Becky is indeed in Autumn Valley. In the next 2 simulations, Yang Hao personally went out to verify the intelligence. Mainly to verify the 5 major gangs. After some verification and inquiry, Yang Hao was surprised to discover a piece of important information. That is, it turns out that the conflict between the 5 major gangs has become clear at this time. This situation is still related to Capone Becky. It turns out that Capone Becky really wants to replace the current boss and become the new boss of the Capone family. It's just that after he killed the current boss, he was busy conquering various important branches. As a result, at this moment, the other 4 major gangs began to seize the Capone family's territory. Capone Becky realized that after all this effort, even if he obtained the Capone family, his power would be greatly reduced, so he simply went all out and launched a challenge to the 4 major gangs. He actually issued a challenge to the 4 major gangs. No, with the power of the Capone family, Capone Becky is 1 versus 5. Challenge the 5 major gangs of West Blue on your own. After finding out this information, Yang Hao was surprised. But soon, he felt relieved again. After all, he originally thought that Capone Becky had unified the West Blue underworld and entered the Grand Line. But now, it is just to confirm his speculation. Judging from the situation and strength of Capone Becky's later generations, the outcome of this challenge is self-evident. But this challenge, whose outcome was already destined, made Yang Hao suddenly become excited. Because he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to make money. The only problem now is Marine Colonel Yellen's side. If you want to give money, you'd better call. Regarding this question, Yang Hao still plans to find the answer in simulation. Chapter 41 Marine Colonel Yellen, a half-step swordsman. 041 Marine Colonel Yellen, half-step swordsman. When you arrived at the Kyogu town island, you did not bring your men to the shore, but waited on the sea. Time flies by, night falls, and after a rare rest for a long time, you recharge your batteries and start taking action. You don't alert any of your men, but quietly go into the sea alone. The purpose of doing this is, of course, to deceive others and not attract anyone's attention. You know very well that you are now well known in West Blue. If you approach the coast rashly, you will most likely attract the attention of the forces in the town. Whether it's a gangster, a marine, or another pirate, you don't want to be discovered by any party. Your idea is to hide, hit it at the right time, and then escape quickly. But right now, your purpose is to personally explore the strength of Marine Colonel Yellen. When you get out of the sea, you directly enter the human animal form and activate the lung enhancement. It will take more than half an hour for the ship to reach the shore. You crossed over in just a few minutes. When you come here, you will soon find a large number of ships docked on the coast. Kyogu Town is indeed the most important past town in West Blue. The prosperity here can be felt from the number of these ships. You didn't make any noise, but sank into the sea, looking for a place to land quietly. After a while, you finally found an uninhabited place, but this place was very remote and turned into a cliff. No wonder there is no one here, you murmured, but did not stop. Instead, you jumped up and climbed directly to the cliff above the sea. The moment you get out of the sea water, you suddenly switch from lung strengthening to arm strengthening, and this time the arm strengthening is biased towards the palms. In an instant, the muscles in your palms became tight, and 10 sharp nails suddenly popped out from your fingers. With a pop, your nails penetrated directly into the hard cliff. Seeing this scene, you raised the corner of your mouth and said you were not surprised, and immediately the figure climbed up vigorously. For you, the cliff of tens of meters was like walking on flat ground. You successfully climbed up in less than a while. As expected, there was no trace of anyone on the cliff. You smiled and then switched to strengthening your feet, turning into a golden shadow and flying away. A moment later, you arrived at Kyogu Town quietly and entered the Marine branch. Your idea is to avoid Marine and go directly to Marine Colonel Yellen here. Unfortunately, the first time you entered the Marine branch, you were quickly discovered by the surveillance phone bug here. The alarm suddenly sounded, and Marines began to pour out from everywhere. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in the Marine branch? There were scoldings, and there were more and more Marines. You let out a soft breath, and the state of strengthening your legs suddenly changed to strengthening your arms. The first time you invade the Marine branch, this situation is not beyond your expectation. Since there is no way to find Yellen directly, let's kill some Marines first. With this idea, you directly launched unlimited firepower. Stones like a hail of bullets splashed out in your hands. The Marines who just poured out were stunned by you. 1 or 2 Marine junior generals also fell into the crazy splash of rocks. The power of these stones is stronger than bullets, so that the surrounding buildings have been damaged to a certain extent. Killed dozens of people in a row, but Marines still poured out in a steady stream, and began to point their blunderbuss pistols at you. Bang bang bang! Soon, the Marines also launched a counterattack. You rolled on the spot, entered the strengthened state, and followed the inertia, turning into a big fur ball, heading towards the Marines like a meat tank. Go away! The Marines suddenly fell on their backs. Because you rushed into the crowd, some Marines did not dare to shoot rashly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you flexibly returned to your beast form, and let out a roar with your lungs strengthened. The roar formed a sound wave and swept away with a bang. The nearby marine screamed and fell down instantly, and the surrounding marines also showed signs of pain. This attack shocked the entire marine branch, and while Marine was silent, a distinctive figure comes quickly, and a cold light suddenly strikes you. You focused your eyes, stepped into the leg strengthening and quickly retreated. With a hiss, the cold light disappeared, and a long-haired figure appeared in front of you. He was holding a long sword and the marine clothes on his body were also very grand. It was none other than your target, Marine Colonel Yellen, nicknamed Money Greedy. Meridi Ape Yang Hao. Why did you come to attack our branch? Yellen obviously recognized your identity and frowned. You grinned, without saying a word, and with a thickening of your arms, you unleashed unlimited firepower on Yellen. Whoosh, whoosh, a large number of stones burst out of the air, but this time, it did not have the desired effect. Yellen waved his sword and actually cut all the stones accurately. You immediately understand that Yellen's swordsmanship skills are very good, but to what extent, you are not sure. Seeing that throwing stones does not work, you change to another attack method. Grabbing the giant stick on your back, you transformed into a human animal form and rushed toward Yellen. You plan to use melee combat to test Yellen's swordsmanship skills. Clang, 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 the giant stick was swung, and it immediately hit Yellen's back. Yellen's swordsmanship is good, but his strength is still much weaker than yours. But soon, Yellen's long sword came back. Your stick skills are only basic after all, and are obviously not as good as the enemy's skills. The sharp sword blade soon made a wound on your body. With a thought in your mind, you tried to activate the first strengthened attack. As a result, the sharp sword blade was somewhat useless. The sharp attack was only on the panel. A slight wound was cut on the surface. Seeing this scene, you finally understand the level of Yellen's swordsmanship. The opponent is not a swordsman yet. If he is a swordsman, Minggu's Zhanti will definitely be able to easily break through your enhanced fur, but the opponent's swordsmanship is indeed somewhat exquisite. If I really want to describe it appropriately, I would probably be a half-step swordsman. The strength of the half-step swordsman is obviously not as good as that of Smoker from Rogtown in the East Daxia Sea, but as a marine colonel, such strength is pretty good. But when you realize this, a smile appears on your face. Because you know that a half-step swordsman is no match for you. Sure enough, when you once again unleashed the lung-strengthened sonic roar, Yellen was immediately stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you swept your giant stick away, directly deflecting the opponent's long sword, and then swung it with the stick. On the opponent's head, something red and white exploded, and you killed Yellen, of course. Chapter 42 The Money-Grubbing Man's Family Background. 042 The Money-Grubbing Man's Family Background. The death of Yellen made the Marines fear you. You chuckled and swaggered into the building inside the Marine branch. As a vicious ape, you completely shocked Marine. As if you were in an uninhabited land, you headed straight to the warehouse of the Marine branch with a clear goal. After killing Yellen, your target will naturally be the other party's property. Since the other party is a money grubber, he should have a lot of property, right? Weapon depot, restroom, training room, and soon you found the property room of the Marine branch. However, in the end, the harvest in the property room surprised you, and it turned out to be only a few million belly. The simulation ends, resulting in benign changes, 1 combat experience, and no malignant changes. At this moment, a lot of information suddenly surged in Yang Hao's mind. This is combat experience gained in simulation. While receiving the combat experience, Yang Hao looked at the content of the simulation and fell into deep thought. This time's simulation, the battle with the money-grubbing Yellen, did not surprise him much. Even if the opponent is not a half-step swordsman, but a real swordsman, he may not be his opponent. Because of this battle, Yang Hao didn't even use the heart enhancement. But what makes Yang Hao most satisfied is actually the effects of various deformations during the simulation. After possessing multiple transformations, his abilities and methods have indeed increased. Whether traveling through mountains and rivers, or facing the siege of many people, he has become more comfortable. What dissatisfied Yang Hao the most was naturally the final property harvest. Yellen is nicknamed a money grubber. How could he only have a few $1 million in wealth? However, Yang Hao thought about it and soon understood. It seems that those millions belong not to Yellen, but to the Marine branch. Yellen's money may not be in the Marine branch. It's right when you think about it. How could Yellen's own money be put together with the money from the Marine division? In other words, his money is not in the Marine branch. But if it's not the Marine branch, where would it be? Yang Hao found that he still thought too simply. But it's Marine's money, or the gang's money, so it shouldn't be easy to get. Certainly. The solution to this problem is also very simple. Just ask yourself. For example, Marine, just ask Yellen directly. As long as you can beat the other party, it shouldn't be a problem to dig out the money from the other party. Wanting to understand this, Yang Hao immediately continued to simulate. As night falls, you quietly go into the sea. After a long journey on a familiar road, you use your deformation flexibly and arrive at the Marine branch of Kyogo town again. Because of your previous experience, you took the initiative to rush in the direction of Yellen. Unfortunately, you were discovered halfway. As a Marine shouted, a large number of Marines began to pour in from all directions. You were helpless for a while and could only face the difficulty. This time, Yellen appeared faster, waving a long sword, and rushed towards you. Based on your previous experience, without saying a word, you charged forward with a long stick. After a fierce battle, you suddenly used roaring sound waves and took the opportunity to injure Yellen again. However, at this time, the surrounding Marine seeing that something was wrong, he also started to use pistols and muskets for auxiliary attacks. For a while, you couldn't take down Yellen. After another stalemate for a while, you shook your head, ate a blue wave ball, and entered a heart-strengthened state. With doubled strength, you ignored the attacks from the surrounding Marines and rushed straight to Yellen's side. The long sword swung from the opposite side was easily knocked away by you. Then, with a punch of your fist, Yellen was killed directly. Yellen was knocked unconscious and captured alive, and then he wrapped Yellen and escaped from the Marine branch before the Marines surrounded him. The 3-minute effect of the drug passes quickly and the heart-strengthening state subsides. This has no impact on your behavior at all. After a while, you, in your animal form, took Yellen to the outskirts of Kyogo town. Yellen was soon woken up by you. When he opened his eyes, he saw you transformed into King Kong. That fierce aura made him feel awe-inspiring and his face turned pale. The next step is naturally the time for torture, but what surprises you is that before you speak, Yellen begs for mercy first. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money. Hearing this, you couldn't help but look playful. It seems that this money-grubbing guy is quite smart. Before you even opened your mouth, he hit your target. Of course, this is probably because Yellen the concept of money is very strong. When encountering a problem, the first thing that comes to mind is to use money to solve it. So next, you easily learned from Yellen's mouth where the other party hid the money. Sure enough, it was not at the Marine branch, but at the residence he rented secretly. With Yellen, you soon returned to a place in Kyogo town. This is a 2-story house that looks very old. It doesn't look like a treasury hiding a huge sum of money at all. But soon, you followed Yellen's footsteps. You suddenly realize. It turns out that there is a secret basement underneath the house, and the basement is where the real money is hidden. After a while, you will see the treasure piled up like a hill as you wish. There are hundreds of millions of treasures here. You were so pleasantly surprised that you immediately asked Yellen about the exact location of this place and the details of the operation of the institutions. But in the end, you did not let Yellen go, but continued to torture him, trying to find out more money that the other party might have hidden. Unfortunately, until her death, Yellen always denied other places to hide money. It seems that the money here is indeed all the property he owned. It is right to think about it. After all, a Marine colonel can make hundreds of millions of belly. Already amazing. Simulation ends, good changes obtained, 1 combat experience, 2 intelligence provided by Yellen, no malignant changes. Another simulation ended, and Yang Hao was refreshed. Before he spent all his baileys, he finally made another major gain. Money greedy, he knew where Yellen hid his money. This guy is greedy for 100 million belly. So many baileys are enough for Yang Hao to simulate well. Even directly simulating the best results for Kaihogu Town and his party is not a problem. The best thing is that even if he doesn't attack the Marine branch in reality, he can bring back the money. All because in reality, only Yellen knows where he hides his money. He would not have imagined that someone could figure out where he hid his money in the simulated world. In other words, Yang Hao, who has this secret information, can completely get rid of Yellen's hidden money without anyone noticing. When Yellen finds out later, he probably won't be traced. Very good, go now. Yang Hao smiled. Without further ado, he decided to set off as soon as evening came. Of course, to be on the safe side, he still spent some baileys and simulated it twice beforehand. After there were no accidents, he was completely relieved. Chapter 43 100 million, Clear Cultivation Ideas. 043 100 million, Clear Cultivation Ideas. Night falls. 6 pirate ships were anchored on the sea some distance away from the island where Kaihogu Town is located. On the main ship headed by the leader, the figure flashed and turned with a thud. An ape suddenly appeared in the sea. It was none other than Yang Hao. After simulating it twice and feeling that there was no problem, Yang Hao took advantage of the darkness and took action directly. He is very good at water, even when diving, his speed is not slow. In addition, with strengthened lungs, you can really swim in the sea like a fish man. Soon, Yang Hao approached the coast of the island, but this direction was obviously wrong. There were many ships. Yang Hao didn't say anything and immediately started to circle around to search. At this moment, Yang Hao felt a little emotional. It would be great if the content of the simulation was not text, but pictures and texts, or even images. It is worth mentioning that when Yang Hao turned on the simulation system, the simulation content he obtained was always displayed in text. Although Yang Hao can also learn a lot through text, there are also many limitations. After all, the text is simplified. So now in reality, Yang Hao doesn't know the exact location of the uninhabited coast, he only knows that it does exist. But it would be convenient if there were images. Yang Hao could directly write down the direction and route and arrive in one step. There are obvious benefits to having a better understanding of simulation content. As mentioned before, the butterfly effect exists. The insignificant flutter of a butterfly's wings may cause a storm in an unknown place. Yang Hao came to this realization soon after using the simulation system. In view of this, the fewer the errors between his actions in reality and those in the simulation, the more similar or even the same results will naturally occur. Unfortunately, this aspect cannot be forced at present. Fortunately, from Yang Hao's point of view, finding an uninhabited place to land is the same as in the simulation. So that should be a good thing too. After a while, Yang Hao found the cliff mentioned in the simulation. Without saying a word, he jumped from the ground like a rocket. Then there was a roar. The claws formed in the strengthened state of his arm were inserted into the cliff wall. Only this time, what was different from the simulation was that Yang Hao's palm was empty and he used too much force to directly grab the rock. Thump! The next second, Yang Hao's figure fell into the sea. Oh, I missed it. Yang Hao was speechless when his head emerged from the sea again. This scene is obviously different from the simulation. But at this time, he was not as frightened as he was when he first started using the simulation system. The real situation is different from the simulation, and unexpected situations may indeed evolve. But with his current strength, it is enough to deal with ordinary accidents. Therefore, Yang Hao's expression did not change much. Another leap to the cliff. This time, Yang Hao did not miss, but stuck firmly on the cliff, and then began to climb quickly. Soon, a 2-meter-tall ape jumped onto the cliff. After taking a glance and finding no one around, Yang Hao strengthened his feet and turned into a golden shadow and disappeared. This time, he naturally did not go to the marine branch in Kyogo town, but went straight to the place where Yellen hid the money. There were no accidents during this process. He quietly entered the house, entered the basement through the mechanism, and successfully pocketed 100 million. Call. Although he had expected this result and simulated it twice, Yang Hao couldn't help but let out a long breath of excitement when he actually won 100 million belly. Should we take the money back, or should we simulate it directly here? Yang Hao thought for a while and decided to take the money back. Because next, the direction he plans to simulate is to completely master the strengthening of the intestines and stomach, and use the strengthening of the intestines and stomach to strengthen the body with twice the result with half the effort. Here, it's not very convenient. But before going back, Yang Hao still spent some money and simulated the process of going back. After finding that it was still going well, he left with the money. There is no need to simulate this kind of action with almost no danger many times. After a while, Yang Hao braved the darkness and returned to the coast. But it is a bit difficult to take Bailey back to the pirate ship. Of course, this is not difficult for Yang Hao. Taking the money, he jumped directly into the sea, but when he was almost like water, his whole body swelled up. The hair is soaring, as if it has entered a fur-strengthened state. A plop! The sea water splashed open, and half of Yang Hao's body sank into the sea water, but because his fur was too thick, he did not sink completely in the end. The money was on top of his head, held calmly and not wet by the sea water. Although there is a high chance that it can be used after it gets wet, since Yang Hao has a way to protect it, he will not waste it. After stabilizing, Yang Hao adjusted his form, and finally successfully returned to the pirate ship with the money. It is worth mentioning. There are also pirates patrolling the pirate ship at night. This is Yang Hao's arrangement to prevent them from being noticed by other forces without knowing it. Of course, this kind of patrol has little effect. At least that's the case for Yang Hao. He quietly avoided the pirates' eyes and ears and returned to the cabin. The originally empty warehouse became full again. Yang Hao smiled and immediately activated the mind enhancement without hesitation. A creature with a head as big as a bucket, like an alien ape, appeared on the spot. Since he has thoroughly mastered mind enhancement, Yang Hao will often use mind enhancement to conduct a brainstorming session before the simulation starts. With the help of enhanced brain power, you can think and plan, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. This time, there was no exception. After some thinking, Yang Hao's ideas became clearer. He finally decided not to strengthen his stomach and improve his physique, but to focus on cultivating his stomach and intestines first, and train it as much as possible to the point where he could change it at will without the help of a blue wave ball. In this way, when you use gastrointestinal strengthening to improve your body, you don't have to worry about the time it takes for the medicine to take effect. Speaking of which, after thoroughly mastering gastrointestinal strengthening, the benefits are also visible to the naked eye. By then, even if there is no need for simulation, his physical speed will not be too slow in reality. Wanting to understand this, Yang Hao started a new simulation. On the first day, you ate blue wave balls and began to enter the gastrointestinal strengthening state. This time, you did not eat and drink too much, but carefully felt your body in the gastrointestinal strengthening state. This was exactly what you had done before. Master the experience of brain strengthening and lung strengthening. In fact, in your opinion, it is not difficult to completely master gastrointestinal strengthening. After all, in terms of danger, brain strengthening and lung strengthening are no less dangerous than gastrointestinal strengthening, especially brain strengthening. It's just that after practicing and developing again and again, you have not made much progress. The strengthening of the gastrointestinal tract and the strengthening of the heart seem to be stuck at a bottleneck, but you have not given up. Once, twice. 1 month, 2 months. Chapter 44, Completely strengthen the gastrointestinal tract, soar in physical fitness, face Capone Becky again. 044 Thoroughly strengthened the gastrointestinal tract, the body soared, and faced Capone Becky again. The simulation ends, obtain benign changes, 1 random gastrointestinal strengthening, eliminate malignant changes, 1 anorexia. Another simulation ends. Yang Hao was refreshed and finally mastered random gastrointestinal strengthening. However, when he saw that his property had dropped by 1/3, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the experience of brain strengthening and lung strengthening, he did not expect that he would have to spend close to 30 million belly to completely master the gastrointestinal strengthening. It is not a successful simulation, but it has been experienced countless times. He even developed anorexia because of practicing gastrointestinal strengthening. Fortunately, these bad factors have been eliminated by the simulation system, otherwise it would be ridiculous. Even if you completely master gastrointestinal strengthening, what will happen if you develop anorexia? Hee. Yang Hao chuckled secretly, still feeling a little happy. Although it costs a lot, the results are still good. Moreover, it takes almost no effort to obtain the funds he currently has. Even if you spend all your money, you won't feel bad, as long as you gain something, that's it. Now that he has completely mastered gastrointestinal enhancement, Yang Hao naturally changed his simulation plan. In the past, the main practice was to strengthen the intestines and stomach, so now, naturally, it is used to strengthen the intestines and stomach, so that the body can quickly soar. Of course, it's not that Yang Hao doesn't practice the rest of the transformations, but that he has now practiced to the point where he can transform independently, so there is no great need. For example, eyes are strengthened, ears are strengthened, and noses are strengthened. These deformations can only be used under certain circumstances. As for heart strengthening, if it can be deformed at will, it will indeed get a huge boost. But the problem is that heart strengthening is different from other strengthening. It is a skill that consumes a lot of money on the body and even shortens one's life. Cultivating it to the point where it can be transformed at will is not entirely a good thing. So after much thought, Yang Hao decided that it would be better to improve his physical fitness first. After all, as your physique improves, your various abilities and powers will also increase. Maybe as your body becomes stronger, the side effects of heart strengthening will become less severe. After thinking about this, Yang Hao no longer hesitated and immediately started a new simulation. On the first day, when you start practicing, the main thing is to exercise your body, and secondly to practice your ability. But this time, your most important thing is to use the strengthening of your intestines and stomach to improve your physique. On the 7th day, there was a huge commotion in Kyogo town. It seemed that Capone Becky took action, but you ignored it. In the first month, you can feel that your body has become significantly stronger. As you can imagine, the two-pronged approach of exercise and gastrointestinal strengthening has an amazing effect on physical growth. The second month. First year. Second year. The simulation is over, benign changes are obtained, 1 amazing muscle strength, 2 ability application experience, eliminate malignant changes, 1 aversion to exercise, and offensive emotions towards food. In the simulation world, more than 2 years have passed. The Bailey in Yang Hao's hand also fell below 10 million. At this point, he finally ended the simulation. As soon as the simulation ended, an astonishing amount of muscle power swept through Yang Hao's body. It is different from the past, which used to spread like a hot spring, but this time, it actually swept like a storm. The unprecedented muscle strength immediately caused great changes in Yang Hao's body. Originally, his figure was just full of muscle outlines and looked thin. But this time, the muscles became extremely obvious. It was not an explosion, but it seemed to contain infinite power. As soon as Yang Hao clenched his fist, he felt that he could easily blow up a wall even without transforming. Compared to his muscle strength and experience in using abilities, they were a bit insignificant. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. This effect is much better than imagined. Originally, Yang Hao thought that 2 years of training in the simulated world, coupled with gastrointestinal strengthening, would at most achieve twice the result with half the effort. But now it seems that the real effect is comparable to his 6 or 7 years of hard training in reality. One can imagine how much his physique has improved at this time. Yang Hao's spirit was greatly boosted. It's no wonder that this time, disgust and conflict with food will arise again. In fact, this time, his improvement has been too great. Now even if he has never tried the ape ability, he can still know that because of the sudden increase in his body, the power of the ape ability will definitely increase greatly. Yang Hao's eyes flickered. Before entering the Grand Line through Kaihogu town, he was still thinking of giving money to Marine Colonel Yellen. But now, it seems, there is no need for this at all. Originally, Yellen was no match for him, let alone his physical strength. If Yellen doesn't have the foresight to stop him by then he can simply destroy the opponent, and it won't take much effort anyway. Of course, it is no longer a problem on Yellen's side. What Yang Hao has to consider now is Capone Becky's side. It is worth mentioning that in this simulation, the 1-on-5 situation between Capone and Becky still happened. He was busy getting stronger in the simulation, so naturally he had no time to pay attention. But now, back to the real world, I definitely want a piece of the pie. He had this plan originally, but now that Yang Hao has become stronger again, he is naturally more determined. He even considered whether he should face Capone Becky again to see if he could defeat him with his current strength. If that doesn't work, it's natural to take advantage of the chaos and make a fortune before leaving. But if possible, it seems that there is no need for Yang Hao to leave. All because if he can defeat Capone Becky, he can completely kill him, replace him, and unify the West Blue underworld. Thinking of this, Yang Hao couldn't help but get a little excited. If the power was strong enough, who would be willing to play so many tricks, calculating here and planning there? If he has enough power, he can push and suppress him all the way. And this is actually the correct way to use the simulation system. Yang Hao did this before, but he was temporarily stuck when he met Capone Becky. Originally, he thought that in order to gain the power to defeat or even defeat Capone Becky, he had to reach the Grand Line. But now it seems that this is no longer necessary. With his current strength, he can definitely try to deal with Capone Becky. Even if you can't compete, you can still escape with absolute confidence. Of course, you still have to really try to know whether you can beat it. Only by figuring this out can Yang Hao make a better decision on his next action. Very good, in that case, let's try it. Yang Hao nodded secretly. Right now, he still has 10 million Baileys left, which should be enough to try. Of course, before officially starting to try, Yang Hao should first familiarize himself with the ape's ability in the simulation due to the sudden increase in physical strength. Only when he was able to perfectly utilize his increased power did he officially start trying to capture Capone Becky. Chapter 45 Fight again to break the defense, the castle's huge weakness. 045 Fight again to break the defense, the castle's huge weakness. After spending another million Baileys on simulation, Yang Hao became thoroughly familiar with the current ape's abilities. Just as Yang Hao had thought before, the ape's abilities also became much stronger as his body improved. This range, calculated by Yang Hao, is at least half stronger. This kind of power also brings greater confidence to Yang Hao. Next, of course, we have to try to deal with Capone Becky. Yang Hao continued to think intensively as usual before officially entering the simulation. You continue to use gastrointestinal strengthening to improve your physical fitness and training ability, and you are not in a hurry to deal with Capone Becky, because you know that there are still several days before Capone Becky and the gang have a complete conflict. However, apart from practicing, you have not been idle. At the same time, you have also ordered your subordinates to start searching for information in Kyogu town. Whether you want to confront Capone Becky when there is a complete conflict, or whether you want to find him alone before that, you haven't thought about it yet. Everything needs to be decided based on specific information. On the first day, you are immersed in cultivation, and the same is true on the second day. On the third day, your subordinates received information that Capone Becky was somewhere in Kyogu town. At this time, you suddenly realized a question, that is, whether Capone Becky's strength has improved. Logically speaking, in such a short period of time, Capone Becky's strength should not be as strong as yours, it's like a qualitative change. But the opponent's castle fruit ability is really possible. After all, as long as he has enough and strong weapons, he can greatly increase his attack power. And the opponent plans to challenge the 5 gangs with 1 against 5, so he obviously relies on firepower. But in the current situation, no matter how strong Capone Becky is, you have no choice but to take action. Another day later, you resolutely approached Capone Becky. No nonsense, the moment you find the other party, you launch an attack. Your attack is still throwing stones, but after your physical strength increases, the unlimited firepower formed by throwing stones is more appropriate. Countless stones are almost like guns and cannons. Capone Becky was obviously frightened by your attack. Amidst the roar, his size increased dramatically, his figure changed wildly, and a huge castle rose from the ground. You are overjoyed. Capone Becky's performance in the face of a powerful enemy has undoubtedly confirmed that you have become stronger, but what makes you most happy is that this time the stone was thrown on Capone Becky's castle. There was no ripple, but it was damaged. Although the degree of damage is very small, it is still not small when it is added up. There is no doubt that your attack power has tended to break through Capone Becky's defense. This is a very good phenomenon. Facing your onslaught, Capone Becky also launched a terrifying counterattack. A large number of troops, including muskets, pistols, and cannons, appeared all over the huge castle. Boom boom boom. The scene of the battle instantly turned into a sea of fire, just like the outbreak of war. You were already prepared and quickly moved away. However, the castle transformed by Capone Becky still stood in place, motionless and unstoppable. Output firepower. Although your firepower has become stronger, it is still not as good as Capone Becky. Especially after retreating, you begin to be suppressed by the opponent's firepower. This situation is not beyond your expectation. You have entered the enhanced leg form, flying across the field like a phantom, looking for a fighter. Looking at the huge castle, you suddenly have a whim. If you can't attack from the outside, can you attack from the inside? If you can enter the castle, you will have a huge advantage. With this idea, you perked up, and you suddenly discovered that the weaknesses of the castle fruit were not just speed and movement, but also huge weaknesses inside the castle. Just imagine, if you could break in and wipe out all the troops inside, when the time comes, Capone Becky will turn into a toothless tiger, and you can even defeat the opponent through internal destruction more easily. Just do what you think of. While avoiding the fire, you start to keep approaching Capone Becky. After a while, you finally found the opportunity and approached the huge castle. However, Capone Becky obviously noticed your intention. The moment you approached, the fire suddenly stopped and all the portals in the castle were closed. Did you find it? You frowned and did not stop. After getting completely close to the castle, you launched another attack. However, no matter whether it was fists, giant sticks, or stone throws, there was no way to break through. Among them, because the distance is too close, even the power of throwing stones has been reduced, so that it can no longer break through the defense. At this time, I thought of the sound waves strengthened by the lungs, and without any further words, I went straight in and opened my bloody mouth. Roared loudly. Sound waves visible to the naked eye swept out, shaking the entire castle. It seemed to be effective, but unfortunately the damage was still not great, and there was no room to shake the castle. At this time, Capone Becky flexibly opened the distant window and poured firepower at you. You immediately tried to dodge again, but because the distance was too close, you couldn't dodge and was hit by a cannon. Although the damage was not great, it was also let your speed be affected to a certain extent. Capone Becky's firepower poured out again. You made some secret calculations and simply ran away. The simulation is over, benign changes are obtained, 1 some muscle strength, 2 combat experience, and malignant changes are eliminated. After the simulation, Yang Hao gained some muscle strength. The gastrointestinal strengthening effect is indeed impressive, even if it is only for a few days, it will improve his physique. But this time, Yang Hao was obviously more concerned about this battle. While integrating combat experience, he began to review. The result of fighting Capone and Becky again was actually a draw. It was similar to what Yang Hao had thought before. After his strength increased again, it would not be as difficult for him to face Capone Becky as before. The main attack method is throwing rocks, which can barely break through the defense, but compared to the firepower, he is still not as good as Capone Becky. The opponent's firepower has indeed become stronger. And with castle defense, it can output smoothly. Unlike him, when the fire comes, he has to dodge. As a result, it is still somewhat difficult to defeat the opponent head-on. But this time, Yang Hao still made a breakthrough in conquering Capone Becky. That is, he realized the huge weakness of Capone Becky's castle. That's the internal weakness. There is no doubt that as he thought in the simulation, as long as he gets inside, it will not be difficult to weaken the opponent's strength or defeat the opponent. The difficulty lies in how to get inside. If you enter from the front, Capone Becky will obviously be alert. So, is there any other way? Chapter 46 A Way to Defeat Capone Becky. 046 HOW to defeat Capone Becky. Yang Hao activated his ability and turned into King Kong. As he thought, his furry head suddenly expanded exaggeratedly. With the strengthening of his mind, Yang Hao's thinking suddenly became clear, and inspiration emerged during his thinking. In this state, he quickly came up with an idea. It is obviously difficult to enter Capone Becky's body head-on during a battle. Judging from the previous simulations, Capone Becky must also understand his weaknesses. So there is no slack in this regard. However, Yang Hao thought about it and found that it was not impossible to get into Capone Becky's body. The first one is to become his subordinate and be placed in his body. The second one was to take advantage of the chaos between him and the 5 gangster families to invade. Both of these methods should be easier than entering from the front. But in comparison, the second one has a higher probability. After all, the first one Capone Becky took into his body was usually a subordinate he trusted or had checked. Otherwise, he would not let anyone in casually. One can imagine how difficult it would be for Yang Hao to sneak in. Not to mention he is also a famous bounty criminal. The second one is actually a frontal entry. However, because Capone Becky will focus on other gangsters at that time, the success rate will be much higher. Yang Hao has thought about the specific operation method. It was while Capone Becky was fighting with the 5 gangsters that he quietly approached, then suddenly attacked and forced his way into the castle. In this way, the success rate should not be low. Certainly. There is also the possibility of failure. But even if it fails, it doesn't seem to matter. After all, with his current strength, he can already challenge Capone Becky head-on. When the breakthrough fails, it will be nothing more than facing Capone Becky again. And anyway, things seem to be better than if he and Capone Becky were on their own. In that case, let's choose the second option. Yang Hao made another decision. His purpose is not to defeat Capone head-on, but to find a way to defeat Capone and obtain greater benefits. Now that he can take advantage of the other party's weaknesses, Yang Hao will naturally not be pretentious. A new simulation begins. You continue to use your intestines and stomach to strengthen your cultivation, and silently wait for the day when the gangs collide completely. The second day, the third day, time flies by, and it's the seventh day. The security in Kyogo town suddenly became tighter, and Yellen led the Marines to dispatch. You know, the conflict between Capone and the gang is about to officially happen. Sure enough, when you come to a territory of the Capone family, you see the 5 gangsters gathered together. Except for some of them wearing suits, the rest of them, although wearing different clothes, also have a gloomy and ruthless temperament. These people gathered together, there are thousands of people out there. On the opposite side, Capone is standing alone, facing thousands of troops, but his expression remains unchanged, and he is smoking a cigar carelessly. You nod secretly. At this time, Capone does have the demeanor of a gangster godfather. No wonder he was able to stand out later and become one of the pirate supernovas. When the 5 major gangs unite, it looks like they have a large number of people, but in fact, the power gap between them and Capone is still huge. What happened next was not beyond Yang Hao's expectation. When the roar rose, the 5 gangs did not take advantage at all, and were directly suppressed by Capone terrifying firepower. As a bystander, you realize with a wry smile that Capone has unlimited firepower compared to you. After transforming into a huge castle, he is like a war fortress, indestructible and with terrifying firepower. You didn't have time to sigh, so you quickly took the opportunity to approach Capone, but soon, you found that the situation was somewhat different from what you imagined. Whether it is before or after the transformation, there is no one within a radius of tens of meters of Capone. If anyone comes close, he will be annihilated first. This also leads to the fact that if you want to get close to Capone will definitely be discovered by the other party. It seems that Capone is always on guard against being approached by people approaching the castle. After all, even if ordinary people enter the castle, it may cause chaos. But at this time, you have no way to retreat, so you have to bite the bullet and continue to approach. Fortunately, the firepower of the 5 gangs finally attracted Capone attention for you, and your sudden outburst finally caught Capone by surprise. Same as last time, you approached the castle transformed by Capone and tried to break through. Unfortunately, Capone reacted in time and closed the door in your direction. You were not discouraged and directly sent out roaring sound waves. This time, you clearly heard a scream coming from inside the castle. The invisible sound wave still penetrated the wall, injuring Capone men. But after the roar, Capone also reacted and poured some of his firepower towards you. You reacted quickly to strengthen your feet, jumped on the castle to dodge, and easily avoided Capone firepower. At this time, you discovered another weakness of Capone, that is, when you get close to the castle, Capone firepower cannot lock you down so easily. Firstly, there is a castle next to you. If you are not careful, Capone will accidentally injure himself. Secondly, you are very fast, jumping up and down on the surface of the castle building like a monkey. Capone firepower wants to lock on, the difficulty has greatly increased, at least it will be difficult to form a mass fire of hundreds or thousands of people. Such a discovery makes your face light up. Only then do you realize that Capone, who possesses the castle fruit, is not as difficult to deal with as you imagined. Of course, this is also because you have the opportunity to simulate. In reality, there are no opportunities to contend with strong enemies again and again. Many times, a single defeat is all it takes. As you learn more about the castle fruit, you become more confident in defeating Capone. After discovering something, you did not rush to deal with Capone again. Instead, you jumped into a corner and tried your best to defeat Capone. Evade fire. After a while, Capone Becky looked at you, who was still alive and kicking, with a gloomy face. He gradually realized that there was no way to easily kill you running around on the surface of the castle. So he made a prompt decision and changed the target. First, he used annihilate surrounding gangsters with firepower. You watched silently, not stopping you, but from time to time, you used roaring sound waves to injure Capone Becky's men who appeared all over the castle. Capone Becky hated you so much, but there was nothing you could do about it. The battle situation at the scene has reached a stalemate. Chapter 47. Capone Becky's weakness is lack of physical strength. 047. Capone Becky's weakness is lack of physical strength. The battle situation at the scene has reached a stalemate. In this regard, you have no good solution. You just stick close to the castle and send out roaring sound waves from time to time. It's just that I don't know if Capone Becky's men have decreased or if the other party has transferred. You cling to the castle and send out sound waves, and the screams coming from inside are getting less and less. From the fact that Capone Becky's firepower has not decreased, you will understand. It seems that Capone Becky deliberately transferred his subordinates, resulting in a sharp decrease in the number of your sonic kills. Understanding this, you no longer use roaring sound waves, but instead use heart strengthening to activate the second level of power, trying to destroy the castle. After your physical strength has greatly increased, your brute strength has also greatly increased in power, just like throwing stones. Especially in the second gear state, the steaming clay pot fist can actually hit the castle slightly, causing slight cracks. However, such an attack is obviously within the range that Capone Becky can withstand. After observing it, you find that a simple brute force attack seems to be less effective than the unlimited firepower caused by throwing stones. After thinking about it, you still stay away from the castle and use stone throwing to attack. The main reason is that the heart strengthening time cannot last long. If you become weak at close range, Capone Becky will inevitably take advantage of it. Next, with your help, the gangsters' firepower suddenly became stronger, and they were able to compete with Capone Becky's firepower. But Capone Becky's firepower is not only dense and huge, but also has top-notch battery life, almost non-stop. So, not long after, you and the gangsters were suddenly suppressed by the firepower of Capone Becky. During this period, Capone Becky also tried to kill you first, but you were hidden in the crowd and your figure was swift, so it was still difficult to lock on. Having no choice but to continue targeting other gangsters, Capone Becky plans to defeat all the gangsters and then deal with you. In less than a moment, Capone Becky's idea will be successful. Although the gang members gathered this time were in the thousands, they were still not enough to watch under Capone Becky's terrifying energy. Seeing this scene, you shook your head secretly, feeling that this simulation was probably fruitless. But you don't end there, but plan to fight Capone Becky until you die. Speaking of which, except for the first few simulations, you were able to escape from Capone Becky in the subsequent simulations, and even escaped unscathed later on. But now, you suddenly want to see, with Capone Becky, what will happen to the end of the battle. Will you still die? If you pay the price with your life, Capone Becky will not be unscathed, right? So, how far can you fight Capone Becky? With this idea, you are even more curious. For you, it doesn't matter whether you die or not. The most important thing is to gain something. And now, you suddenly realize that even if you die, if you can test the degree of damage you will cause to Capone Becky after your desperate efforts, it will be worth it. In this way, after the 5 major gangs were wiped out, you did not escape, but stayed in place and fought to the death with Capone Becky. An hour later, your injuries reached the limit and you fell into a pool of blood. However, you did not lose consciousness, but held on tightly, staring at the huge castle transformed by Capone Becky. The castle at this moment is no longer as majestic as before. Instead, it is full of damage and looks like a dilapidated building. It seems that Capone Becky has recovered his human form after discovering that you are dying. Capone Becky, who has returned to his human form, seems to have suffered a bloody head, his face is pale, and he is sweating profusely. His figure seems a little unstable, he looks very embarrassed, and he also looks like he has been severely injured. Seeing Capone Becky like this, you will die with a smile on your face. The simulation ends, producing benign changes: 1 muscle strength, 2 combat experience, eliminating malignant deformation, and strengthening the heart to enter the 2nd level of hidden damage. As the simulation ended, a wave of combat experience surged into Yang Hao's mind again, and a corresponding body memory was formed. Yang Hao didn't pay too much attention, but silently watched the simulation content this time. How to say? This time the simulation was still not going well. He still failed to successfully enter Capone Becky's body and destroy it from inside the castle. This also resulted in his subsequent attacks still not having much effect. But when he saw the final simulation content, Yang Hao suddenly became energetic. This simulation was indeed not smooth, but it was not without gain. Combat experiences on the one hand, and on the other hand, he seems to have discovered another weakness of the castle fruit. No, to be more precise, it's Capone Becky's weakness. This weakness is common among people with paramecia abilities. That is, lack of physical strength. You must know that most of the use of devil fruit abilities requires stamina. This is true even for animal-type fruit abilities. It's just that the consumption of the animal fruit ability is very small, almost negligible. In addition, the animal fruit ability can greatly enhance the physical strength, so it is rare for users with the animal fruit ability to suffer from physical exhaustion. But the abilities of other series are different. Both Logia and Paramecia consume a lot of physical energy, especially Paramecia. The stronger the ability, the greater the consumption. For this point, you can refer to the results of surgery. Because his ability to perform surgery is so strong, he often suffers from physical exhaustion. So, does Capone Becky have this phenomenon? Of course. And it is estimated that he is more serious than Luo. After all, Capone Becky's castle ability is considered very powerful, and it is not much worse than the surgery fruit ability. But he himself is obviously not as good as Luo. And Luo is not a physical practitioner, but a sword practitioner. In general, although Capone Becky's castle fruit is powerful, it obviously cannot last long. If Yang Hao could persist in this simulation for another half an hour, maybe the person who fell would be Capone Becky. Because if your physical strength is exhausted, Capone Becky's castle fruit ability will definitely be greatly reduced by then, and you may not even be able to use it. This point is actually the key to Hailstone's ability to seal the abilities of Esper. The Sea Tower Stone does not really seal the ability of the ability user, but makes the ability user enter a weak and powerless state, making it impossible to actively use the ability. Realizing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but his eyes lit up. In this simulation, if the injuries were not too serious and the physical endurance was simply compared, I am afraid that it would not be a problem for him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. So, if he wants to defeat Capone Becky, can he also make a fuss about his physical strength? After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Hao's heart began to beat. Gotta do it. Chapter 48 First Kill, Oriole. 048 First Kill, Oriole. Another simulation. Capone Becky and the 5 gangsters clash again, and you are waiting for the opportunity. An hour later, it became clear that the 5 major gangs could no longer stand it. You finally took action, using rocks and remote support. But under your control, the stone-throwing power is not outstanding. It only restrains Capone Becky's firepower, making it impossible for him to suppress it quickly. Another hour passed, and the 5 major gangs were completely wiped out. You were the only one left in the huge battlefield. Capone Becky finally noticed your existence and began to pour firepower on you. You had already anticipated this situation and started fighting Capone Becky calmly. This time, you changed your previous style and no longer fought desperately with Capone Becky, but started a protracted war with him. The heart is not strengthened, only the arms and legs are strengthened throughout the process. While dodging Capone-Becky's cannon fire, he continues to attack with throwing stones. This lasted for an hour. Capone-Becky seemed to be impatient. He even cancelled the castle transformation, turned his feet into tank tracks, and tried to leave. When you saw this, you were all happy, because you knew that Capone-Becky's physical strength is no longer enough. And this is exactly your purpose this time, to exhaust Capone-Becky's physical strength, thereby greatly reducing his ability. Seeing Capone-Becky escape, you understood and quickly launched a pursuit. Although you also suffered a lot of damage at this time, you were also excited, throwing stones, roaring, and attacking Capone-Becky one after another. Capone-Becky is obviously not as fast as you, and he is soon caught up. In desperation, he can only turn into the castle boss again and start a battle with you. You didn't say anything, and immediately started fighting with Capone-Becky again. Sometimes, even under fire, you still held Capone-Becky back. You know, Capone-Becky can't hold on much longer. Sure enough, at a certain moment, Capone-Becky returned to his human form again and ran away with a pale face. You laughed loudly, instantly entered the heart strengthening, and chased after him, and soon caught up with Capone-Becky. With a roar, the invisible sound wave directly knocked the other person to the ground. When the other person covered his ears and screamed, he raised his fist as big as a clay pot and directly blew the opponent's head open. So far, you have finally killed Capone-Becky, a powerful enemy. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. A large number of Marines surrounded you, and countless pistols and muskets opened fire instantly. Under the hail of bullets, your injuries worsened. The worst thing is that after the heart-strengthening time passed, you fell into weakness. A familiar figure quickly attacked. It was Marine Colonel Yellen from Kyogo Town. It turns out that this money-grubbing Yellen has also been paying attention to the battlefield here. If it were Capone-Becky, suppressing the 5 major gangs with unparalleled firepower, forget it, but now, it is obviously a lose-lose situation. You killed Capone-Becky, but you were also seriously injured. So Yellen made a decisive decision and became a fisherman, and he succeeded. Suffering severe injuries, you fell in front of the half-swordsman Colonel Marine. Finally, you closed your eyes with a bitter smile. The simulation ends. Obtain benign changes, 1 muscle strength, 2 combat experience, eliminate malignant changes, 1 heart strengthens the hidden damage caused by the second gear. Looking at the simulation results this time, Yang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. His idea is indeed feasible. Lack of physical strength is indeed Capone-Becky's weakness. It can even be said to be his biggest weakness. Taking advantage of this weakness, Yang Hao indeed completed the first kill on him. It's just that the ending of the simulation is not good. He was unexpectedly tricked by money-grubbing Yellen. However, Yang Hao thought about it and felt relieved. This ending is not surprising. Yellen serves as Marine Colonel of the Marine Division in Kyogo Town. There was no way he wouldn't know about such a large-scale gang fight taking place in Kyogo Town. He didn't show up in the previous simulations entirely because he didn't have the confidence to deal with Capone-Becky and Yang Hao. But this time, both Yang Hao and Capone-Becky suffered losses. It would be strange if the other party didn't pick it up. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Yellen, who can be called a money grubber, is obviously very shrewd. This can also be seen from Yang Hao's previous simulations of contact with him. After coming back to his senses, Yang Hao was not depressed, but smiled. But anyway, I have found a way to break the situation. I just need to test it a few more times and then I can officially take action. The corner of Yang Hao's mouth raised slightly. Again, in the simulated world, he is not afraid of death. As long as the death is worthwhile, it is considered a success. And this time, he obviously succeeded. Taking advantage of his lack of physical strength, he was indeed able to turn defeat into victory and kill Capone Becky. Of course, this time he was a little unprepared, so that after he killed Capone Becky, he himself was seriously injured. Coupled with the fact that he was so immortal, it happened to be the period of weakness after the second level of heart strengthening. Otherwise, even if he loses to Yellen and others, he may still be able to escape. But with experience, the next step will be easier. Yang Hao looked back and found that he could have taken away Capone Becky with less damage. Especially the heart enhancement, he doesn't need to use it at all. That is, when he finally saw that Capone Becky was completely exhausted, Yang Hao was so excited that he used the heart enhancement. Otherwise, he could definitely kill the opponent, it would just take a little more time. That way, if Yellen brings people to kill him later, he can still break out of the siege. Of course, there is an easier way to avoid being missed by Yellen. That is to kill Yellen first before the gang fight. In this case, even if he was seriously injured in the battle with Capone Becky later, no one would come to pick him up. In short, the current situation is that he has completely found a way to solve Capone Becky. As long as he improves it, he can gain the maximum gain at the minimum cost. Thinking of this, Yang Hao smiled again and started the simulation. Although I have thought of a way, I still have to simulate it several times. Only when he is sure that everything is absolutely foolproof will he really take action. That's all. The number of Baileys on Yang Hao's hand continued to decrease. After many simulations, the last 10 million Baileys were quickly spent. After spending the money, Yang Hao no longer simulated, but practiced silently in reality, waiting for the gang fight to come. Finally, on the 7th day, the news of the fight between Capone Becky and the 5 major gangs arrived as promised. Chapter 49 Annihilation of the Marine Division. 049 Annihilate the Marine Branch. On the 7th day when Yang Hao arrived in the sea near Kyogo town, Yang Hao learned from his subordinates the upcoming news of Capone Becky and the 5 major gangs. Let's go to Kyogo town. Yang Hao immediately issued the order. The pirate men suddenly became excited. Captain, are you going to deal with those gangsters? Along the way, Yang Hao took them and robbed them all. Now that Yang Hao is paying attention to the gang war, they subconsciously think that Yang Hao is planning to get a share of the gang war. This is indeed Yang Hao's purpose. But right now, they are not in a hurry to deal with Capone Becky, but want to go to another place first. Go to the marine branch in town. Hearing the destination mentioned by Yang Hao, the pirates were confused again. Yang Hao smiled. That's right. He was not in a hurry to go to the scene of the fight between Capone Becky and the 5 gangsters, but planned to go to the marine branch in Kyogo town first. The purpose of this is naturally to eliminate the possibility of Yellen being left behind. Originally, Yang Hao took Yellen's 100 million Baileys and planned to let the other party go. In fact, if it is not necessary, Yang Hao actually does not want to have so many conflicts with Marine. After all, if you are not careful, the bounty will increase again. This is not a good thing for Yang Hao, who wants to be the strongest. So he had already planned to ignore Yellen's side, although there were still millions of Baileys in the marine branch. But for Yang Hao, who is about to destroy the gang and dominate West Blue, it is nothing. At least there was no need to distract him from Capone Becky. But now, knowing that Yellen wants to cause trouble, Yang Hao naturally can't let it go. This time I went there with the intention of destroying the other party, and even directly destroyed the marine branch in Kyogo town. And this is also the best plan that Yang Hao came up with after simulating it several times. Under Yang Hao's order, 6 pirate ships quickly docked. Yang Hao did not wait for the pirates, left a word, and jumped away directly. I'll take the first step. You can just go to the marine branch to clean up the mess. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately looked at each other, dumbfounded. Yang Hao is planning to clear the marine branch alone? Forget it if it's another town. But this is the marine branch in Kyogo town. These pirates also know the difference between the marine branch of this important past town and the marine branch of other towns. One is that the weapons and equipment in other towns can only be regarded as average, almost all of them are discarded products from the Grand Line Marine headquarters. But the marine branch in Kyogo Town is different. Their weapons and equipment are almost as good as the marine headquarters, and the number of people will be larger. The most important thing is that the marine colonels in other towns are just branch marine colonels. But Colonel Marine of Kyogo Town is actually Colonel Marine of our headquarters. The military rank of the headquarters is 3 levels higher than that of the marine branch. In other words, Colonel Marine, the headquarters of Kyogo Town, is 3 levels higher than Colonel Marine in other towns. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the strength. Faced with such a marine branch, Yang Hao actually wants to solo? The pirates were shocked. But they did not dare to disobey Yang Hao's order, so they could only go there anxiously. However, what the pirates didn't know was that the marine branch in Kyogo Town had been attacked several times by Yang Hao. Coming here this time is just to turn the illusory simulation content into reality. Use your feet to strengthen and run like crazy. The reason why Yang Hao left the pirates behind was actually not just because the pirates were slow. In addition, there are reasons for Yellen and others. Through the simulation, he already knew that because of the large-scale fight between Capone Becky and the 5 gangs, Yellen would also take Marine out after receiving the message. So in that simulation, it will appear in time. And Yang Hao rushed over, naturally to block the other party. Everything is calculated. Next, there were no surprises. Before Yellen could take people out, Yang Hao quickly arrived at the marine branch like a gust of wind. Looking at the relatively magnificent building in front of him, a coldness gradually appeared on Yang Hao's face. At this time, Yellen was indeed leading a brigade of marines and was hurrying out of the gate of the marine branch. He immediately saw the golden-haired figure standing at the door. "Hey? Are you, a vicious ape?" Seeing Yang Hao, Yellen was startled at first, and then her expression changed drastically. The marines behind him were all shocked and there was a commotion. "It's the vicious ape Yang Hao. Looking like this, it must be him. The vicious ape with a bounty of 50 million, Yang Hao." Looking at Yang Hao, who had a cold face and exuded a fierce look, Yellen's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. How did this vicious ape come to Kyogo Town? And why did it suddenly appear here? What is going on? An ominous premonition arose in Yellen's heart. And next, as if confirming Yellen's premonition, the ape exuding a fierce aura suddenly waved its clenched hands. Unlimited firepower. Boo-hoo! An extremely strong sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded. Yellen's pupils shrank. The marines were stunned. Stone. Ah! As soon as they recognized what Yang Hao had thrown, they suddenly screamed. The power of the finely broken stones was astonishing, like a splashing shotgun, suddenly shooting towards them. In an instant, blood surged. Dozens of marines fell down screaming. Some couldn't even scream and fell to the ground. The leader Yellen's face changed wildly, and he immediately took out the long sword at his waist and waved it. Several stones were chopped down by him, but the figure still retreated step by step. "Hide quickly and find cover." Yellen reacted, turned around and shouted, but before she finished shouting, she froze. The large group of troops he brought out were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. 200 to 300 people were wiped out in a flash by the opponent's wave. This is simply an instant kill. Yellen was stunned. Yang Hao was not surprised. Before his physical strength was greatly enhanced, he could easily destroy the marine branch's troops with unlimited firepower. But now, his strength has increased greatly, but the opponent only brought part of the troops. Under the circumstances of the ebb and flow, it would be strange if these troops could not be killed instantly. As for Yellen, Yang Hao didn't bother to use the giant stick to fight with the opponent. With his current strength, he had already reached the point where he could defeat 10 enemies with one force. So this time, just by using the slinging technique, he crushed this half-step swordsman to death. In less than a moment, Yellen, a Marine colonel from his headquarters, also fell into a pool of blood, riddled with holes. Later, people from the Marine branch heard the commotion and rushed out to provide support, but the result was predictable. So, when Yang Hao's pirates arrived, what they saw was a scene like this. Blood flowed like a river, Marine fell to the ground, and the entire Marine branch was completely wiped out. Take care of this, I'll leave first. After leaving a few words to the confused pirates, Yang Hao drifted away. Next, it's time to focus on solving Capone Becky. Chapter 50 War of Attrition. 050 War of Attrition. Boom boom boom. Not long after, Yang Hao arrived at the scene of the fight. In the distance, he heard the roar of artillery fire. When we arrived at the scene, it was almost deafening, and everything we could see was filled with gunpowder smoke and fire pollution. One of the two warring parties is a large gang force composed of thousands of people. On the other side, there was only one person. Wearing a black suit and smoking a cigar calmly, he suppressed thousands of people and made them extremely embarrassed. Yang Hao chuckled. How arrogant! Of course, Capone Becky also has the qualifications to be arrogant. If he hadn't disrupted the situation, it is estimated that after this battle, Capone Becky would have truly become the godfather of the gang and unified the West Blue underworld. But now, haha. Yang Hao didn't say anything. As soon as his arm became thicker, he crushed the stone and shot it towards Capone Becky like a shotgun. Unlimited firepower. Boo-hoo-hoo. Amid the terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Finely broken stones are packed with power that is stronger than ordinary bullets and shot away. What? The sudden attack surprised Capone Becky. His reaction was also very fast. After realizing that this was not an attack that he could withstand now, he immediately activated the Castle Fruit ability and transformed. Castle full-size Big Boss. There was a boom. A huge castle rises from the ground. Yang Hao's unlimited firepower was immediately easily resisted. What is that? City, castle. OMG. The people from the 5 major gangs were all shocked when they saw this. Yang Hao smiled. This situation is just what he wants. After so many simulations, Yang Hao already knew how to consume Capone Becky's physical strength. In other words, it is the state Capone Becky is in that consumes more energy. There is no doubt that the amount of physical energy consumed by hiding one's strength within one's body is not much, or even negligible. Only when it turns into such a huge castle will Capone Becky's physical strength be exhausted. Despite how majestic this castle is, Capone Becky can't actually last for 2 hours. And this is naturally the reason why Yang Hao directly attacked Capone Becky this time. The purpose is to force him to use this ultimate move of transforming into a castle as soon as possible. Where did the monkey come from? Die. After Capone Becky transformed, he withstood Yang Hao's bullet-like attack and immediately roared. Boom boom boom. In an instant, astonishing firelight erupted from everywhere in the castle, and terrifying artillery fire poured towards Yang Hao. Seeing this, Yang Hao made a movement with his hands, then strengthened his legs and quickly avoided it. Brush, brush, brush. His movement speed at this time cannot be compared with the Marine 6th form, but it is also extremely flexible, enough to avoid Capone Becky's artillery bombardment. Hey? Who is this? Wait a minute, is it the murderous ape Yang Hao? It should be him, why does he appear here? When Capone Becky attacked Yang Hao, the 5 gangsters also noticed Yang Hao. Looking at the ape-like appearance, they quickly identified Yang Hao's identity. There is no doubt that it is the recently rising vicious ape Yang Hao. What just puzzled them was how could this vicious ape appear here and directly attack Capone Becky. Naturally, Capone Becky was also puzzled. When he launched an artillery offensive against Yang Hao, he gradually came to his senses. Isn't this the target that the family asked you to kill some time ago? It was just that the last time in Bowen Town, he failed, so he ignored it. But what he never expected was that when he was at war with the 5 major gangs, this vicious ape suddenly ran out. What does he want? Capone Becky had a sullen face, but did not stop attacking. Are you a ferocious ape? I let you run away last time, but I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of me. In that case, I'll kill you by the way. Boom boom boom. There was constant artillery fire and smoke billowing. But soon, Capone Becky frowned. He found that his offensive was fast and fierce, but he could never hit Yang Hao. This guy, on the contrary, attacked while dodging the attack. Those rocks that were harder than bullets hit him. Although they didn't cause much damage, they also made Capone Becky feel a pain. Damn it! Capone Becky cursed secretly. But at this time, Yang Hao's face was even more smiling. Capone Becky's artillery offensive is still very terrifying. Even if he is nimble and fast, it is not easy to dodge. But the problem is, he has played against Capone Becky 8 times if not 10 times. Gaining combat experience after simulation is no joke. Although I didn't feel the changes in my body, it worked immediately in actual combat. At this moment, Yang Hao has only one feeling, that is, with ease. That's right. Just do it with ease. There was continuous artillery fire, but Yang Hao was able to dodge it with ease, and was even able to continuously use stones to attack Capone Becky. Of course, this also benefits from Yang Hao's skillful use of abilities. Sometimes his feet are strengthened, sometimes his arms are strengthened, switching freely and smoothly. Don't be dazed, call me quickly. Yes, the vicious ape is obviously on our side now, I still have a chance. Boys, kill Capone Becky. When Yang Hao and Capone Becky were fighting, the 5 gangsters around them finally reacted. Especially the gang bosses. Originally, they were suppressed by Capone Becky, and they were already complaining, and even wanted to quit. But now Yang Hao's appearance has undoubtedly brought them a turn for the better. Even though Capone Becky turned into a terrifying castle, they decided to continue dealing with Capone Becky. In fact, this is also because they have no retreat. Even if you can escape, you can't escape the territory. If they lose to Capone Becky now, the foundation they have worked so hard to build will be destroyed. Boom boom boom. Boo hoo hoo. Thousands of people launched an offensive, which was equally earth-shattering. Guns, pistols, and even cannons were brought. And this situation was actually arranged by Yang Hao. In the previous simulation, Yang Hao tried to wait until the 5 major gangs fought with Capone Becky before taking action. But in this case, without the help of the 5 major gangs, Yang Hao would have a very difficult time consuming Capone Becky. Later he discovered that the 5 major gangs could not be destroyed so quickly. He should even take the initiative to divert Capone Becky's attention and let the 5 gangsters attack Capone Becky as much as possible. In this way, those attacks will add up to a large number, which will also greatly speed up the time when Capone Becky is low on energy. In short, this is a war of attrition.